Recorded Books presents It Had to Be You by Irene Hannon. Narrated by Therese Plummer. Prologue. Jake was breaking their engagement? 5 weeks before she was supposed to walk down the aisle as his bride? As shock reverberated through her, Maggie Fitzgerald stared at the man standing across from her. He looked like Jake West. He sounded like Jake West. But he couldn't be Jake West. The Jake West who'd been her childhood friend and whom she'd loved since her 16th birthday would never walk out on her.
"I'm sorry, Maggie. More sorry than I can say."
His voice rasped, anguish and conflict radiating from his brown eyes.
"But I just can't go through with it."
Despite the Midwest heat and humidity, a cold chill shivered down her spine. Though Jake was only an arm's length away, close enough to touch, she suddenly felt more alone than an orphan from a Dickens tale. Because always, through all the losses in her life, her mother, her father, and the tragic deaths of her sister and brother-in-law in a small plane crash just 3 weeks ago, she'd had Jake. But now he was leaving. As her legs grew shaky, she groped for the arm of the couch behind her, sank down. Nothing in her 22 years had prepared her for this betrayal, this abandonment. Maybe those were harsh terms, but what else could you call it when the man you loved bailed out just because things got a little rough? Or, in all fairness, a lot rough. Jake sat beside her, took her icy hand in his.
"I'm sorry, Maggie."
"You already said that." Her hollow voice seemed to come from a distance, even to her own ears.
"I still love you."
His voice was choked. "Do you?" She studied his features through a misty blur, trying to reconcile his actions with the caring, loving man who'd won her heart. Failed.
"Yes, that hasn't changed, but so much else has."
That was true. But who would raise her 6-year-old twin nieces if she didn't step up? There was no one else to take them.
"So what do you want me to do? Put my sister's girls in the foster system? Let them be brought up by strangers?"
He flinched at her harsh tone, raked his fingers through his hair.
"No. But how are you going to cope with being a sudden parent, especially in light of Abby's serious asthma issues? And we'd planned to spend the first 10 years of our marriage obligation-free, exploring the world every year on vacation and living the adventures we've always dreamed about.
Sometimes life requires detours."
"This isn't a detour, Maggie. It's a dead end. We'll never be able to do all the things we planned. Plus, I'm not ready yet to be a parent. Can't you understand my perspective?"
As the beautiful future she'd looked forward to crumbled around her, she withdrew her hand from his and shook her head. "No, I can't. I know we haven't said our actual vows yet, but I thought, in our hearts, we'd already made a commitment for better or for worse. What if this had happened 5 weeks after the wedding instead of 5 weeks before? Would you have walked out then, too?"
"Of course not."
A beat passed as she studied him. Then she took a deep breath, faced the truth. "I'm not sure I believe that. So I guess it was lucky for you the accident happened before the wedding, because now you won't be put to that test. You're free to walk away, as you've chosen to do." A muscle clenched in his jaw, and he stood, began to pace.
"It's just that I feel so trapped."
He turned to her, a hint of desperation in his eyes.
"Are you sure your brother-in-law didn't have any relatives who could take the girls?"
"We've been over this already. No. He was an only child, born late in life. His parents died years ago. There isn't anyone else. I'm the sole relative on either side." She closed her eyes, rubbed her temple where a headache was beginning to throb. fought back the wave of panic threatening to swamp her. Life without Jake was unthinkable. Maybe we could just postpone the wedding. Let me settle into a routine with the girls, and her voice trailed off as she opened her eyes to find him watching her with an indecipherable expression. Her stomach bottomed out. There was something he hadn't told her yet, something that was going to seal their go-your-separate-ways fates. She fisted her hands in her lap, braced.
That's not an option.
He paused, and his Adam's apple bobbed.
I joined the Navy. I leave in 5 days.
As his words hung in the air between them, she tried to process his mind-boggling news. Why?
It's my chance to see the world. It won't be the same as if we were doing it together, but with my degree, I should get plum assignments. That's what they told me at the recruiting office, anyway. I'll go directly to officer candidate school. It's a great opportunity.
But you have a job already.
I know, but it's just a job, Maggie. In 2 years, the most exciting thing I've done with my engineering degree is work on hydraulic systems for elevators. I don't want to do that for the rest of my life.
You could have changed jobs instead of taking such a radical step. This new twist made no sense. Or maybe it did. Because if he took an irrevocable step like this, there could be no changing his mind, no weakening of his resolve to walk away from their engagement, no possibility the devastation he knew he'd be wreaking, or the option she might suggest, could sway his decision. He'd be locked in.
The Navy seemed like a fit for me.
But his answer lacked conviction, and he didn't make eye contact. In other words, she'd nailed his motivation. And she didn't intend to cut him any slack, not after he'd just upended her world. You wanted an ironclad commitment so you could bail without any chance for second thoughts, didn't you? The chill in her voice was in the flash freeze range. The sudden ruddy bloom on his cheeks gave her his answer before he spoke.
I'm sorry.
That was all he offered. And with that decision, he'd reduced all the tender moments they'd shared, all the plans they'd made with such eager anticipation, all the hours they'd spent poring over maps and dreaming of places that would take them far from their Midwest roots, beginning with a honeymoon in Paris, to rubble. Bottom line, she was on her own. And that was scary. But she'd survive. She had to. Because 2 grieving little girls were counting on her to fill the terrible void that had just been left in their world. Gritting her teeth, she rose and faced him. I don't see any reason to prolong this. You've said what you came to say. It's obvious you've set a new course for your life. I have to accept that. Twin creases scored his brow.
I don't want to just walk out and leave you totally alone to fend for yourself. I'd like to provide some financial support until you're settled.
He was offering her money to appease his conscience? Stomach twisting, she gripped the back of the chair beside her. I don't want your money, Jake. My graphic design work more than pays the bills, and Becky and John's insurance will provide for the girls. We'll be fine. She tugged off her engagement ring and held it out. He shook his head.
No, I don't want that back. Keep it.
Why? It's a symbol of something that no longer exists. She pressed it into his palm with shaky fingers, then walked to the door, opened it, and turned to face him. I don't think we have anything more to say to each other. Forehead nodding, he followed her to the door.
I'll take care of canceling all the arrangements.
Thank you. That was the least he could do.
I wish things were different, Maggie.
His eyes began to shimmer. So do I. Her voice caught on the last word, and for a moment her control faltered. But she wasn't going to break down, not in front of Jake. There would be time for tears later when she was alone. Plenty of time. Like the rest of her life.
I guess this is goodbye.
She held on to the edge of the door.
I guess so. Enjoy your world travels. A shaft of pain shot through his eyes. They won't be the same without you. It is what it is. Goodbye, Jake. After a slight hesitation, he walked out. She shut the door behind him, closed her eyes. Despite her assurance to him that she'd be fine, those words had been spoken with more bravado than confidence. The truth was, she didn't have a clue how she was going to cope without him by her side, where he'd always been. Choking back a sob, she crossed to the couch, collapsed onto it, rested her head against the back, and stared at the ceiling as her future loomed ahead like a dark, aching void, filled with overwhelming responsibilities, yet empty of the warmth and companionship and love that had made all her other trials bearable. But the twins needed her, desperately, so she'd have to be strong for them, if not for herself, and together they'd move forward. She could only hope she'd be up to the task in the months and years to come. Chapter 1. 12 years later. Give it up. As the warning echoed in Jake's mind, he eased his foot off the accelerator and squinted into the swirling Maine mist that had wrapped itself around his small rental car, obscuring everything beyond a 30-foot radius. Should he continue the short distance to Castine or play it safe and pull in somewhere for the night as the voice in his mind was urging? According to his phone app, he was less than 20 miles from his destination. But these narrow, winding, and unfamiliar roads wouldn't be too forgiving, and dusk was descending. Not an encouraging combination. Besides, after his drive up from Boston and the hours he'd spent exploring the back roads and small towns of the Blue Hill Peninsula, fatigue was setting in. If he wanted to feel rested and fresh for his interview at the Maine Maritime Academy tomorrow, it was time to call it a day. A sign bearing the words, Whispering Sails B&B, loomed out of the mist, and he slowed further. Perfect timing. He swung into the gravel driveway and followed the gradual incline until he reached a small parking area, where one empty space remained. Hopefully that was a positive omen. After sliding from behind the wheel, he pulled his suit bag from the back seat and made his way up the stone path toward the large Queen Anne-style structure of weathered gray clapboard. Golden light spilled from the windows and overflowing flower boxes hugged the porch rail. Definitely a haven for a weary traveler. He climbed the porch steps, read the welcome sign on the door, and entered as the placard directed. A bell jangled somewhere in the back of the house, and he paused in the foyer, glancing around as he waited for someone to appear. The decor was a pleasant surprise, with none of the fussiness often associated with Victorian architecture. Yet the clean, contemporary furnishings drew attention to the ornate woodwork, and the soft, warm color palette gave the house a homey feel. No small accomplishment for high-ceilinged rooms of such grand proportions. Clearly, the house had been decorated by someone with an eye for design and color. A door swung open at the back of the foyer, and a young woman who looked to be in her late teens hurried through. "Sorry for the delay," she gave him an apologetic smile. "I was on the back porch changing a light bulb." "No worries. I'm hoping you have a room available for the night. I was trying to make it to Castine, but the weather isn't cooperating." She wrinkled her nose. Not exactly Maine at its best. She slipped behind a wooden counter that was half hidden by the curving stairway. "You're in luck for a room, though. We're always booked solid in the summer, but we just got a cancellation." She lifted the lid of a laptop. "Let me get some information, then I'll help you with your luggage." "No need. I just have this suit bag, but thanks." He provided the requested information, then waited while the young woman selected a key and joined him on the other side of the desk. "Your room has a great view of the bay. On a clear day, anyway." She sent a rueful grin over her shoulder as she led the way up the steps. "Maybe by tomorrow morning the blue skies will be back. We can hope, anyway. Breakfast is between 8 and 9 in the dining room.
Checkout is 11. My name's Allison, and I'll be on duty till 10 if you need anything. Just ring the bell on the desk. She paused before a second-floor door at the front of the house, inserted the key, then twisted the knob and motioned him in. As he stepped past her, Jake gave the room a scan. It appeared the hand of a skilled decorator had been at work here, too. Restful shades of blue dominated the room, which featured a bay window and fireplace. The cushioned window seat beckoned, and a 4-poster bed, antique writing desk, carved wardrobe, and comfortable-looking easy chair completed the furnishings.
Very nice.
He angled back toward the young woman. My aunt has an eye for color and decorating. Also hospitality. That's why we have so many regulars. You're lucky to get this room. It's the most requested one, especially with honeymooners. She stepped back. If you need anything, let me know. Have a pleasant evening. As the door clicked shut, Jake stretched, flexing the tight muscles in his neck. It had been a long day behind the wheel, but the time had been well spent. He wasn't going to make this area his permanent home until he'd checked it out thoroughly. Home. He crossed to the window and stared into the gray mist as the word echoed in his mind. After 12 years of roaming the globe, his scant possessions following him around in a few small boxes, the notion of having a place to call his own had a sudden, unexpected appeal. Maybe it had something to do with the vague feeling of restlessness and emptiness that had plagued him for the past couple of years. A sense that some important component was missing from his life. He shoved his hands into his pockets as a swirl of fog drifted past, further obscuring his view. Rob's question during their last phone call about when he planned to settle down in one place had also exacerbated the unsettled vibe that had begun to mess with his peace of mind. Which was weird. He hadn't seriously thought about settling down since he'd been engaged to Maggie. At a twinge of regret in the region of his heart, he frowned. He didn't need to start dwelling on Maggie again, not since it had taken almost a decade to suppress his guilt and banish her from his thoughts and dreams. After all, she was only a memory now, someone who disappeared into the mist like the world around him on this foggy day. She hadn't even told his parents where she'd gone when she'd moved from the town that held such unhappy memories for her less than a year after their parting, despite their mutual affection. According to them, she'd said she wanted a clean break and a fresh start. They'd understood. So had he. That's why thinking about her now and the home they'd planned to create together was foolish. He wandered over to the bed, picked up the chocolate chip cookies he'd noticed as he walked in, wrapped in clear paper and tied with a ribbon. Maybe they'd triggered thoughts of the woman he'd loved. She used to bake him chocolate chip cookies once upon a time. No doubt she'd still be baking them if he hadn't walked out on her. His throat pinched, but he swallowed past the sudden taste of regret. His solitary state was his own choice, after all. Not that he couldn't have married, but none of the women he dated had measured up to Maggie. Maybe that was a typical legacy of a first love. Most people got over that, of course. They moved on, met someone new, fell in love again. He hadn't. Which had been fine during his nomad years. But now, as he contemplated a future that consisted of a more normal land-bound existence, a wife and family had a strong appeal. But the only woman he'd ever loved was part of his history, not his future. And it was 12 years too late for regrets. I'm telling you, he's super hot for an old guy. Abby sent her twin a skeptical look across the stainless steel counter in the B&B kitchen as she scrambled eggs. How old is he? I don't know. 30s, maybe? Lips twitching, Maggie glanced over at her nieces as she pulled a tin of muffins from the oven. Hey, watch it. I'm in my 30s, and I don't consider myself old. They exchanged sheepish looks. I didn't mean old. Allison shifted from one foot to the other. Just older than us. Nice save. Maggie grinned and set the muffins on a cooling rack. Anyway, he's tall, dark, and handsome, and he's not wearing a ring. Let me serve him, okay? Abby picked up a glass of orange juice. No way! I saw him first. You had your chance last night. It's my turn. Right, Aunt Maggie? She started putting the muffins in napkin-lined baskets. You two are getting awfully worked up over someone who'll be checking out in an hour or two. We don't get many guys his age at the inn, Abby sighed. He could be a rich tycoon, or maybe he's lost his beloved wife and is retracing the route they traveled on their honeymoon. Or he might be a Hollywood producer scouting the area for a new movie. Or maybe you'd better check the English muffins before they burn. Maggie nodded toward the oven. Abby rolled her eyes. You have no imagination when it comes to men. I have plenty of imagination. Fortunately, I also have common sense. But common sense is so boring. He just came in. Allison hissed out that news as she peeked through a crack in the kitchen door. Abby did an about-face, grabbed the pot of coffee before Allison could get to it, and pushed through the door into the dining room. Maggie shook her head. There was never a dull moment with the twins, that was for sure. At 18, the world for them was one big adventure waiting to happen. Not that she discouraged their seize-the-moment philosophy. Within reason, of course. Because life would impose its own limitations soon enough, as she knew all too well. When Abby re-entered the kitchen a few minutes later, she shut the door and leaned against it, face flushed. Well? Allison propped her hands on her hips. Wow. See? Didn't I tell you? What's he wearing? Allison kept one eye on the pitcher of cream she was filling. A dark gray suit with a white shirt and a maroon paisley tie. A suit? Allison's eyebrows arched. Nobody ever wears a suit here. He must be a business tycoon. Sorry to interrupt with such a mundane question, but what does he want for breakfast? Maggie flipped the pancakes another guest had ordered from the rotating 3-entree menu. The egg puff with wheat toast and orange juice. After setting aside the spatula, she picked up a basket of muffins and a glass of OJ and headed for the door. Abby was right about the demographics for their guests. They didn't get many younger single guys at the couple-focused inn, so she ought to check them out for herself. Since the church council meeting ran long and I missed this mysterious stranger's arrival, I'm going to serve him myself. One of you watch the pancakes while I'm gone, and when I get back, I'll let you know how a mature, experienced woman of the world rates him. The twins dissolved into giggles. You never date, Aunt Maggie. Abby picked up the spatula and took over pancake duty. And you've never been anywhere but Missouri, Boston, and Maine. Maggie held on to her smile. True, but that doesn't mean I haven't had some romantic adventures. When? Allison pulled the English muffins from the oven. When, indeed. There'd only been one romantic adventure in her life, and that had ended badly. Not that the girls knew much about Jake. In fact, she'd never even mentioned her engagement until they'd reached the age when boys appeared on their radar and they'd begun plying her with questions about her own romantic past. And she'd kept it vague. All she'd shared was that it hadn't worked out. No way did she ever want them to know that their arrival in her life had sabotaged her one romance. They hadn't needed that guilt years ago, and they didn't need it now. I think I'll remain a woman of mystery. She winked at them and pushed through the door to the dining room. But on the other side, her smile faded. For whatever reason, the girl's innocent teasing had rekindled a long-suppressed yearning for the life that might have been. And that was stupid. She was perfectly happy flying solo, and dwelling on the past served no purpose. Her life was what it was, and she should count her many blessings instead of letting old memories dampen her spirits. Bolstered by that pep talk, she glanced around the small dining room. All the tables were filled, but it was easy to spot their mystery guest. He sat alone, angled away from her, his face turned toward the cell phone in his right hand. his long legs stretched out beneath the table. Despite the limited view, however, she could tell that the girl's assessment had been spot on. The man's attire was class personified. His dark hair was neatly trimmed above the collar of his crisp white shirt. His physique appeared to be toned, and when he reached for his coffee mug, his lean-fingered hand seemed strong and capable. She started toward him. If the face matched the body, he turned, giving her a perfect view of his handsome, distinguished, and very familiar profile. She jolted to a stop. Jake was the mystery guest? No. Impossible! Yet the firm chin, the classic nose, the well-shaped lips were all Jake. Her lungs shut down and the terminal case of brain freeze set in as the floor shifted beneath her feet. Only one thing was crystal clear. She had to escape to the kitchen before he spotted her. Juice sloshing in the glass, she started to turn just as Jake glanced her way. Dang! As their gazes connected, Jake's expression morphed from mildly interested to curious to stunned. All at once, the basket slipped from her grasp and the muffins tumbled to the floor. Ah, wonderful! Moving on autopilot, she bent down to retrieve them as some of the juice sloshed out of the glass, leaving a sticky residue on her fingers before it formed a puddle on the floor. This was going from bad to worse. And when Jake dropped down beside her to sop up the juice with his napkin and retrieve a wayward muffin, it went from worse to worst. You have juice on your hand. Let me. His voice had the same soft, husky cadence it had always taken on when his feelings ran deep. Before she realized his intent, he took her hand and wiped the sticky residue off her fingers with the clean side of the napkin. His achingly familiar touch resurrecting memories best left buried. As a sudden, unexpected zing zipped through her, she jerked free of his grasp and rose. He stood too, a shadow of incredulity lingering in the depths of his brown irises. It's been a long time, Maggie. His inflection held wonder, and perhaps a touch of pleasure? That made one of them. Yes, it has. Somehow she managed to speak despite the painful thudding in her chest and the constriction in her throat. Is this your place? Yes, but she wasn't going to push her luck and assume her voice would hold. I'm sorry about the muffins and juice. I'll get you some more. Excuse me. And then she turned and fled. As she burst through the kitchen door, the twins turned toward her, gaped in unison. Aunt Maggie? Abby's brow puckered, and she took a step toward her. What's wrong? She forced herself to take a slow, deep breath. Letting a man she hadn't seen in 12 years disrupt her equilibrium was foolish. They were strangers to each other now, living new lives. Whatever had prompted this fleeting intersection was happenstance, nothing more. And in less than an hour he'd be gone. The ripple he'd caused in her placid existence nothing more than a momentary aberration. Absolutely. She wouldn't let it be anymore. Forcing up the corners of her stiff lips, she continued to the fridge. Nothing's wrong. I'm fine. You don't look fine. This from Allison. Of course, the twins weren't going to let her strange behavior pass without some sort of explanation. And there was no reason not to be truthful. Striving for a casual tone, she opened the fridge and pulled out the OJ. Trust me, I'm fine. Just surprised by a very odd coincidence. It turns out I used to know the man you two were gushing over. For real? Allison's eyes rounded. How? When? A long time ago. I haven't seen him in years. Abby picked up the interrogation. Who is he? Maggie poured a fresh glass of juice and put 2 more muffins in a basket. A man I used to date, back when I was your age. Wait. Based on Allison's calculating expression, the gears in her brain were processing at warp speed. It's him, isn't it? She should have figured Allison would put two and two together with her analytical mind. As far as the girls knew, she'd only been serious about one man in her entire life, and it would take someone who'd once been important to her to send her into a tailspin.
Him who?
Abby frowned at her sister.
Him! The guy Aunt Maggie was engaged to once.
Abby's jaw dropped as she turned to her.
Is that true?
No sense denying it. And if she played this low-key, maybe they'd let it go. Yes, it's strange when someone from your past shows up out of the blue. She kept her tone conversational.
Wow!
Abby breathed the word, her expression odd. This is so romantic. Romantic? Not even close. More like disruptive and unsettling. Even a little scary for reasons that eluded her. She gave the twins her sternest look. Don't get carried away by a fluke. The man is leaving in less than an hour and we'll never see him again. End of story.
Don't you want to see him again?
Abby studied her. Why would I?
Because this is like a movie or something. I mean, he appeared out of the mist at your B&B after all these years. It's amazing. Long-lost lovers reunite and rekindle an old romance, you know?
She sighed. That's fiction, my dear niece, and we are not long-lost lovers. We didn't get lost, and we were never lovers. Just in love. Then we broke up, on purpose. Neither of us has any interest in rekindling an old romance. I'm happy with my life as it is, and I'm sure Jake is too. He may not be wearing a ring, but he could very well have a wife and 5 kids somewhere.
I don't think so.
Allison shook her head. Why on earth would you say that? Maggie transferred her attention to her other niece, who'd cracked the dining room door to peek through.
Because he keeps looking this way, like he's waiting for you to come back.
Maggie ignored the odd flutter in her stomach as she picked up the glass of OJ and added it to the tray with the basket of muffins. He probably just wants his orange juice.
He doesn't look like he has OJ on his mind.
You have an overactive imagination.
No, I don't.
Abby got the imagination gene. Allison cocked her head, motioned to the tray.
You want me to take that out?
Yes, she did. That way she could avoid Jake. But hiding in the kitchen would only fuel the twin speculation. Besides, refusing to talk to him would be childish. Whatever they'd once felt for each other had long since evaporated. So she'd march out there, carry on a calm, mature conversation. Then she'd bid him farewell once and for all. Piece of cake. Chapter 2. That had been surreal, was the only way to describe what had just happened. Jake took a deep breath, lifted his mug, frowned at the tremor in his fingers. What was that all about? He never got rattled, even on his diciest and most dangerous Navy assignments. But it seemed a monumental enough shock could rattle even an even-keeled officer who was always cool and composed under pressure. Especially when that shock had a personal component, as this one did. After all, what were the odds, years later and 1,000+ miles away, of running into someone you'd once loved? They had to be minuscule. Strangers still? That it would happen on the heels of the thoughts he'd had last night about Maggie after months of freedom from the doubt and guilt and regret he'd nurtured for more than a decade. He took a sip of his coffee, tried to will his pulse to slow down. But his heart refused to listen. In fact, when she stepped through the door from the kitchen a few moments later, it went rogue. Thank goodness she was detained by guests at another table en route to his, giving him a chance to try again to get his respiration under control, and to assess her unobserved. She was still slender, though the angular, girlish figure of her younger years had softened subtly as she'd matured. Her vibrant red hair had mellowed a bit too, but it was no less striking or glorious. and she'd never quite tamed its unruly waves. Despite her efforts to corral them at her nape with a barrette, renegade tendrils had escaped around her face, tempering the no-nonsense style. Her luminous green eyes were the same, as were her freckles, though the latter had faded a bit, no doubt much to her delight. He checked out her left hand as she gestured. No ring. That didn't mean she wasn't married, of course. Shortly after she'd gotten over the shock of their breakup, she'd found someone new to love. A thought that didn't sit well, even if Maggie was made for marriage. As Maggie finished her conversation and moved his direction again, her poise and self-confidence was a sharp contrast to the roiling in the pit of his stomach. He rose as she approached, called up a smile.
I wasn't sure you'd come back out.
Why wouldn't I? She set his juice and a new basket of muffins on the table, her tone pleasant but impersonal as she hugged the tray to her chest. Only a tiny quiver at the corner of her mouth betrayed her nerves, just like in the old days. A clue to her mental state that only someone who knew her very well would notice.
I wouldn't have blamed you if you hadn't.
Better to ignore her question. She knew what he was talking about. She didn't pretend to misunderstand. Our relationship ended a long time ago.
True, but some things are hard to forget.
A shadow passed over her eyes, come and gone so quickly he almost missed it. Life goes on, though. I don't dwell on the past. She offered nothing more. And if he didn't say something, she was going to slip back into the kitchen and out of his life.
I'm impressed with the inn. It looks like you have a thriving business here.
It pays the bills.
Is it a one-woman show?
Short of asking outright about her marital status, there was no other way to find out if she was still single. I'm the owner, but the twins are a huge help. No mention of a husband. Selfish as it was, his spirits ticked up.
They seem like lovely young women.
The corners of her mouth softened. They are. I couldn't have made the inn a success without them. I hope your career has been as satisfying as mine. A deft redirection of the spotlight, but he was more interested in talking about them.
The Navy's given me a good life. I have no regrets about that choice, anyway.
Eyes narrowing a hair at his insinuation, she eased back a step. I have chores to attend to. I hope your stay with us has been pleasant. As he reached out and touched her arm, her words petered out.
Look, I know this situation is somewhat awkward, but I can't help thinking our paths crossed again for a reason. Would you give me half an hour? For old time's sake, if nothing else. Just to catch up.
A pulse began to throb in the hollow of her throat. I don't know what the point would be. It seems better to leave the past in the past.
Better or safer?
The question was out before he could stop it. A beat ticked by. Maybe both. Fair enough. In her shoes, he'd be wary too.
Can you spare 15 minutes?
She hugged the tray tighter, let out a slow breath. At the most, after I finish with breakfast. About 9, if that fits your schedule. It would be tight, but if he had to risk a speeding ticket to get to his job interview, it would be worth it to have a few more minutes with Maggie.
I can make that work.
I'll meet you on the front porch. She pivoted and walked away. As she disappeared through the kitchen door, he slowly retook his seat and took a deep breath. 15 minutes was a pittance, but it was better than nothing. And he'd have to make optimal use of every second. But to do that, he'd have to figure out why he'd asked for her time and what exactly he hoped to accomplish. Because Maggie was right. It would have been safer to leave with no further contact. So unless something positive came out of their little chat, he'd be stirring up a hornet's nest that might have been best left undisturbed. She should have said no. Wiping her palms down her leggings, Maggie paused by the window in the drawing room that afforded a discreet view of the wraparound front porch. Jake was already there, standing by the railing, waiting for her. From her sequestered position, she gave him a slow once-over. He'd filled out over the past decade, his lanky, youthful frame maturing into a trim, well-toned body. A faint brush of silver in the dark hair at both temples gave him a distinguished air. There were more lines on his face than when they'd parted, but they spoke of character rather than age. Truth be told, he was even more handsome now than he'd been 12 years ago. But there was something different about him beyond mere physical changes. She cocked her head as she studied him. Part of it was the quiet confidence, the decisiveness, the sense of determination and purpose in his body language. The Jake she'd been engaged to had been eager, restless, and searching. The man waiting on her porch was polished, self-assured, and seemed at peace with his place in the world. Yet there was also a certain indefinable sadness in his eyes, a world weariness, as if he'd searched the globe for something and come up empty, leaving a void in his soul. Expelling an annoyed breath, she straightened her shoulders. The state of his soul was irrelevant to the short chat they were about to have. She should focus her energies on conducting a civil, rational conversation and quash any other fanciful thoughts and speculations. Psyching herself up for a conversation the twins were delighted about, even if she was having second thoughts, Maggie pushed through the front door and joined Jake at the far end of the porch. "Sorry, I ran a few minutes late."
"No problem."
She perched on the edge of one of the wicker chairs. He took the one at a right angle to it, his posture relaxed as he leaned back and crossed an ankle over a knee. If their unexpected reunion had thrown him for as much of a loop as it had her, he was hiding it well.
"So tell me about this place."
He swept his hand over the inn.
"How it all came about and how long you've been running it."
He wanted to talk about her business? Not what she'd expected, but that was easier than delving into personal topics. A tiny bit of the tension in her shoulders ebbed. "I accepted a graphic design job in Boston about a year after I became guardian for the twins. But once we got Abby's asthma under control, there was less need to stay in a big city where emergency medical care was close at hand. I thought it would be better for the girls to grow up in a small town."
"Why Maine?"
The three of us had vacationed here one summer and loved it, so I started looking for opportunities. I connected with the owners of this B&B who were getting ready to retire, and when they agreed to stay on for 6 months while I learned the ropes, I bought it.
"A huge change like that had to be scary."
She shrugged. "To some degree, but I've never regretted the move." Admiration bloomed in his eyes, sending an unwanted ripple of warmth through her.
"I'm impressed. Not many people have the courage to take such a leap."
Leap isn't quite accurate. I did a ton of homework first. This is a popular area, and B&Bs do well. I drew up a solid business plan, so it wasn't too difficult to get a loan for the purchase. And I found ways to keep the capital expenditures low until I started turning a healthy profit. His eyebrows rose.
"Now I'm even more impressed."
"Why?"
"The Maggie I remember had no interest in business plans or capital expenditures."
That was true. The young woman who'd fallen in love all those years ago had been far too passive and dependent on the man she loved. But she'd grown up since then and taken charge of her life. The Maggie you knew didn't have to be interested in business. This one does.
"In other words, you rose to the challenge, with the inn and with the twins."
Warmth radiated from his eyes.
"This place appears to be thriving, and the girls seem like fine young women."
They are. I couldn't have made this place a success without them. And they filled my life with joy. The three of us are super tight. He studied her.
"Only 3 of you?"
His real question was obvious. She waved away a curious bee. "If you're trying to find out whether I ever married, the answer is no."
"Why not?"
As the question hung in the air between them, a hint of color crept up his neck.
"Sorry, that's none of my business. Forget I asked."
She could, but why not be honest? "I don't mind answering. Bottom line, you weren't the only one who was reluctant to take on a ready-made family, especially one that included a child with medical problems, which thankfully subsided as she aged. Besides, I was too busy in those early days to even think about another romance. And as the years went by, I lost interest. But the spotlight had been on her long enough. It was time to turn the tables. So tell me about you. What are you doing here?
I'm interviewing this afternoon at the Maine Maritime Academy. I'm leaving the Navy, and Dad is coming to live with me.
He was going to be living almost in her backyard? Her pulse stuttered. It would be hard to keep her past in the past if it kept intruding on her present. But she focused for the moment on the second part of his comment. What about your mom?
She died 5 years ago.
A wave of sadness washed over her. I'm sorry. Your mom and dad were always so kind to me. More than kind, in fact, after my own parents died.
I know. They thought the world of you.
What happened to your mom?
She had a stroke. Dad looked after her at home for the 6 months she lived because that's where she wanted to be. She always believed families should take care of their own. In fact, before she died, she made Rob and me promise that if Dad ever got to the point where he couldn't live alone, one of us would take him in rather than relegate him to a senior living facility.
And he isn't able to be on his own anymore?
He thinks he is, but no. He had a heart attack about 8 months ago and went down to stay with Rob and his family in Atlanta while he recovered. The plan was for him to go home when he was strong enough, but he never did. He got more frail as time passed.
So how is he ending up with you?
Rob lost his job 3 weeks ago in a corporate downsizing, and his wife had to go back to work. With 3 kids, life is super stressful for them. Plus, they can't give Dad the attention he needs. So I'm stepping in.
She frowned. You mean you're leaving the Navy to take care of him?
Don't give me too much credit. The Navy's been good to me in many ways, but the idea of settling down in one place has appeal. Being a nomad can be a lonely life.
Lonely life? Did that mean he'd never married either? She shifted in her chair as she composed a question that might get her that answer. How does your family feel about the change?
Rob was grateful. Dad hasn't said much.
No mention of a wife, but not a definitive answer. She'd have to be more direct. I imagine all that moving around would be hard on a marriage.
That's what I hear from my married colleagues. It wasn't an issue for me.
So he was still single too. For reasons she didn't intend to analyze, that news sent a tingle of warmth through her. How does your dad feel about giving up his house? He grimaced.
Not happy. You know how independent he is. Relying on his kids to take care of him long-term isn't sitting well. And he's especially not happy about moving in with me.
Why not? Jake exhaled, raked his fingers through his hair just like he used to do whenever he was frustrated.
Dad was disappointed in me after we broke up. And he didn't hold back on his feelings whenever I visited. So I made fewer trips home, which only fueled the fire. I did go back more often after Mom's stroke, but not enough to suit Dad. I guess he thought I'd abandoned them, too.
Abandoned. A strong word. One that had often flashed through her mind in the context of their breakup, as it apparently had in his father's, too. Still, it was sad that their breakup had led to bad feelings between father and son. Maybe things will improve after you two have a chance to spend more time with each other. She linked her fingers in her lap.
I hope so. Dad and I used to be close, and I've missed that all these years.
At his quiet, straightforward admission, Maggie studied him. Jake had never been the kind of man who talked about feelings. Perhaps his willingness to do so now had come with maturity. After all, it was easier to admit your limitations once you felt comfortable with your life and had proven your abilities. I'm sure he'll come to appreciate all you're doing for him. That should help smooth the waters. His lips contorted into a rueful twist.
I'm not counting on that. Dad can be stubborn, but Rob's done more than his share for him since Mom died. It's my turn."
Huh. All these years, she'd written Jake off as selfish. Yet the decisions he'd made about his father and his commitment to honoring the promise he'd made to his mother, despite the cost to his career, weren't the actions of a selfish man. They spoke of integrity and principle and dependability. Too bad those qualities hadn't been more in evidence when he'd broken their engagement and left her to fend for herself. If they had been, maybe the two of them... Abby pushed through the front door onto the porch, her glance flicking between the two of them.
"Excuse me, Mr. West, but a call came in for you on the in-line. A man named Dennis Richards."
Frowning, Jake pulled out his phone and checked the screen.
"That's odd. My battery's fully charged, and I only gave him the in number last night in case of an emergency."
Cell service on the Maine coast can be spotty. Maggie stood. "Go ahead and take it inside at the front desk. I need to get back to work anyway." He rose, too.
"This will be a quick call. Can you wait?"
If she was smart, she'd say no. But a different word tumbled out of her mouth before she could stop it. "Yes." After sending her a grateful smile, he disappeared through the door. Abby moved closer and spoke in a muted voice.
"I can't believe you were engaged to him once."
That was a very long time ago.
"I know, but he's back now."
Her eyes began to sparkle. "Maybe this will—" "Wait." Maggie held up her hand. Better head her niece's fanciful thoughts off at the pass. Let's try not to let our imaginations run away with us.
It's kind of hard not to.
No kidding. But someone had to be sensible. Getting carried away by a mere coincidence would be foolish. I guess. But she didn't sound in the least convinced. What's he doing here? He's on his way to Castine to interview for a job at the Maritime Academy. Abby's eyes rounded, and her voice rose to a squeak.
You mean he might be living less than 20 miles away?
Maybe.
Wow! Wait till I tell Allison.
Abby pivoted and dashed back inside. Shaking her head, Maggie sat back against the porch railing and gripped the smooth wood. She was definitely going to have to rein those two in. And she'd also have to figure out how she was going to cope if the man she'd once loved invaded her turf. The mere thought of such close proximity was unnerving. Even more unnerving? The fact that he still had the power to unnerve her. She blew out a breath. After all these years, his presence should have zero effect on her. They were strangers at this point. Yet the memories from before their breakup were still rich and full, filled with laughter and joy and love and hope and promise and youthful enthusiasm. Oh, and much harder to suppress now that he'd reappeared in her life. Dwelling on the past, however, was foolish. So was stirring up long-suppressed wishes for things that could never be, or letting Jake upset the happy life she'd created with the girls. Best plan? Be cordial but sensible, offering even a hint of encouragement should he show any interest in staying in touch would be a huge mistake. Jake pushed through the front door, luggage in hand, and she straightened up from the railing.
I'm going to have to run. Something came up on Dennis's end that's going to cut into our interview, and he wants to get started as soon as possible.
I understand. Good luck. Silence fell between them, but she didn't try to fill it. What more was there to say?
Would it be all right if I call you tomorrow?
Her heart flip-flopped. It seemed he did have an interest in staying in touch. But nothing good could come of that. It would only resurrect old hurts. And she'd had enough heartbreak to last a lifetime. What's the point? She kept her voice as casual as possible. His eyes clouded with an emotion that looked a lot like remorse. Or regret.
It just seems like our paths may have crossed for a reason. I don't blame you for hating me, but...
Wait. She held up her hand. For the record, it was more about hurt than hate. I just didn't understand how you could walk away. But time brings perspective. As the years passed, I realized how overwhelming the situation must have been for you. You'd never planned on a ready-made family.
Neither did you. And you had to be overwhelmed too.
But I couldn't walk away. You could. And who knows? In your shoes, I might have done the same thing. Unlikely, but since the passage of years had mitigated her hurt and boosted her empathy, she could afford to be magnanimous. It wasn't as if she still had a chip on her shoulder about the demise of their relationship. He narrowed his eyes.
If that's true, why won't you let me call you?
Touché. She kept her tone neutral. Like I said, what's the point? We've both moved on.
But we share a history.
Yes, but our history is in the distant past, and I don't see any reason to revisit it.
It might be fun to reminisce about some of the happy times we shared, for old time's sake.
A red alert began to beep in her mind. Not a smart idea. She might not have a grudge against him at this stage of her life, but opening the door to further contact could mess with her peace of mind, especially if he happened to be harboring any notions about rekindling an old romance. If love ever did come her way again, it would be with someone new who toted no baggage. Someone with whom she'd create new memories rather than replay old ones. I'm super busy, Jake. I'm sure you will be too with all the changes on your plate. Let's not stir up an old pot.
I'm only asking for a call, Maggie. I won't become a pest. But since I'll be new in the area with no friends, it would be nice to have a connection with a neighbor I already know.
To refuse would suggest she still had hard feelings, and she'd gotten over those long ago. As long as she kept things neighborly between them, she ought to be able to handle a call on occasion. Fine. Use the inn number. No way was she giving him her cell number. His lips curved up.
Thank you.
He held out his hand. Resisting the urge to wipe her palm on her leggings, she returned his firm clasp, the feel of his familiar fingers sending a prickle through her nerve endings. Drive safe.
I will. I'll call you soon.
With a final squeeze of her fingers, he turned and descended the steps. As he disappeared toward the parking lot, Maggie grasped one of the porch support posts and held on tight. Because now that Jake was back in her life, she had a feeling it would never be the same again. Chapter 3.
Earth to Maggie. Earth to Maggie. Are you with me over there?
At the question from across the table at the outdoor cafe, Maggie sent an apologetic look toward her lunch companion. After all the encouragement and support the local gallery owner had given her through the years, he deserved her undivided attention.
Oh, sorry about that. No problem. Why should I be insulted if you don't find my company fascinating?
At the twinkle in Philip's eyes, she smiled. You're a good sport.
So I've been told. What gives?
She focused on straightening her cutlery. What do you mean?
I've known you for what, 7, 8 years? And all that time I've never once seen you distracted. So I assume something's happened. Something big and dramatic. Therefore, I repeat, what gives?
No surprise that Philip had picked up on her agitation. He had an amazing ability to tune into people's moods. She smoothed out a wrinkle in the tablecloth. Maybe it wasn't a bad idea to tell him about Jake. Philip had been in her corner since the day they'd met. In fact, without his encouragement, she might never have taken up serious painting again. As a widower with 2 grown daughters, he'd also been a good sounding board through the years, offering valuable advice about the twins on numerous occasions. Linking her fingers in front of her, she moistened her lips. Something dramatic did happen today. The guy I was engaged to years ago stayed at the inn last night. Philip did a double take.
He came to see you?
No, it wasn't intentional. He got caught in the fog and took refuge at our place. Pure happenstance. Allison checked him in. I didn't even know he was there until this morning at breakfast. His brow furrowed.
That had to be a shock.
To say the least. I've been off balance ever since, which is odd since my relationship with him ended long ago. I can't figure out why his reappearance has disturbed me so much.
That does seem strange. Philip tapped a finger on the table. Why is he here?
She gave him the short version of Jake's story.
That's impressive. Not many people would give up their career and change their whole life to keep a promise made under duress. He sounds like an honorable man.
Maggie narrowed her eyes. I know, and it doesn't fit the image I've had of him all these years. An honorable man wouldn't walk out on the woman he loves, would he?
People do change as they mature.
She sighed, waved off a persistent bee that was more interested in drinking her iced tea than she was. I suppose so. I just wish I didn't feel so off balance.
You want my 2 cents? Everything will work out. You've weathered a lot of storms through the years, and you'll ride this one out too. Plus, I'm always here if you need a sympathetic ear. Don't forget that.
He touched her hand and smiled, then switched gears.
In the meantime, when will you be finished with the new painting?
I'm targeting next week.
Perfect. I'll reserve a spot near the front for it. You know you have a large enough body of work now to consider your own show.
A combination of nerves and excitement kicked up her pulse. So you keep telling me, but I don't feel ready to have an official show.
Why don't you let me be the judge of that? Besides, it's not like you to back off from a challenge.
I know, but my painting is so personal. If I got bad reviews, it would be devastating. I'm not sure I'm ready to face that.
First, they wouldn't be bad. And second, you can face anything, Maggie Fitzgerald, because you are one of the strongest women I know.
Thanks for the pep talk. But as the server delivered their lunch and the conversation moved to other topics, Maggie didn't feel strong at all. She just felt scared. He was back. From her seat in one of the wicker chairs on the inn's porch, Abby grinned and hissed out a warning to her sister. Look who's here. Allison stopped reading her book and glanced down the path toward their aunt's one-time beau as he strode up the path. Let me handle this. Abby offered Jake her biggest smile as he ascended the steps. Hi. Did you come to see Aunt Maggie?
Yes. Please don't tell me I missed her again. I've been calling and leaving messages for 2 days.
We know. We transcribed them from the inn line. And you didn't miss her. She's in the studio.
Where is that?
It's the little room off the kitchen.
Would it be all right if I go back?
Of course. Aunt Maggie won't mind. Abby ignored the worried look Allison shot her. It's down the hall and through the door at the end.
Thanks.
No problem, Mr. West. His lips bowed.
No one's called me Mr. in years. Just Lieutenant. But both of those sound too formal now. Why don't the two of you just make it Jake?
That works for us. Right, Allison? Sure.
Great. I'll see you ladies later.
As he disappeared, Allison leaned closer, brow puckered. Why did you send him back there? You know Aunt Maggie said never to interrupt her when she's painting unless it's an emergency. Abby arched an eyebrow at her twin. Aunt Maggie's love life is an emergency, and we need to help her fix it. How do you propose we do that? I have lots of ideas. Allison rolled her eyes. What else is new? Hey, one of us has to have some imagination. So are you in or out? You don't have anything crazy in mind, do you? Like the time you bought fireworks for Aunt Maggie's 30th birthday and almost set the inn on fire? I have nothing planned that includes those kinds of fireworks. The corners of Allison's lips inched north. In that case, I'm in. It wasn't quite there yet. Tilting her head, Maggie studied the seascape on the easel, frowned. There was nothing wrong with the painting in terms of technique, but It didn't convey the restlessness and below-the-surface turbulence she was after that would suggest an impending storm. Frustrating. She sat back, continuing to analyze the piece as she twirled the brush in her fingers. Since her emotional state paralleled the scene she was trying to paint today, it ought to be easy to transfer those feelings to canvas. And yet she was... A tap sounded on the door, and Maggie sent an annoyed glance that direction. Why were the twins bothering her? They were old enough to handle minor issues that came up at the inn, and they knew better than to disrupt her studio time. Unless there was a real crisis of some kind. As a tingle of alarm raced up her spine, she reached for a rag to wipe her brush and psyched herself up for an emergency. "Come in!" When Jake stuck his head in the door, her heart stuttered. What on earth was he doing here?
Abby said I could interrupt. I hope you don't mind, but I'm getting ready to head back to Boston, and this was my last chance to see you before I left. I decided to drop in since we didn't have much success connecting on the inn phone.
That was true. She'd missed all 3 of his calls. Sorry. A tremor ran through her voice and she cleared her throat. I lead a busy life. He arched an eyebrow.
Too busy for a phone call?
Of course not, and they both knew it. Shifting in her seat, she went on the defensive. For the record, if I'd been available, I would have answered. The first time you called, I was at a zoning board meeting. The second time, I was at a church council meeting. The third time, I was in here trying to meet my deadline for some illustrations for a greeting card company. Faint parallel creases dented his brow.
You sound like you're meeting yourself coming and going.
That about sums it up. There isn't much downtime in my life.
So it would seem.
He motioned to the studio.
May I come in? Chat with you for a few minutes to make up for the missed phone calls?
It was hard to refuse when he put it like that, especially since she'd told him he could call, but had then gone out of her way to find excuses not to reply to his messages. Like sweeping the porch and weeding the garden and washing curtains, none of which had been urgent tasks. Yes, but a few minutes is all I have to spare.
Understood.
He strolled into the small space, which felt even smaller with him in it, and scanned the in-progress paintings on 2 easels, the finished work stacked against the wall, and the large picture window that provided abundant natural light.
This isn't, how I envisioned an artist's studio.
His lips quirked up.
It's too neat.
I like order in my workspace, since it's often lacking in my life thanks to the 2 teenagers and a parade of sometimes finicky guests who inhabit it.
I can imagine.
He surveyed the travel posters on the wall. Vienna, Florence, Rome, Paris, London. All the places the 2 of them had dreamed of visiting together.
Nice posters. Are any of them souvenirs?
She offered him a wry twist of her lips. No. B&B owners may cater to travelers, but they do very little traveling themselves. Especially if they have 2 girls to raise. I expect you've made it to some, if not all, of these spots, though.
Yes.
He slid his fingers into his pockets, an emotion that looked like guilt echoing in his eyes.
I'm sorry you never got to see them, Maggie.
But I'm going to. She called up a smile. The last thing she wanted was his pity. I'm leaving for Europe right after Christmas. With the twins going away to college this fall, I decided it was time to start a new phase in my life, too. I'm planning to close the B&B for 4 months during the down season and visit museums and take art classes and soak up the ambiance. It will be the trip of a lifetime. His brown irises warmed.
That sounds great. I know you'll enjoy it, given your art background. But I never knew you could paint like this.
He waved a hand toward the 2 easels and the finished canvases.
Years ago, you were more into sketching. I don't know that much about art, but these paintings are impressive.
Thanks. She tried not to let his praise please her too much. I don't have any formal training, but the owner of a local gallery has encouraged me. Philip even displays some of my work. and he's been trying for the past year to convince me to have a show at a gallery in Bangor that's owned by a friend of his. But I'm not sure I'm ready for that.
You look ready to me.
Philip says so too, but I haven't committed to it yet.
Do you trust his judgment?
About everything except my painting. We've been friends for a long time, and I'm afraid he may not be totally impartial. He propped a shoulder against the wall, folded his arms, and searched her face. When he spoke, his tone was casual, but his eyes were intent.
You two seemed close.
He must think she and Philip were a romantic match. And if she let him go on thinking that, he might be less interested in staying in touch. Not a bad plan. We are. Not a lie. They were very close, as friends. But enough on that subject. So, you're heading back to Boston?
Yes, I've got an early flight out tomorrow morning. Rob and I are meeting at the old house. Before we put it on the market, we have to sort through everything and decide what we want to keep. The rest will be sold at an estate sale.
Maggie's throat tightened. This must be hard on your dad.
It is, but he's accepted the necessity of it, and other than a few specific items he's asked us to save, he's left the disposition of everything in our hands.
That won't be an easy job.
Rob and I will be doing it together. That should help. On a happier note, you're looking at the newest faculty member at the Maritime Academy.
Her heart stumbled, then lurched on. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So when will you be moving to Castine?
In about 3 weeks.
That soon? She'd barely have time to adjust to the idea of him living nearby. That seems fast. She tried for a conversational tone despite the anxiety thrumming through her veins.
It is, but Rob's in a bind. The sooner I can take Dad, the better.
She gripped her brush tighter. Won't teaching be a huge change for you?
To some degree, but I've been an instructor for a few classes in the Navy, and I enjoyed it. This job will also let me stay close to the sea, which is a plus.
You'll have a lot to coordinate in a very short window.
I know, but I had quite a bit of leave accumulated, so I'm taking a month off while they process my discharge. And I already found a 2-bedroom cottage that will be perfect for Dad and me. I signed the papers yesterday.
It sounds like you have everything under control.
Logistically, yes. Dealing with my father? His brow bunched. That's another story.
He's had to make some major lifestyle changes. Maybe he just needs time.
Time I can give him, but I'm not sure that's all it will take.
He glanced at his watch and pushed off from the wall.
I have to go. It's a long drive to Boston, but I'll be back soon, and I was hoping you might have dinner with me to celebrate my new job.
He gave her the smile that had once filled her heart with light and hope and promise. But that was then. This was now. And she wasn't the starry-eyed bride-to-be she'd been 12 years ago. She swiped a random spot of paint off her easel with a rag and shook her head. I don't think that's a good idea. A few beats passed.
I guess I'm not surprised, but it was worth asking. And I can't promise I won't try again.
My answer will be the same.
Maybe you'll change your mind.
Don't count on it.
The guy can hope anyway.
He hitched up one side of his mouth.
I'm sorry about interrupting your work. I'll let myself out.
Safe travels. As he disappeared through the door, shutting it behind him with a soft click, Maggie let out a slow breath. No way was she going to change her mind about his celebratory dinner invitation, for one very simple reason. She wasn't at all sure there was anything to celebrate. Chapter 4. Heaving a weary sigh, Jake flexed the muscles in his shoulders, then reached for a photo album on the shelf in Mom's closet. Thankfully, Rob hadn't been called back to Atlanta for an unexpected job interview until all of the big items at the house had been dealt with. Only a couple of closets remained. But it was slower and more difficult going it alone than he'd expected. Even though he hadn't lived in this small house or his hometown for many years, the process of cutting his ties with such finality left an empty feeling in the pit of his stomach. He opened the album, page through, lingering over the photos Mom had tucked inside with such love. A shot of him, flanked by his parents at high school graduation, their eyes shining with pride. Other pictures of his dad teaching him to ride a bike and pitch a baseball. Scenes from back in the days when they'd all lived here together under this roof, happy and content. The days when he and his dad were not only father and son, but friends. He fingered the edge of a photo, throat constricting. Dad might not think his younger son cared about him anymore, given the long intervals between his visits, but he still loved him as much as he always had despite his father's opinionated views and stubborn disposition. At least his mom hadn't let his decision to walk away from Maggie interfere with her love for him. She may not have agreed with his choice either, but she'd been far less vocal about it than Dad. And truth be told, they'd both been right. A man of honor didn't walk away from the woman he professed to love, especially in her time of greatest need. As he'd come to realize with the passage of years, it had been a selfish choice, fueled by fear and immaturity. Maybe he'd have admitted his mistake if his father's attitude had softened a little. And maybe his father would have softened over time if the son who disappointed him had admitted his mistake. Instead, it had become a standoff. One they'd have to address soon if they were going to live together with any semblance of harmony. But dwelling on past mistakes and challenges to come wasn't going to help him finish today's job. Jake pulled another dusty box from Mom's closet, frowned at his name written on top in her neat, careful hand. He opened the lid and sifted through the contents, throat tightening. She'd saved every letter he'd written, as well as every clipping he'd sent. That was so like Mom, sentimental to the core. He blinked to clear the film of moisture from his eyes. It wasn't likely his dad had saved the occasional letter he'd written after Mom died, if he'd even opened them. The patriarch of the family had made no effort to... He froze as the clipping announcing his promotion to lieutenant 2 years before registered. Mom couldn't have put that in here. He sifted through the contents near the top of the box. The article about the special commendation he'd received last year hadn't been saved by her either. Which left only one possibility. His father had not only opened his letters, but saved them, meaning he must still care deep inside. Spirits lifting, Jake worked his way through the remaining boxes, then made one more circuit of the house to ensure that none of the furnishings had gone untagged. Most items were to be sold. A few were to be shipped to his cottage in Maine, a few to Rob. Everything seemed to be in order. Inventory of the house completed, he stepped into the garage and glanced around. There wasn't much of value out here, certainly nothing he planned to take to Maine. Unless... His gaze lingered on the boxes containing his father's woodworking tools. Rob had said they'd gone unused since Mom's death. But why not hang on to them in case Dad decided to take up his hobby again once he settled into life in Maine? After changing the disposition instructions on the tools, he headed back inside. Time for one last walkthrough. He almost missed the fireproof box stored in the far corner of the closet in his parents' bedroom, under the eaves. Would have missed it if he hadn't lingered over a few of Mom's favorite clothing items that Dad had kept, pausing to lift a sleeve and inhale the faint hint of Mom's perfume that still clung to them. After retrieving the box, he frowned at the label on top, written in his mother's hand. Important documents. Strange. As far as he knew, he and Rob had already located and dealt with all the so-called important documents. But the mystery was solved a moment later when he opened the lid. This was vintage Mom. A woman whose definition of important documents wasn't confined to house titles and insurance policies and car registrations. One by one, he withdrew the items. Her own mother's handwritten recipe for apple pie, a poem she'd clipped from the newspaper about taking time to enjoy a quiet summer night, his kindergarten diploma, an embossed copy of the 23rd Psalm given to her on her wedding day by her father. These sentimental items were his mother's real treasures. These documents, not expensive rings or necklaces, had been her jewels. He continued to sift through the contents until he came to the last item, a single sheet of yellowed paper that brought back a rush of memories from a hot summer day more than a quarter of a century before. The document contained few words, but as he scanned them, the deep feelings that had prompted them came flooding back with bittersweet intensity. It had been a long time since this piece of paper had seen the light of day. But perhaps, God willing, its time would come again. 3 weeks later, Jake pushed through the door of Whispering Sales to find an unfamiliar woman behind the desk. Blast! After the hectic and emotionally taxing interlude since he'd left Maine, plus today's long drive up from Boston, he should have gone straight to his cottage in Castine and contacted Maggie tomorrow. This had been a wasted detour. Unless... could she be somewhere on site? The woman offered him a pleasant smile as he approached. "May I help you?" "I was hoping to see Maggie. Is she here?" The woman shook her head. "No, I'm sorry. Is there something I can assist you with?" "No, I should have called first to make sure she was available." Indecision flashed in the woman's eyes. "Are you a friend of hers?" "Yes." Maggie might not agree, but from his perspective, the statement was true. "In that case, I guess it's okay to tell you what happened. Allison was in a car accident, and Maggie's at the hospital." Jake's pulse skittered. "How badly is she hurt?" "I don't know. Maggie got the call about 2 hours ago, and I haven't heard from her yet." "Where's the hospital?" The woman gave him directions, and less than a minute later he pulled out of the driveway in a spray of gravel, his foot heavy on the gas pedal as he ignored the speed signs posted along the route. When he reached the hospital, he swung into a parking spot near the ER and strode inside, scanned the waiting room. No sign of Maggie. "Sir, may I help you?" He glanced at the woman behind the intake desk. "I'm looking for Maggie Fitzgerald. Her niece, Allison Foster, was brought in some time ago. A car accident." "Oh, yes. Miss Fitzgerald is waiting in one of the treatment rooms." She inclined her head to the left, behind the closed door that separated the desk from the waiting room. "May I go back?" "Are you family?" He hesitated. Saying no would leave him cooling his heels out here. Saying yes was sort of a half-truth. After all, they could have been family if he'd done the right thing 12 years ago. That had to count for something. "Yes." Happily, the woman accepted his answer at face value, pressed a button, and the access door swooshed open. "She's in room 6. "Thanks." He strode down the hall, checking door numbers as he went. But in the end, he didn't need the room number. Maggie came into sight as he approached the end of the hall, a lone figure huddled in one corner of the sterile space, hunched into herself, anxiety radiating from her in waves. Jake's gut clenched, his step slowing. How many of these kinds of crises had she endured alone, without even the reassuring clasp of a warm hand for comfort? Probably quite a few. Not that she wasn't capable of handling emergencies alone. Of course she was. If she hadn't been, she couldn't have survived the past 12 years. But that didn't mean she had to today. As a surge of protectiveness swept over him, he fisted his hands and picked up his pace. A moment later, Maggie lifted her head, blinked as he approached, confusion clouding the green depths of her eyes. "Jake? What are you doing here?" "I stopped by Whispering Sales, and the woman on duty told me you were here." "What happened?" He took the seat beside her, reached for her cold hand. She didn't protest. "Some guy ran a stop sign and rammed Allison's car on the passenger side. He walked away, but her head hit the window. She was still unconscious when they brought her in. They haven't told me anything yet. Her voice choked and she dipped her chin.
I'm so sorry.
Not nearly adequate, when what he wanted to do was pull her into his arms and hold her, tell her he'd stick with her through this. But he hadn't done that 12 years ago, so why should she believe him now? If he wanted to rebuild a relationship with her, there was a ton of trust to reestablish. And more, that's what he wanted. Whatever had brought them together again. Fate, serendipity, a higher power. He didn't intend to let this opportunity slip through his fingers without exploring the possibilities. She pulled a tissue from her pocket, dabbed at her eyes, straightened her shoulders. I appreciate your support, but we'll get through this. The girls and I are like the Three Musketeers. We're always there for each other, and— Miss Fitzgerald? A woman in a white coat spoke from the doorway. Maggie sprang to her feet. Yes. The woman held out her hand. I'm Dr. Jackson. This is Jake West. Maggie shook the woman's hand and motioned to him. He's a friend of the family. After he gave the physician's fingers a quick squeeze, she shifted her attention back to Maggie. They're finishing up with Allison an X-ray, but bottom line, she has a concussion and a bruised shoulder. She was lucky the other driver hit the passenger side of the car. Because she lost consciousness, we'd like to keep her overnight for observation, but she should be fine. Maggie closed her eyes as a shudder rippled over her. Thank God. Would you like me to take you back to her? We're just waiting for a room to be assigned. Yes, please. Jake touched her arm.
I'll hang out in the ER waiting room for a while. I'd like to know how she's doing before you head home.
Maggie's brow pleated. I could call you.
I'd rather wait for in-person news.
Why? He hesitated. If he told her the truth, that he cared about her and wanted to show support, she'd probably back off. So he kept it simple.
I want to.
I'm not sure how long I'll be.
I'm in no hurry.
Before she could argue further, he exited the room and strode back to the main waiting area, prepared to settle in for an extended duration. Responding to emails would be a profitable use of his time. But the wait was far shorter than he'd anticipated. Less than 30 minutes later, Maggie came through the door.
Is everything all right?
He pocketed his phone and rose. Yes. Allison's settled now, and she told me to go home and get some rest.
Excellent advice. You look done in.
It's been a long day. She brushed a few strands of hair back from her face with unsteady fingers. He frowned. A shaky, stressed-out woman driving the back roads of Maine in the dark wasn't a good idea.
Why don't you let me take you home?
She shot him a startled look. Why?
It might be safer, after the day you've had.
She brushed that aside as she dug through her purse for her car keys. I've learned to muscle through. She pulled out her keys and promptly dropped them. Looked at her shaky fingers as he bent to retrieve the fob.
Please reconsider.
He handed her back the keys. He'd push if he had to, but it would be best if she made the smart choice without prodding. Indecision flashed in her eyes. She might not want to accept his offer, but she had to know it was the prudent option. What about my car?
Leave it here. I'll bring you back tomorrow to pick up Allison.
No, she shook her head. That's too much trouble. I couldn't let you do that. He called up his most cajoling smile.
Look at it this way. Mom always taught me to do at least one good deed a day. If you cooperate, I can count this for today.
A beat passed as she hugged her shoulder purse to her chest. I'm going to be honest, okay? I don't want to be in your debt. Oh, that hurt, but she had every right to be wary and keep her distance.
This is a no-strings offer.
She clutched her bag tighter. I always repay favors. Brain working at warp speed, he tried to come up with an idea that would let her repay the favor in a way that made her comfortable. Arrived at the perfect solution in a bolt of insight.
If you feel you have to do something in return, you could go with me to pick up Dad at the airport next week. A familiar face might help smooth over what's sure to be a rocky beginning. You always had a special place in his heart, and seeing you would be the best welcome he could get.
As close as she'd been to his parents, it would be hard for her to turn down that request. A conclusion verified by the sudden conflict in her eyes. She examined her shaky fingers again, bit her lip, sighed. Okay, I can do that. Yes. Then let's go home. He took her arm as they left the ER, and for a moment she allowed his touch. But then she eased free. Fair enough. He'd have to take this one small step at a time. Fortunately, military life had taught him the importance of patience and strategy, both of which would come in handy in the weeks and months ahead as he launched a campaign to win back the only woman he'd ever loved. Well, this is it. Maggie sent Jake a quick glance as they waited near the security gate at the airport. His posture was stiff, almost as if he was bracing for a blow, and brackets of tension bookended his mouth. This reunion could be super uncomfortable to witness. But at least she and Jake's father had always had a solid relationship. Perhaps her presence would smooth the waters, as Jake had suggested. A few moments later, she spotted Howard West in the crowd of passengers emerging from the secure area. Or was that Jake's father? She peered at the frail figure trudging their direction. His face was familiar, but the weary slump of his shoulders and his delicate appearance bore little resemblance to the robust man she remembered. He's changed. Maggie swallowed past the lump in her throat. I know. He started to decline after Mom died. The heart attack accelerated the trend. I guess I should have expected something like this based on what you've told me, but somehow I never thought he'd look so fragile and lost. It's sad, isn't it? He should have made a better recovery from the heart attack, but after Mom died, he lost interest in most of the things he used to enjoy. The heart attack was the final straw. He just sort of gave up on life, and every time I see him, he looks more feeble. It's hard to accept sometimes. He was always so strong. His voice hitched, and for a moment Maggie was tempted to take his hand, comfort him, but she refrained. No sense stoking whatever fire he might be trying to reignite. Howard looked up, paused when he picked Jake out of the crowd, his eyes so cool that Maggie could feel the chill in her bones. His mouth tightened into a stubborn line, and he lifted his chin, defiance emanating from him as the two men regarded each other across a distance that was more than physical. When the standoff continued, Maggie took a step forward, raised a hand, and smiled at Howard. Jake's father shifted his attention to her, and when her identity registered, his glacial stare melted, the line of his lips softened, and he moved forward again, his focus on her. Hi, Pop, she used her pet term of endearment for him as he drew close. Maggie, he held out his arms. Nobody's called me that in years. Aren't you going to give this old man a hug? She stepped into his embrace, and his arms closed around her, pulled her against his shockingly thin frame. Good heavens! There wasn't an ounce of fat on his once hard body. When they drew apart at last, he kept a firm grip on her hands, a telltale sheen in his eyes. Doing her best to hide her distress, she forced up the corners of her mouth. Surprise! Indeed it is. You look wonderful, Maggie girl. A sight for sore eyes. I heard you were here, but I didn't expect you to come and meet me. I'm glad you did, though. It does a body good to see a friendly face in a strange place. Ouch. She gave Jake a surreptitious peek. His expression was grim. Clearly, the gulf between the two of them was as wide as he'd indicated. Hello, Dad. Howard shifted his attention to Jake and spoke in a flat voice. Hello. Did you have a good trip? It was bumpy and long. Then let's get your luggage and go home so you can rest. I don't need to rest. Before Jake could respond, Maggie tucked her arm in Howard's and began walking toward the luggage carousels. You're a better traveler than me, then. I'm always tired after a long plane trip, and Atlanta to Maine qualifies as long in my book.
Well, I might be a little tired.
Maybe you should consider a short nap later.
Maybe I will.
The conversation between her and Howard flowed, and his eyes even took on their old sparkle a couple of times during the drive. But it was obvious he was doing his best to ignore his son. Though she tried several times to draw Jake into the conversation, Howard would have none of it. When Jake pulled into the parking lot of Whispering Sales, Howard leaned forward from the back seat.
Is this your place, Maggie?
Yes. And the bank's.
Well, it's mighty pretty. A wonderful view, too.
Thanks, Pop. It's been our home for a long time now. We love it here.
I can see why. What's that over there?
He pointed to the small structure of weathered clapboard about 50 yards from the house. That's the cottage we rent out. It's roomier and more private than the house. Some of our guests come back and stay there every year. I'll give you a tour of the place soon if you'd like.
I'd like that very much. It would give me something pleasant to look forward to.
Meaning that spending time with his son didn't fall into the pleasant category. A muscle ticked in Jake's cheek, but he remained silent. She reached back and clasped Howard's fingers. You take care of yourself. He held on to her hand as if it was a lifeline, the strength of his grip surprising her.
You'll follow through on that tour, won't you, Maggie?
Pressure built in her throat at the plea in his eyes. Though cutting ties with Jake's parents had been painful, at the time it had seemed the best way to preserve her sanity and start a new life. But she'd never stopped missing them. Of course. Because she was more than willing to do what she could to ease the difficult transition for this man who had lost not only his wife, but his health, his home, and now his independence. Give me a call once you're settled and we'll have lunch.
That would be wonderful.
A light sparked in his eyes, and then he released her hand.
I'll walk Maggie to the door, Dad.
Jake started to slide from behind the wheel. I'm fine, Jake. Stay with your dad.
I insist. At least some of your good manners stuck with you.
At the muttered comment from the back seat, Jake exhaled and got out of the car. Maggie stepped out of the car and met him at the path to the house. I see what you mean about the animosity. She kept her voice low as they walked toward the front door.
And it's not apt to improve any time soon, I'm afraid.
He paused when they reached the porch and turned toward her.
Thanks for going today. I think it was helpful for Dad to see a friendly face, as he said. Mine didn't qualify.
There was a touch of bitterness and despair in Jake's voice, and while she had her own unresolved issues with him, it was hard not to feel compassion for his plight. I'm sure things will improve in time.
I wish I had your confidence, but I think that could take a miracle.
They do happen.
Hold that thought. Goodbye, Maggie.
She watched as he walked back to the car, opened the front passenger door, and motioned toward the front seat as he spoke to his father. But Howard remained in the back. Finally, Jake returned to the driver's side, started the car, and drove off. Playing chauffeur to a father who didn't even want to sit in the front seat with him. Shaking her head, she entered the inn. Jake was right. A reconciliation between those two men could very well take a miracle. Chapter 5. At a loud clatter from the kitchen, Jake pried open his eyes. Even after all his years in the Navy, living by rigid timetables that often included unmercifully early reveille, getting up at the crack of dawn had never become easier. He fumbled for his phone on the nightstand, squinted at the screen. Oh, 8 o'clock didn't quite qualify as the crack of dawn, but it was still too early to get up on a Sunday morning. Just as he started to drift back to sleep, another pot banged in the kitchen. He groaned. So much for any hope of more shut-eye. But this was out of pattern. While Dad was an early riser, until today he'd been quiet during his dawn forays to the kitchen. However, Dad was clearly in no mood to humor him this morning. With a resigned sigh, Jake swung his feet to the floor. On the bright side, they hadn't come to blows yet. But why would they, when they'd barely spoken since becoming housemates? Hard as he'd tried to engage his dad in conversation, all he'd gotten in response was monosyllables or grunts. Another clank from the kitchen. Jake rolled his eyes and stood. For whatever reason, Dad appeared to be in a worse mood than usual today. He pulled on his jeans, finger-combed his hair. May as well find out what was up, though he'd wager it had something to do with him. He padded barefoot toward the kitchen, pausing on the threshold to survey the room. Judging by the toast crumbs on the table and the almost empty mug on the counter, his father had already eaten breakfast. A crusty oatmeal pot added to the unappetizing mess. Jake jammed his hands into his pockets and took a deep breath.
"I would have made breakfast for you, Dad. I might starve waiting for you to get up."
Jake fisted his hands, trying to maintain a pleasant, civil tone.
"I spent a lot of years in the Navy getting up early. I like to sleep in when I can. I'll be on my new job in less than a month, back to a regular schedule. I'm enjoying this while I can."
His father gave him a disparaging once-over.
"It doesn't look to me like you plan to go to church today."
Ah, that explained why his father was wearing a tie. And no, church hadn't been on his agenda for this morning, nor had it been for a long time. However, while the practice of his faith had lapsed, it was still very much a part of his father's routine.
"Give me a few minutes to get dressed."
He turned on his heel and retreated down the hall.
"What time are the services?"
He ignored the called-out question because he didn't have a clue. Maggie would, though. With her strong faith, she would have raised the girls to be weekly churchgoers. No doubt there was a church near Castine, but if he went to Maggie's church, he'd have an opportunity to see her again. That alone would make the drive worthwhile. Unless she'd already left. He reached for his phone and called the inn, since she hadn't yet shared her cell number. Abby answered, and though Maggie was in the shower, her niece was more than happy to pass on information about their church. When he reappeared in the kitchen 15 minutes later, in a navy blue blazer and striped tie over khaki slacks, his father had cleaned up the kitchen and was sitting at the table reading the paper. He looked up and gave him a quick head-to-toe, and for the briefest second, Jake could have sworn he saw a flash of approval in his father's eyes. But it was gone so fast he couldn't be sure.
"What time are the services?"
His dad took a sip of coffee.
10 o'clock. "When do you want to leave?"
9:30 should be fine. I'm going to have breakfast first." His father perused the paper as Jake toasted a bagel and poured a mug of coffee. Except for the rustle, as Dad turned the pages, the house was quiet. Fine by him. The past few days had been stressful and draining, and he was tired. If Dad didn't want to talk, he wasn't going to waste any more effort trying to start a conversation. The drive to church also passed in strained silence. But at the sight of Maggie in front of the main door, some of the tension in his shoulders eased. He parked, and as they approached the entrance, she smiled. "Hello, Pop. Hi, Jake. Abby told me you were coming today, and I thought I'd wait for you out here. A welcoming committee of one."
"Maggie, you're a sight for sore eyes."
Dad's tone was warm, and for the first time since the day they'd picked him up at the airport, he smiled. Gone was the cold, prickly, judgmental man who shared his house. In his place was a congenial stranger, easygoing and good-natured. He seemed like the kind of person who could get along with anybody. Anybody but his younger son, that is. "How have you been, Pop?" He shrugged.
"Kind of hard to adjust to a new place. I'm looking forward to that lunch and tour you promised me, though."
"Would tomorrow work?"
"Fine by me."
"Would you like to come too, Jake?" Her tone was polite, but some of the warmth had faded from her voice. Much as he'd like to grab any excuse to spend more time with her, his presence would ruin the treat for his father.
"I'm afraid I can't. I have to go over to school and get some things squared away."
"I understand. The hint of relief in her tone was more than a bit discouraging. But it wasn't surprising. She'd done nothing to encourage his attention in the week since their unexpected encounter at the B&B. While she was polite, pleasant, and civil, there was a clear no trespassing sign on her heart. Maggie took his dad's arm and led him into the church. Jake fell in behind. Interesting how his father stood up straighter and walked with more purpose in Maggie's presence. It was obvious she was good for him. His step faltered for a moment as a disconcerting notion hit him smack in the face. Could that be why their paths had crossed? Not because the two of them were destined to renew a failed romance, but because Maggie could help his dad? That was a sobering thought, and it was one he mulled over throughout the service without coming to a satisfactory conclusion. When the last hymn wound down, Maggie accompanied them outside. As they paused in front, he tamped down his sudden panic. In a moment, she'd say goodbye. But returning to the silent, tension-filled house with his father held zero appeal. Maybe he could at least converse with her for a few minutes, delay the inevitable.
Where are the girls today?
He pulled out his keys. Minding the store. We take turns going to services on Sunday. What time would you like me to pick you up tomorrow, Pop? We don't take guests on Sunday night, so my Monday mornings are free.
I'll drop Dad off, Maggie. It'll save you a trip.
I don't mind picking him up.
Why don't you bring him home instead? I'll be at school most of the afternoon.
Fine. Does 10 o'clock work for you, Pop?
The sooner the better as far as I'm concerned.
I'll see you tomorrow then. As she reached over to give his father a hug, a subtle floral scent teased Jake's nose. Nothing dramatic or sophisticated, just refreshing and filled with the promise of spring. Also, very, very appealing. But though she was a mere whisper away, Maggie was as distant as some of the exotic locales he'd visited in the service. Goodbye, Jake. She looked his way as she stepped out of his father's embrace, and a sudden sizzle of electricity arced between them. Whoa! Had she felt that too?
See you tomorrow, Maggie.
Dad beamed her direction.
I'm looking forward to it.
It took her a moment to break eye contact, and the turbulence in her green irises suggested she'd felt something. Me too. Then she turned and walked away, fast, as if she was running away. Which made sense. If she had felt the sizzle, she wouldn't be happy. She didn't want to feel anything for him. He got that. Yet while the emotional ties that had once bound them might be tattered, the chemistry still seemed to be intact.
She was always a real special girl.
His dad watched her disappear around the corner of the church.
It sure is nice to see that some things never change.
Jake glanced at his father. But for once, Dad's remark didn't seem to be directed at him. His eyes were thoughtful, sad even, as he looked into the distance after Maggie. Maybe he was thinking of all the things that had changed in his life these past few years. Death, illness, loss of independence. They'd all taken a toll. Maggie had dealt with a host of changes through the years, too. And change had been part of his own world as well. In fact, in the years since he and Maggie had parted and he and his father had become estranged, he'd changed for the better. The challenge was to convince these two very special people of that.
This sure is a wonderful place, Maggie.
Howard paused in the foyer as they finished their tour of Whispering Sails.
And you did all this yourself?
All the decorating, plus a lot of the minor renovations. YouTube videos are a godsend. Plumbing, wallpapering, electrical repairs, carpentry, it's all there. Howard shook his head.
I would never have believed it. I don't recall you ever showing an interest in that kind of thing years ago.
Well, as the old saying goes, necessity is the mother of invention. It's amazing what you can do when you have to. And DIY is a whole lot cheaper than paying someone to do things you can learn to do yourself. Would you like to take a quick look around town before we have lunch?
Sure.
By the time Maggie pulled up in front of Jake's cottage to drop Howard off after their town tour and lunch, it was nearly 3 o'clock.
Why don't you come in and have a cup of coffee?
Howard turned to her.
Jake won't be back yet.
Maggie hesitated, but it was obvious he was reluctant to see their outing come to an end. If only he and Jake could reach some understanding. This rift had to be hard on both of them. But as long as she didn't have to worry about running into Jake, she could spare a little more time for the lonely older man whose life had been turned upside down. And maybe she could find some words that would help two strong-willed men bridge the gap between them. All right, for a few minutes. Half an hour later, sitting at the kitchen table with Howard, Maggie broached the touchy subject of the father-son relationship, keeping her tone conversational. So how have you and Jake been getting along? Howard's only response was a wry face and a shrug. After taking a sip of her coffee, she wrapped her hands around her mug and chose her words with care. You know, Pop, life would be more pleasant if you and he could come to an understanding. He stared into the black depths of his Java, his expression stoic.
I doubt that will happen.
I'm sorry to hear that. And you know what? It makes me feel guilty. Because the rift between you two is my fault. He lifted his head, gave it a firm shake.
That's not true. Not anymore. Jake's decision to walk out on you did start everything. What kind of man would do a thing like that? I thought I raised him better.
He sighed.
But then everything went downhill in general.
What else happened? Jake had offered his take, but it would be helpful to hear Howard's too.
After I made my feelings clear about what he did to you, because I was never one to mince words, as you know, he quit coming around. Oh, once in a while on leave he'd show up for a few days, more for his mother's sake than mine, and she loved those visits. But he should have come home more often. She was always sad he didn't.
Do you think maybe he felt unwanted because he knew you were disappointed in him? His jaw firmed.
I think it was more because we reminded him of something he was ashamed of. Even when Clara was sick, we didn't see much of him. Not till the end. Barely made it home before she died, in fact. That wasn't right.
Where was he at the time, Pop?
Japan.
That's pretty far away. She let that sink in for a minute. I don't suppose the Navy would have looked kindly on too many trips home from far-flung places. Howard narrowed his eyes.
Seems strange, you defending him, Maggie, after what he did to you.
She took a sip of her coffee. It was a long time ago, Pop. We were different people then. It was a very tough road for a long time, but eventually I was able to leave the past behind and move on.
I'm glad to hear that. And I can see you've made a nice life for yourself. But, well, I hope you won't think I'm being too nosy. I just wondered how you feel about living this close to Jake again after all these years.
Tough question. One she'd been asking herself for weeks. And it was a question that became even harder to answer after yesterday, when one sizzling look from Jake had not only sent her blood pressure skyrocketing, but made her feel as shaky as a newborn colt. Which was crazy. She'd long ago relegated their relationship to history. So how weird was it that the powerful chemistry between them hadn't died after all? It had simply lain dormant and undiminished. And that was super unsettling. I don't know, Pop. She stood and picked up their empty mugs. I'm still trying to sort it out. She deposited the mugs in the sink and turned on the faucet. I suppose I'm still in... She paused and peered down. Did you know your sink isn't draining too well? He rose and joined her.
Yes, we called the owner, but he hasn't done anything about it yet. Jake tried boiling water in a sink plunger and a couple of other home remedies, but nothing worked.
This could back up any time. Let me take a quick look in the garage. There might be a few tools. Howard showed her the way, but after poking around among the boxes Jake had shipped from his father's house, she gave up. I don't see anything. I have a wrench in the... She leaned close to examine a label on a box. Do you still do woodworking?
Not since Claire died.
He moved closer and frowned at the box.
Can't imagine why Jake brought all that stuff. Guess I ought to look around and see what else he dragged up here.
He surveyed the small accumulation of boxes, and his shoulders sagged.
Not much to show for a lifetime, is it? A couple dozen boxes of junk.
Pressure built behind Maggie's eyes, and she reached over and touched his arm. Pop, you know the important things aren't in boxes. They're here. She laid her hand on her heart. He sighed.
You sound like Clara. But I haven't done too well on that score either, I guess. At least not with Jake.
It's never too late. A slight smile bowed his lips.
Claire always said that, too.
Then he propped his hands on his hips.
But the top priority right now is the clogged-up sink.
I have some tools in the car. Let me run out and get them. 5 minutes later, Maggie was wedged under the sink, Howard standing over her. Can you hand me the pipe wrench? That's the big one. Her voice bounced back at her, muffled in the confined space. He rummaged around in her toolbox and passed it to her.
Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Absolutely. I promise you will not have Niagara Falls in this house. Do you think you could round up a few rags or old towels? Also a pot. Whatever water is in here will run out when I loosen the slip nuts and take off the P-trap.
I think I saw some out in the garage. I'll check.
Maggie shifted into a more comfortable position as she waited for him, testing the slip nuts to see how hard it would be to get them off. Doing a plumbing fix wasn't how she'd planned this outing to end, but based on her conversation with Howard over coffee, fixing a clogged drain was a whole lot easier than trying to fix the broken relationship in this house. Maggie was still here. Jake smiled as he pulled into the driveway, past her car parked in front of the cottage. This was an unexpected and pleasant surprise. However his father had convinced her to linger, he owed him. Just seeing her would brighten his otherwise mundane day. Since the garage was still full of boxes, he stopped in the driveway, set the brake, and entered the house through the front door. Instead of the sound of conversation, silence greeted him. Odd. Maybe Dad and Maggie were on the back deck. It was a perfect day to be outside. He strode through the living room toward the kitchen, but came to an abrupt halt when he reached the threshold. What in the world? A pair of long feminine legs and skinny black slacks extended out from under his sink. Pop, could you hold the flashlight for me? It's pretty dark under here. And hand me the rags. I think the wrench did the trick. The slip nuts are starting to give. Maggie was working on his plumbing? The woman who hadn't known a flathead screwdriver from a Phillips years ago? Still processing this bizarre turn of events, Jake walked over to the sink, sorted through the items in the unfamiliar toolbox on the counter, and withdrew a flashlight. He clicked it on, then dropped down to balance on the balls of his feet as he pointed it at the trap under the sink.
Sorry, I don't have any rags.
Maggie's eyes widened and she jolted upright, whacked her forehead on the pipe in the process. Ouch! She clapped her hand to her head and let the wrench drop. Jake gritted his teeth. Surprising her hadn't been his smartest move. Biting back a word that wasn't pretty, he reached under the sink and gently tugged her into the open until she sat on the floor in front of him, head bowed. Oh, I can't believe I did that. Huffing out a breath, she rubbed her forehead.
After all the sinks I've been under, to pull a stupid stunt like that was... It was my fault. I shouldn't have startled you. Let me check the damage. He pried her fingers off her forehead and frowned at the rising lump. This needs ice. He rose, reached for her hand, and drew her to her feet. Then he guided her to a chair. Sit tight. What were you doing under there anyway? He crossed to the refrigerator and pulled the freezer door open. Pop said it was clogged. I was checking it out when you walked in. I found some rags, Maggie. They were right where... Howard stopped at the garage door, worry etching his features. What happened? I hit my head. No big deal. Maggie waved aside his concern. Jake is fixing me an ice pack. I knew I shouldn't have let you tackle the sink. Don't be silly, Pop. I do this kind of stuff all the time at home. Jake handed her the homemade ice pack, ice cubes in a plastic bag wrapped in a dish towel. Not super sophisticated, but it should get the job done. Thanks. She clamped it against her head, wincing as the cold made contact with her tender skin. I think. We seem to be in short supply when it comes to tools around here, but if you'll let me borrow a couple of these, I'll fix the drain. Jake motioned to her toolbox. Are you sure? I'm pretty good at this, and I don't mind finishing up. Let Jake do it. Howard folded his arms. He should have done it in the first place anyway. A retort sprang to Jake's lips, but he suppressed it. Why create more ire when the house was filled with it already? Maggie looked between the two of them and stood. Well, if you're willing to take over, I'll say goodbye. We have a full house tonight, and I need to be on hand to greet the guests. I'll bring the tools back in a day or so. Jake followed her to the door. No rush. Hopefully I won't need them again soon. She turned and smiled at his father, who'd followed them into the living room. Goodbye, Howard. Goodbye, Maggie. Thank you for the tour and the lunch. It was real nice. You're very welcome. I enjoyed our outing, too. I'll walk Maggie out, Dad. For a moment, Jake thought she was going to protest, but in the end, she shrugged. I can find my way, but suit yourself. He fell in beside her as she headed for her car, the whistled peep of a piping plover the only sound in the still air. A plaintive chirp the bird often used during courtship. Appropriate, since courtship was on his mind, too. How could it not be, with her nearness boosting his pulse into the stratosphere? Was she remembering as he was all the times he'd held her in his arms, caressed her face, claimed her lips? Hard to tell from her neutral expression. But it was becoming clearer to him by the day that his happiest memories, his times of greatest contentment, were linked with this woman he'd abandoned at her time of greatest need. A huge hurdle to overcome and atone for. I'll hang on to the ice bag if that's all right. Maggie interrupted his thoughts when they reached the car. He opened her door. Such as it is. And thanks for taking time for Dad today. I know he appreciated it. It was no effort. He's a good man. He's just dealing with a lot right now. I know. I wish I could make it easier for him. But whenever I try to open a dialogue, he shuts me out. He sighed, glanced back toward the cottage. I thought once we were living under the same roof, he might come around, but I'm beginning to lose hope. Give it some time. There's been distance between the two of you for years. You need to get to know each other again before you can feel comfortable together. Does that apply to us, too? The words spilled out before he could stop them. She eased back a step. You and I aren't enemies. Does that mean we're friends? Faint pleats appeared on her forehead. I don't know. To be honest, I'm still feeling my way with this whole thing. And there's time to sort it out. Unless you plan to pull another sudden disappearing act. He deserved that. I'm in for the duration. Since this subject wasn't creating a warm and fuzzy feeling, he switched topics. You've done wonders to perk up Dad's spirits, by the way. What's your secret? I don't know.
but maybe I should bottle it. Call it Dr. Maggie's Elixir." She offered him a strained smile. "See you later, Jake." She slid into the car, started the engine, and drove away without a backward look. Jake waited until her car disappeared from view, then slowly walked back to the house. His father met him at the door.
"She going to be all right? That was a nasty bump."
"She'll be fine, Dad." Physically. Emotionally, he wasn't so sure. About either of them. Chapter 6. Great. Just great. Maggie stared down in disgust at the flat tire. Of course, this couldn't have happened in town. That would be too easy. It had to go flat in the middle of nowhere, like an isolated spot on the remote Cape Rosier Loop. A drop of water splashed onto her cheek and she closed her eyes, sighed. Now it was raining, naturally, and it only made sense that the air would take a turn toward the chilly side as well. Oh, she scowled at the darkening sky. What had happened to the warm sun and golden light she'd had earlier while she was painting, and which had been forecast to last the entire day? The meteorologists had made a bad call on this one. She propped her hands on her hips. Since the chances of getting cell reception or of anyone appearing along this stretch of deserted road were minuscule, she had two options: walking 2 or 3 miles until she found a house, or change the tire herself. She groped in her pocket for a tissue as a sneeze crept up on her. On top of everything else, she seemed to be coming down with a bug of some kind. What else could go wrong today? She slid back behind the wheel, checked her cell to verify there was no signal, and rubbed her forehead, avoiding the bruised spot on her temple that was a souvenir of her plumbing adventure the week before. She hadn't seen Jake since then, although Howard had called once in the middle of the week, claiming he wanted to see how she was. But unless her instincts were off, his call had been more about loneliness than follow-up. How sad for the two men to share a house, yet be so alone. They needed a breakthrough of some sort. But that was a problem for another day. Right now, a flat tire needed to be changed, and there was no one to do the job but her. Heaving a sigh, she got out of the car and opened the trunk, gave the spare and the jack a doubtful scan. She'd changed a tire before, once, long ago, in a basic car maintenance class she'd taken, under the watchful eye of the instructor. The procedure was a bit hazy after all this time, but it would come back to her. The task wasn't rocket science after all. Maggie removed the spare tire without too much difficulty, then got down on her hands and knees to look under the car. Where exactly was she supposed to position the jack? Somewhere near the flat tire, that much she remembered. Under the frame, right? A sturdy area that...
"Finding you under things with tools in hand is starting to become a habit."
As Jake's familiar, amused voice spoke behind her, she straightened up and stared at him. "What are you doing here?"
"I could ask you the same."
"At the moment, I'm changing a tire."
"I can see that. What I meant was, what are you doing on this road? It's very isolated."
"I come here to paint. There are lovely coves out this way." Another sneeze sneaked up on her, and she reached into the pocket of her jeans for more tissues. Her nose was starting to turn into a faucet. Jake cocked his head, brow knitting.
"Are you sick?"
She wiped her nose and shook her head. "Of course not. I never get sick." Instead of responding, he reached down and placed a cool palm against her forehead. The furrows on his forehead deepened.
"You're hot."
"Thanks for the compliment, but I'll bet you say that to all the girls." She tried for a flippant tone to disguise the havoc his touch had wreaked on her metabolism. Stood. He didn't seem amused.
"I'm serious, Maggie. You have a fever."
"No, I don't. I'm fine." She walked around him toward the trunk. He followed. As she started to reach for the jack, his hand shot out to restrain her. "You're not fine, and standing out here in the drizzle isn't going to help matters. Why don't you wait in my car while I change your tire?" "I can handle it." She tugged her arm free and pulled out the jack. "I'm sure you can, based on everything I've seen since I came to Maine. But just accept the help, okay? It's not personal. I would have stopped no matter who it was." She wavered, but only for a moment, because she wasn't feeling all that great, and she was fading fast. "All right, thank you." Once in his car, she wedged herself into the corner of the passenger seat, closed her eyes, and promptly fell asleep. She didn't wake up until Jake nudged her shoulder from the driver's seat. Even then, her eyelids felt too heavy to open. It was a huge struggle to prop them up. "All done." He angled her direction. She checked on the weather. The drizzle had escalated into a steady rain during her brief nap, producing a soft, rhythmic cadence on the roof. It had also left Jake's shirt damp and clinging to his broad chest. Her traitorous heart picked up speed as she stared at it. Your shirt's wet." He shrugged that off. "It'll dry. I'm more worried about you. Are you okay to drive?" With a supreme effort, she yanked her gaze from his snug shirt to his face. Yes, I must have picked up a bug. I felt fine until about an hour ago. I'll be okay by tomorrow." "I don't know." He appraised her through narrowed eyes. "You look seriously under the weather." "As opposed to under the sink? Or under the car?" Her attempt at humor prompted a brief smile, but then he grew more serious. "You don't have to put on an act for me. I can tell you're feeling rotten. You always got a certain look when you were sick. Something in your eyes." Her heart hiccuped. Oh, man. The way he was looking at her set off all kinds of alarms, especially in their present situation. Sheltered from the rain in this cocoon of warmth, where it felt as if they were the only people in the world, where the virility he'd always projected was magnified in the confined space. To make matters worse, he was only a few inches away, close enough to touch, to kiss. Her breath hitched. No, this was all wrong. She couldn't let herself start having feelings for him again. Yes, he seemed different now, more responsible, more mature, but it was too soon to know for sure if those changes were real. Jake's eyes darkened as if he'd read her mind, and her emotions. He'd been good at that once, long ago. But perhaps he'd also picked up her trepidation because, after a few moments, he angled away and scanned the landscape. "We should go on our way before the weather gets any worse or fog rolls in. Besides, you need to change into dry clothes and get some rest." Crisis averted. For now, anyway. "You're right." She started to push the door open, paused. "By the way, you never did tell me how you happened to be out here today. It's not a well-traveled route." A muscle in his jaw clenched, and his fingers whitened on the wheel. "Dad and I had an argument. Again. I decided to go for a drive until I cooled down, and this road caught my eye. Lucky for you, I guess." "I take it things haven't improved much in the past week between you two?" "No." "I'm sorry. I wish there was something I could do." "I appreciate your concern, but this is between the two of us. We'll just have to work it out." That was true. A third party wasn't going to solve their problem. "Tell Pop I said hi, and thanks for your help." "You're welcome. Now go home and rest." "I'll try, although I do have a business to run." But Eileen, you met her the night Allison was in the hospital, comes by to fill in when we need someone, and she helps with the cleaning every day for a couple of hours. So I don't have to do much when I get home today. Since I don't book guests on Sunday night, I'll be a lady of leisure until tomorrow afternoon. Take advantage of that. According to one of my Navy medic buddies, the best way to fight a virus is to rest. He reached across to push her door open, and her misbehaving heart lurched yet again when his arm brushed against hers. "I'll follow you until we get to the main road. And don't worry about my problems. I'll deal with the situation with Dad. I'm sure you have enough challenges of your own to handle."
A few.
She exited into the rain and dashed for her car. But at the moment, none were bigger than the man in the car behind her, who was beginning to shake the foundations of her world. Oh, no. With a sinking feeling, Maggie played back the voicemail on her phone. It was as bad as the first time. Eileen had the flu too and wasn't going to be able to come over in the morning to help with the cleaning. Maggie exhaled. This had not been a good day. A flat tire, a flu bug, and 4 guest rooms plus the cottage to clean before 2 o'clock tomorrow. If the twins were here, the crisis would be manageable. But who could have known when they'd signed up months ago to volunteer for a week at a camp for disadvantaged children that she'd need their help? And they wouldn't be home until tomorrow afternoon, meaning she'd have to handle all the house cleaning chores, alone. Her heart sank. Minor aches and pains and normal fatigue were never a problem. She'd learned to carry on through those types of issues. But this was different. She was so tired that she had a feeling if she didn't lie down, she'd fall down. Maybe Jake was right and a little rest would help. Perhaps if she gave herself an hour or 2, she'd feel well enough to tackle a couple of the rooms tonight. Then she could finish up in the morning. Maggie dragged her protesting body up to the 3rd floor, veered left into the smaller of the 2 dormer bedrooms that comprised the private living quarters she and the twins shared, and sank onto her bed, stretched out without even removing her shoes. In less than 15 seconds, she began to drift into oblivion. An hour of rest, 2 at most, then she'd be all over her chores. Everything would be fine. When consciousness slowly returned, Maggie lifted her heavy eyelids, reached for her phone on the bedside table, squinting at the screen as she struggled to bring the numbers into focus. When the time registered, she frowned. 8 o'clock? She'd slept for 3 hours? But no, the light coming in the window was at the wrong angle. A tsunami of panic crashed over her. Good heavens, she'd slept all night. She pushed herself upright and swung her legs to the floor. When the room tilted, she dropped her head into her hands and waited for everything to stop spinning. At the sudden ring of her cell, she jumped, grabbed for it. Hell, her voice came out in a croak and she tried again. Hello? Maggie? Jake was calling her? She crimped her brow. How did you get my cell number? From Dad. I told him I wanted to check up on you. He said you gave it to him the day of your tour. I don't mean to intrude, but you didn't look well yesterday. How are you feeling? I'll live. Maybe, if the numbing lethargy and body aches didn't get any worse. But I definitely picked up a bug. However, in this business, there are no sick days. The guests just keep coming. She reached for a tissue and dabbed at her nose. That's a downside to running an inn for sure. The few times I was under the weather in the Navy, I just went on sick call. Lucky you. At least you have the girls to help. They seem like capable young women. I'm sure they'll step up to the task. They would if they were here, but they've been gone all week and won't be back until late this afternoon. So I'm the official greeter today. What about your cleaning woman? She's coming today, isn't she? His concern came through loud and clear in his voice. Monday is one of her regular days. A definite hedge, but roping Jake into her problem wouldn't be fair. Not after he'd already come to her rescue once in the past 24 hours. Hang in there, and let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Thanks, but I've got this. She hoped. Cleaning the house by herself was a daunting task when she was well, let alone sick. But she'd manage somehow. She always did. I'll check back with you later. Okay. Thanks for calling. She pressed the end button, summoned up all her reserve energy, and stood. At least she was already dressed. Somehow she made it down the stairs, gripping the railing with unsteady fingers, then continued to the utility closet as she gave herself a silent pep talk. "You could do this. The girls will be back to help later today. Just make it through the next few hours, take it one room at a time, and you'll be fine." With that refrain looping through her mind, she reached for the mop. By the time she started on the third room, she was on autopilot, every movement more of an effort than the last. She was so oblivious, in fact, that it took several rings before the persistent peal echoing in the house registered as the doorbell. She froze. Had some of her guests arrived early? Another wave of panic swept over her as she made her way to the door, holding onto furniture for support. Please, let this just be a delivery. It wasn't. When she swung the door open, she found Jake on the other side. After one swift, assessing glance, he took her arm and ushered her to the closest chair, urged her down, and pressed a cool palm to her forehead. "What are you doing with that mop?" "Cleaning." "What happened to Eileen?" "She's got the bug, too." He planted his fists on his hips and glowered at her. "Why didn't you call me?" "What good would that have done?" Her voice scratched. "Have you talked to your doctor?" "It's just a flu bug, Jake. The same crud that's been going around. I'll be fine." "You need to go back to bed." "If only." "I have 10 guests arriving this afternoon, Jake. I've only cleaned 2 of the 4 rooms, and I still have the cottage to do. I'll barely make it as it is. I can't lie down now." He forked his fingers through his hair. "You're too sick to be doing anything except resting." "That's not how it works in a business like this. Eileen and the girls are my only backup. There isn't anyone else I can call on." "Yes, there is." "Who?" "Me. I learned to wield a mean mop in the Navy. They don't tolerate slobs, you know." He flashed her a brief grin. She stared at him. Jake West cleaning a house? That didn't compute. This was the man who'd always put housekeeping duties on a par with going to the dentist. "Don't look so shocked. Times change. People change. You can trust me to do a good job. I promise your guests won't complain." "It's not that. I can't let you do my work. And don't give me that good deed business. This goes way above and beyond that." He dropped to the balls of his feet beside her, his warm brown eyes level with hers, and took her hand. "Maggie, I want to do this. You're sick, and you'll get sicker if you push yourself. Let me help." "But why would you want to take this on?" He paused for a moment, took a deep breath. "Look, I know you're still trying to grapple with this whole situation between us. So am I. But fate, or whatever you care to call it, brought us back together. I don't know where that'll lead, but at the bare minimum, I'd like to be your friend, whatever that takes, and despite the fact that I don't deserve it. And friends take care of each other. Let me be your friend today." It was impossible to doubt the sincerity in his eyes, or ignore the tenderness in their depths. He cared for her, a lot. And she was beginning to care for him again, too, even if it was unwise, even if it was risky and she could get hurt again. Yet the Jake who'd walked back into her life not only had all the good qualities of his younger self, he'd seemingly become even better. In fact, in different circumstances, he was the kind of man she could fall in love with. But while there was nothing in his present behavior to make her cautious, his track record wasn't good, and being burned once by him had left her with a very real fear of fire. Nevertheless, she was in desperate need of help today. "All right, thank you. To be honest, I'm not sure I could have made it anyway." She pushed herself to her feet. "Let me show you where the cleaning supplies are and run through what has to be done in each room." She trudged to the utility closet, gave him a fast briefing, then dragged herself back up the 2 flights of stairs to her room. Maybe he wouldn't do as meticulous a job as she did, but in her present state it would be better than what she could do. And while being beholden to him for favors wasn't her preference, that was a worry for another day. Right now, she'd count her blessings that he'd appeared on her doorstep and fall into bed.
Chapter 7. See, Allison, I told you it was him.
Abby's triumphant voice heralded the arrival of the twins at the kitchen door, and Jake glanced up from the pot he was stirring to greet them. "Hello, ladies." They dumped their backpacks on the floor and joined him by the stove.
What are you doing here? Abby peeked into the pot. And where's Aunt Maggie?
She's in bed with the flu. I'm making her soup.
You're cooking?
Allison seemed impressed. Jake's lips twitched.
I don't think heating a can of soup qualifies as cooking.
How sick is she?
Abby propped a hip against the counter and frowned.
Pretty sick.
Where's Eileen?
She's got the same bug.
What about room prep?
Abby straightened up, alarm flaring in her eyes.
What will we tell the guests when they arrive?
The guests have already arrived, and they're all settled in.
Jake transferred the soup to a bowl and put it on a tray.
Your aunt started the cleaning, and I finished it.
You helped clean the rooms?
Allison's eyes widened.
Don't you think I'm capable of wielding a mop and broom?
He arched an eyebrow, faking a front.
It's not that. It's just that guys don't usually offer to pitch in on stuff like that.
Well, let me tell you ladies a little secret.
Jake dropped his voice and leaned close.
Men know how to clean. They just pretend they don't. So keep that in mind whenever you meet Mr. Wright.
I bet you had trouble convincing Aunt Maggie to let you help.
Abby eyed him.
A little, but I can be very persuasive.
He winked at them, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Didn't work. Twin creases scored Abby's forehead.
She must be majorly sick if she gave in and went to bed.
It's just the flu.
Jake added crackers and a cup of tea to the tray.
But I doubt she'll have much energy for a few days. Can you two pick up the slack?
No problem. This is our summer job anyway. We'll just put in a little overtime. Aunt Maggie's done it often enough for us.
Jake smiled. Maggie had raised them well.
Great. Now, if you two can get the breakfast preparations underway, I'll take this up to your aunt. Just direct me to her room.
3rd floor, up the back stairs. Her room's on the left.
Allison motioned in the direction of the narrow staircase he'd spotted earlier, the one that would most likely have been used by housekeeping staff in earlier times.
Got it. I'll be back shortly to lend a hand with breakfast prep.
He ascended the stairs, glancing into the room on the right as he reached the 3rd floor. The spacious, bright dormer with 2 twin beds was clearly the girls' domain, given the posters of the latest showbiz heartthrobs displayed on the walls. He continued to Maggie's room, which was much smaller and squeezed under the eaves near the front of the house. It was simply furnished and decorated, as if she'd poured all of her attention into the rest of the house and not bothered with her own little piece of it. The only furniture in the small attic room was a dresser, a chair, and a single bed, which was empty. He frowned, pausing on the threshold. Where was she? The sound of running water from behind a closed door on the landing gave him his answer. A moment later, she emerged, looking fretful and frazzled. He glanced at her feet, which were clad in sports shoes. She'd either never taken them off, or she'd put them on again and was planning to get up. If it was the latter, they were going to have a serious discussion. Forcing up the corners of his lips, he hefted the tray.
I brought you some food.
I don't have time to eat. I have to get up. It's after 5. I'm surprised none of the guests have arrived yet.
They have arrived. All of them.
Her eyes rounded.
Oh, no. What did you tell them?
I welcomed them to Whispering Sails and asked if I could help with their luggage. I think that's the spiel, isn't it?
She blinked.
You mean you checked everyone in?
Yes. I looked them all up in the reservation folder on your computer in the foyer. It was a piece of cake. By the way, you might want to put your passwords in a less obvious place than the top desk drawer." He lifted the tray again. "Dinner."
You didn't have to do that.
"I wanted to."
In fact, truth be told, he'd like to do a whole lot more for her. Because he was falling in love all over again. Not just with the Maggie who'd once stolen his heart, though all the essential qualities he'd admired were still there, but also with the new Maggie, who radiated self-reliance and confidence. The combination of grit and spunk and strength with her soft, caring heart, which hadn't changed one iota, was uber appealing. But he left all that unsaid. Maggie deserved a man who would love her and stand by her no matter what, who believed in honoring commitments and wasn't afraid of responsibility, who would be steadfast through good times and bad. He'd failed her once on that score, and until he proved to her he was a man worthy of her trust, it was best to keep everything low-key. Calling up a smile, he tipped his head toward the tray.
"I'm not much of a chef, but I promise there's nothing here that will send you to the hospital with food poisoning. I can leave it on the bed or sit with you for a few minutes. Your choice."
She could easily tell him to leave it. But if fate was kind, she'd give him a chance to begin building a bridge over the gulf between them. She should tell him to leave, but somehow she didn't have the strength today to keep her distance. "You can stay if you're willing to risk catching this bug."
"I have a hardy constitution."
He waited until she entered the room and sat on the bed, then placed the tray on her lap before moving to the straight chair against the wall. As she surveyed the simple meal he'd prepared, her vision misted. It had been a long while since anyone other than the twins had stepped in to ease her burden. But they were family. Jake wasn't. Yet he'd gone above and beyond for her today. If she wasn't careful, he was going to steal her heart all over again.
"Did I pick the wrong kind of soup?"
At his question, she shook her head. "No, this is fine."
"Then why aren't you eating?"
She swallowed. "I appreciate all you did today, more than I can say. I'll owe you big time now."
"You don't owe me a thing, Maggie."
His voice was quiet, serious.
"If I spent the rest of my life trying to ease your burdens, I could still never make up for what I did to you."
She frowned. Was atonement the motivation for all he'd done for her since they'd reconnected? Was he just trying to make amends for past transgressions? Assuage his guilt? That was disturbing. But it shouldn't be. If she wanted to keep her distance, she should be glad his motives were more about penitence than friendship. Or something deeper. So why wasn't she? Given the muddle her brain was in from the fever, she hadn't a clue.
"What's wrong now?"
Jake squinted at her. She picked up her spoon and redirected her thoughts. "Nothing. Just tired."
"Well, eat your soup and get back in bed. Everything's under control downstairs. The girls will take care of breakfast."
"I feel better since I slept, Jake. I could—"
"Maggie."
He cut her off, his voice gentle but firm.
"I want you to promise me you'll take it easy until at least tomorrow afternoon. You need the rest. Please."
After everything he'd done for her, how could she refuse his request? "All right." He glanced at his watch, then stood.
"I promised the girls I'd pitch in on breakfast prep. Then I need to go home and put together some dinner for Dad and me. Or try to convince him to go out. He hasn't been in the mood yet, but it's worth a shot tonight."
He hesitated for a moment, then crossed to her. At the soft, tender, and very familiar look in his eyes, Maggie's lungs locked. It was the look he used to get right before he kissed her. Jake's gaze dropped to her mouth, lingered, returned to her eyes. After a moment, he leaned down and brushed a kiss over her forehead, his lips warm and gentle.
"Good night, Maggie. I'll call you tomorrow."
And then he was gone, leaving her wanting more. God help her. Allison watched through the window as Jake drove away, then turned to her sister.
Is he for real? I know, he's like a hero from a romance novel.
Abby sighed and dropped into a chair.
Do you think maybe something might come of this after all? I mean, I know Aunt Maggie keeps saying their relationship is in the past, but how many guys clean toilets for a woman they don't care about? I hear you, and I think this situation has interesting possibilities.
Abby tapped a finger on the arm of the chair.
I also think Aunt Maggie still cares about him. She just won't admit it, to us or herself. But maybe we can find a way to give her a nudge. How?
Her sister gave her a smug smile.
As a matter of fact, I have a plan.
Jake pulled up in front of his cottage, turned off the engine, and took a steadying breath. Maybe he shouldn't have kissed her, if that simple brush of lips across her forehead even counted as a kiss. But how was he supposed to resist when she'd looked up at him with those big green eyes a man could drown in? Going forward, however, he needed to rein in such impulses. It was obvious she wasn't ready to accept anything more than friendship from him, if that. If she hadn't been so sick today, she'd no doubt have sent him packing. Shifting gears, Jake slid from behind the wheel and walked toward the house, trying to psych himself up for the long evening ahead with his father. After all that had happened today, he wasn't looking forward to that ordeal, or to cooking. But a man did what he had to do. Weariness weighing him down, he unlocked the door, took one step inside, and froze. Why was the house filled with such an appetizing aroma? Warily, he made his way to the kitchen, where a quick survey revealed the table set for two and his father at the stove. What was going on? "Dad?" His father spoke over his shoulder. "Dinner will be ready in 15 minutes. You have time for a shower if you want one." He went back to tending the food. "You're cooking? Looks that way, doesn't it? But why?" He shrugged. "You worked all day over at Maggie's. That was a nice thing to do, with her sick and all. Figured you'd be hungry when you got home. I didn't have anything else to do anyway." Jake took a slow breath. His father sounded, well, if not friendly, cordial. A nice way to end the day. "I bought the red wine you always liked, intending to have it with our first dinner here. I thought we could toast to a new beginning, but that didn't quite work out. If you'd like to open it tonight, it's in the cabinet next to the dishwasher." His father's only response was a grunt that was impossible to interpret. But when he reappeared 10 minutes later, after a quick shower, dinner was on the table, as was the wine. And while he'd never put much stock in omens, maybe this was a sign that his father was at last beginning to consider making a fresh start with his younger son. "My dear, how are you feeling today?" Smiling, Maggie glanced toward the familiar voice to find Millicent Trent seated in a wicker settee on the front porch. "Hello, Millicent. Welcome back to Whispering Sales. I'm much better today, thank you. And I'm sorry I wasn't on hand to greet you when you arrived. Don't give it a second thought. The young man who showed me to my room last night was most cordial, and he seemed quite concerned about you." Curious that Millicent had picked up on that. "It was just a 24-hour flu bug, I think. You still look a bit peaked." Millicent peered at her over her glasses. "More tired than anything. I'm sure I'll be back to normal by tomorrow. The girls won't let me lift a finger today, so I'm getting lots of rest." "In that case, can you spare a few minutes to visit with an old lady?" "Is there one here?" Millicent's lips twitched. "Always the diplomat. Oh, Allison, would you mind bringing your aunt and me some tea?" She waved at the twin who'd just stepped outside.
"Not at all, Ms. Trent. I'll be back in a jiffy."
"Come join me, Maggie." Millicent patted the settee.
"It may be safer if I keep my distance a bit."
She chose a chair at a right angle to the settee. I've been lying low and trying not to get too close to any of the guests. I want them all to take home happy memories of their stay here, not a flu bug. Very thoughtful of you. Millicent tipped her head. Now tell me about that young man. Who is he, my dear? I've never seen him here before, and you know I've been a regular since the first year you opened. I know, and I appreciate your loyalty. Repeat customers are the backbone of the innkeeping business. I hope I'm more than that after all these years and our many fine chats over tea. Of course you are. Though truth be told, those wide-ranging chats had rarely ventured into personal territory, focusing instead on philosophy or books or travel. All she knew was that the woman's annual 2-week visits were as predictable as the tides, that she'd retired 15 years before from a prestigious position in publishing, and that she had no family to speak of. Nevertheless, they'd always shared a special connection. And maybe talking with her a bit about Jake and the complications he'd created in her life might help her clarify her own thinking. So tell me about this young man who's new on the scene. He's an old friend who recently moved to this area. Our paths happened to cross, and we reconnected. Millicent arched an eyebrow. His interest seemed somehow more than friendly to me. Their perennial guest was as astute as ever. To be honest, I'm not sure what his interest is. The fact is, we were engaged once, many years ago. The other woman's eyes rounded. My goodness! I always suspected there was an unhappy romance in your past, but I never wanted to pry. It wasn't an unhappy romance. Maggie leaned back against the cushions and waited while Allison deposited their tea. Thanks, honey. Only after her niece went back inside did Maggie continue. It was a wonderful romance. Jake was my first love, my only love, in fact. But a few weeks before the wedding, he changed his mind. Jake joined the Navy, and I left the Midwest and moved to Boston, then eventually came here. I hadn't seen him in 12 years when he literally appeared out of the fog at the inn a few weeks ago. My, what an odd coincidence. I still have a hard time believing it myself. And he lives here now? Yes, in Castine. He'll be teaching at the Maritime Academy in the fall. Maggie explained the events that had precipitated his move. Millicent shook her head. That's quite a story, my dear. I take it your Jake has never married? No. So what do you intend to do about the situation? Maggie picked up her teacup and cocked her head. What do you mean? It's clear the man is quite taken with you still, my dear. I can see it in his eyes when he talks about you. There are great possibilities here. Her irises began to sparkle. Maggie fought back the blush that was the bane of redheads as she took a sip of tea. You sound like the twins. The young and the old often have a clearer vision of life than you people caught in the middle. But the most important thing is how you feel about this young man. Maggie exhaled. Confused. I loved him once, with all my heart. But he wasn't there when I needed him the most, and I'm not sure I want to take that risk again. Quite understandable. Millicent gave a slow, empathetic nod. Perhaps the best thing to do is give yourself time to become acquainted again. People can change, you know, and 20 years from now you don't want to look back with regrets. At the sudden, bittersweet quality in Millicent's voice, Maggie studied the older woman. I don't want to pry either, but I'm getting the feeling you may have had a similar experience. Millicent sipped her tea. I did, many years ago. Long before you were born, in fact. It's one of the reasons I come back here each year. You see, this is where I fell in love."
"You lived in this area?"
The older woman smiled. "Actually, I lived in this house." Maggie did a double take.
"Here?"
At the woman's nod of confirmation, Maggie frowned.
"But I researched the history, and I never saw the name Trent."
"That's because I took my mother's maiden name when I moved to New York. I thought it had more of a literary ring." She looked around the porch as if seeing a scene only she was privy to. This wasn't Whispering Sales then, of course. It was just home. My father owned a successful shipping company, and Robert, that was my beau's name, was a merchant seaman who sometimes worked on my father's ships. She paused, the hint of a wistful smile touching the corners of her lips. Maggie wrapped her fingers around her cup, letting the warmth seep into her skin as she waited for Millicent to continue. Strange how you could know someone for years yet never have a clue about the secrets in their heart. We met the summer I was 22. Robert was a handsome man, with sun-streaked brown hair, tall and strong, and he had the bluest eyes you could imagine. Bluer than the sea on a cloudless day. We fell in love, madly, passionately, and with the intensity reserved for the very young. Her expression clouded, and she took another sip of tea. Maggie's throat tightened. It was clear this story wasn't going to have a happy ending. My father wasn't pleased about our romance. Though her tone was matter-of-fact, Millicent's eyes were sad. He informed me that his daughter deserved better than a seaman, and he reminded me that he'd sent me to college, much against his better judgment, because I'd pleaded with him to let me go. And now that I had the degree I'd so desperately wanted, he expected me to do something with it. I can see how that would put you in a difficult spot. Indeed. Nevertheless, Robert and I had a wonderful summer together, and when it was drawing to a close, he asked me to marry him. Maggie leaned forward. You turned him down? I thought about it a long time because I loved him as I'd loved no one before or anyone since. But he was content with his lot, and I was ambitious. I wanted to make something of my life outside of Blue Hill, and at the end of the summer I was offered a prestigious position with a publishing company in New York. Plus, much as I hate to admit it, my father finally convinced me that I was too good for a mere seaman. Ugh, such arrogance. She shook her head, sorrow pooling in her eyes. So in the end, I turned him down. And you went to New York? Yes, and I regretted my decision within a year. New York wasn't nearly as glamorous as I'd expected, and living among so many different kinds of people made me realize how haughty my attitude had been. I wasn't any better than anyone else. Not as good as most, in fact. And I missed Robert to the depths of my soul. To love with such intensity, oh, what a gift that is, and what a shame to waste it. Maggie leaned toward her. If you had a change of heart, why didn't you tell him you wanted to come back? Her lips tipped up a hair, but there was no humor in her expression. Pride and shame. I didn't want to admit my mistake. But eventually I realized what a fool I'd been. And so I wrote to him and asked him to meet me on his next sailing trip to New York. I didn't tell him why, because I wanted to apologize in person, to beg him to give me one more chance. Did he come? She shook her head. No. By then he was engaged to another woman. Robert was an honorable man, and I knew he wouldn't break his engagement, nor would I ask him to. So I simply wished him well. And you never saw him again? No. But we corresponded after that, each Christmas, until he died 5 years ago. So you never married? No. Not that I didn't consider it. But no one ever again touched my heart the way Robert did. And I wasn't willing to settle for less. Maggie filled her lungs. That was the same legacy she'd inherited from Jake, and the same reason she'd never married. I'm so sorry, Millicent. So am I. Especially after I received this. She pulled up the slender chain that hung around her neck, fingered the 2 jagged pieces of silver that had been hidden on the end, beneath her blouse, and fitted them together to form one heart. Robert gave me half of this in the middle of our special summer. He said that part of his heart now belonged to me, and asked me to keep this always, and that he would do the same with his. I've worn my half all my life. Maggie swallowed past the clog in her throat. How did you get Robert's half? His daughter sent it after he died, along with a letter saying that her father had always carried it in his wallet and had left instructions for it to be sent to me when he was gone. Heart aching for the older woman and the sailor named Robert, whose abiding love had never been fulfilled, Maggie blinked to clear the mist from her vision. Millicent leaned closer, her posture earnest and intent. My dear, love is a precious and beautiful gift, but it's easily lost. Pride, ambition, fear, so many things can get in the way. I don't know what made you and Jake break up years ago. I don't know how much hurt is in your heart, but a lot can happen in 12 years. People change, circumstances change, yet true love endures. And if that's what you have, don't let it slip away. Because not many people get a second chance at love. Chapter 8. A second chance at love. Maggie swung into the parking lot of the day spa, Millicent's words replaying in her mind as they'd been doing ever since the woman had shared her sad story. But today they were front and center, because birthdays always made her wonder what the next 12 months would hold. Never in her wildest imagination, however, had she considered on her last birthday that before the next one, Jake would be back in her life. And now that he was, she had to figure out what to do about it. Maggie surveyed the new spa that had opened in Bangor, shook her head. This was a self-indulgent extravagance. But the twins had been so excited about their spa day gift and had received so much pleasure from giving it that she couldn't dampen their spirits. And on top of this, they were going to cook her a special birthday dinner tonight. Maggie's lips twitched. That ought to be interesting, since neither of the girls was much interested in cooking beyond the breakfast fare she corralled them to help with. But it was the thought that mattered. She slid from behind the wheel, locked the car, and strolled toward the spa entrance, doing a mental reset. For the next few hours, she should put all of her angst and indecision about Jake aside and do what the twins had instructed her to do. Relax and enjoy the spa experience. So, with a discipline that surprised her, she forced all disruptive thoughts from her mind and focused on the moment. She wanted to get her money's worth, make that the twins' money, from this extravagant gift. Hours later, after being coddled and massaged and manicured, then treated to a facial, makeup session, haircut, and styling, she had to admit the experience had been worth every penny. It was pure indulgence, pampering like she'd never before enjoyed, and she'd savored every minute. By the time she climbed into her car for the drive back to the inn, she was relaxed and looking forward to the special dinner the twins were preparing, whatever the menu. When she pulled into the inn drive almost an hour later, it was apparent they'd been watching for her, because they were waiting as she entered the kitchen through the back door, faces shining, eyes expectant. "Wow!" They breathed out the word in unison. Maggie grinned. "Not bad for a 34-year-old innkeeper, huh?" "You look so glamorous." Abby walked over to inspect the results up close.
That makeup brings out your coloring, and I love your hair."
"Me too." Allison joined her twin for a better view.
"It's a great cut. It looks very sophisticated. You should wear your hair loose and full like that more often."
"Pulling it back is more practical for an innkeeper." Abby made a face.
"You don't always have to be practical. Sometimes it's okay to be chic, especially on your birthday."
"Was it fun?" Allison asked. "It was amazing. I loved every minute of it. Thank you both." She gave each of them a hug. "Can I help with anything for dinner?"
"No way."
Abby shook her head.
"You go up and change. We laid out your clothes. No rush, because we aren't going to eat for an hour."
Maggie smiled, doing her best to ignore the chaotic mess in the kitchen. "In that case, I'll take my time. I may not be going to a ball, but I must admit I feel a little like Cinderella at the moment, so I'll enjoy it while it lasts." As she ascended the back stairs, the excited whispers of the girls followed her. Her mouth curved up. Despite her novice-level child-rearing skills, her many mistakes, and the absence of a father figure in their home, the girls had turned out fine. When she reached her room, she paused on the threshold, eyebrows peaking as she surveyed the dress the girls had picked for her. They wanted her to wear her fanciest outfit? The black chiffon number with rhinestone-studded spaghetti straps, a straight-cut bodice softened with a cowl-like draping of fabric, and wide belt also studded with rhinestones? Good heavens! The cocktail dress was far better suited to an elegant black tie affair, like the art gallery opening Philip had invited her to a couple of years ago that had prompted this purchase. Then an at-home dinner, no matter how fancy they were trying to make it. But after the day they'd given her, she could indulge them. She reached for the dress, only to discover a small gift-wrapped package in the folds of the skirt. After pulling off the silver paper, she found a bottle of her favorite perfume, the brand she rarely bought because of the high cost. No question about it, the twins had outdone themselves this year. When she was dressed, Maggie paused to glance in the mirror behind her door. Although it felt a little silly to be all dressed up with no place to go, she had to admit her rejuvenating day at the spa, new makeup, and expertly styled hair, along with the dress, gave her a satisfying ego boost. She fingered the filmy chiffon overlay on the skirt, her thoughts drifting to Jake for the first time since she'd entered the spa. Would he be as awed by her glamour as the girls had been if he saw her now? Would the flame of desire she remembered from years ago spark to life in his eyes? Huffing out a breath, Maggie dismissed those questions, only to find the answers waiting for her when she walked into the dining room and came face to face with the man himself. Yes, and yes. Woo! There was enough heat in his eyes to accelerate global warming. But what was he doing here? As he rose from the table set for two in the center of the dining room, his dark gray suit registered on a peripheral level. He was as dressed up as she was. A movement to her left caught her eye, and she turned to find the twins watching the proceedings with undisguised glee. Surprise! This was a setup. A hot flush of embarrassment worked its way up her neck and across her cheeks. She was going to ground them until they were 30. But at least everything made sense now. The spa, the clothes, the perfume. The two conspirators had decided to fill their aunt's social vacuum by planning a romantic evening for her, down to the fresh flowers and candles on the table and the bottle of champagne chilling in the silver cooler. She peeked at Jake. He seemed more amused than upset. Had he been in on this from the beginning?
"There are cheese and crackers and fruit on the table to start." Abby motioned to the silver plate. "Take your time. We'll bring in the salad in a little while."
And then the twins disappeared. Maggie took a calming breath and faced her unexpected date. "Did you know about all this?" She waved a hand over the table.
No, they invited me to a birthday dinner and said it was a dressy occasion. I thought it was odd that they didn't include Dad, but it never occurred to me they were arranging a dinner for two.
I'm so sorry. Trust me, they'll hear about this later. He grinned.
Don't be too hard on them. Their hearts were in the right place.
Maybe, but I've explained to them over and over that our relationship is in the past. They should know better than to pull a stunt like this.
Oh, let's humor them. They've gone to a lot of trouble. And it is your birthday. What will one dinner together hurt?
Was he kidding? A romantic evening could awaken all kinds of ill-advised longings. But she couldn't very well say that. And Jake was right. The girls meant well, even if their intentions were misguided. I suppose that's true. Smiling, he pulled out her chair with a flourish and wink before joining her at the table. Jake poured their drinks, then raised his glass in a toast.
To Maggie, the most memorable woman I've ever met. May your next year be full of happy surprises.
Without breaking eye contact, he clinked her glass. At the smoldering embers deep in those dark brown irises, her heart stumbled. There was no misreading that look. It was desire, plain and simple. Or grand and complicated, depending on your perspective. She swallowed her mouth full of champagne, the fizz sending an electric effervescence through her. When had someone last viewed her as a desirable woman? Too long ago to remember. But Jake made her feel special and alluring. Not at all like Maggie the aunt or Maggie the innkeeper. With Jake, she felt like Maggie the woman. Which was both scintillating and scary. He tipped his head, assessing her.
You seem nervous.
Drat. Once upon a time, she'd appreciated his ability to tune into her moods. Tonight, she didn't. With an effort, she forced up the corners of her mouth. More like embarrassed by this whole thing. I'm sorry they put you in such an uncomfortable position.
I'm not.
That makes one of... All at once, soft music began to play. Maggie groaned. Wonderful. Now we have music, too. After a moment, a chuckle rumbled in Jake's chest.
I just realized who this singer is. Can you place him?
She focused on the music, gave a soft laugh. Yes. The vocalist was one who had been popular in her parents' courting days.
How old do they think we are?
Jake's eyes glinted with amusement. Ancient.
May as well go with the flow.
He stood and held out his hand.
I have a feeling the twins cleared the floor so we could, do the minuet, maybe? That's a little beyond my capabilities, but I've mastered a mean foxtrot. May I have this dance?
That will only add fuel to the fire. The girls' imaginations are active enough without any encouragement.
Oh, come on, Maggie. One dance. It's a nice song, even if it's old.
He was being an awfully good sport about this, after being brought here under false pretenses. She ought to say yes. But dancing with Jake, being held in his arms? A red alert began flashing in her mind.
One dance, Maggie.
He put on the cajoling expression that had always turned her to mush. A lot can happen in 12 years. People change. Circumstances change. Yet true love endures. And if that's what you have, don't let it slip away, because not many people get a second chance at love. As Millicent's words echoed in her mind, she gave up the fight. Maybe she'd regret this, but it was her birthday, and she was going to follow her heart. She placed her hand in his, and when she rose, he pulled her into his arms, his hand firm but gentle in the small of her back. Familiar, yet new. He entwined the fingers of his other hand with hers and pressed her close against his solid chest. The scent of him, masculine, unique, utterly appealing, surrounded her and set a bevy of butterflies loose in her stomach. and for just a moment, she thought every bone in her body was going to dissolve. With a small sigh, she let her cheek rest against his shoulder and relaxed in his arms, putting aside all of the doubts and questions that plagued her about this man. For the space of this brief dance, she would simply enjoy being held in his sure, strong arms. When the music ended, Jake eased back and smiled down at her.
"That wasn't so bad, was it?"
She shook her head, not trusting her voice. The instant they retook their seats, the twins appeared with their salads, suggesting they'd been discreetly monitoring the activity in the dining room. Despite the awkward start, Maggie began to relax as they worked their way through the meal that had been prepared with love, if not finesse. Jake told her amusing stories about his travels, displaying admirable wit and self-deprecating humor. He also gave her an update on his relationship with his father, still strained, though improving, and the progress he was making on his lesson plans for the coming school year. But he also drew her out, skillfully and with sincere interest. Whether it was the romantic atmosphere or Jake's adept probing, she opened up more than she'd planned to, even admitting her secret aspiration to focus on serious art now that the girls were grown and ready to leave for college.
"I think you should, Maggie. I've seen some of your work, and it's impressive. I'm no expert, but didn't you say that your friend, the gallery owner, had encouraged you too?"
Yes, but Philip and I go way back. He has a superb eye for art, but I'm afraid he may not be all that impartial when it comes to my work.
"You mentioned that the day in your studio."
He took a sip of water, his tone measured but his eyes intent.
"It sounds like the two of you may be an item. Although, if that's the case, I don't know why I'm here tonight instead of him."
She'd sort of led him to believe that the first time this subject had come up, but it might be time to clear up any ambiguity. We explored a romantic relationship once, not long after I moved here, but there were no sparks. Philip's wife died 10 years ago, and even though he's lonely, no one ever came along who compared to her. Same story for me. The legacy of a first love, maybe. Plus, I had a ready-made family in tow. Before he could ask a follow-up question, she posed one of her own. "What about you, Jake? Why didn't you ever marry?" He looked at her steadily.
"For the same reason you didn't, I suspect. Although lately I've been thinking more and more about settling down, getting married, raising a family, the whole 9 yards.
That wasn't the best news she'd ever heard. Not the family part, anyway. Because she'd already done that scene. And while she'd loved every minute with the girls, she'd given up much of her youth to provide them with a stable and loving home. Now it was her turn to start reaching for some of the dreams she'd put on hold. So if Jake wanted a family in his future, it wouldn't be a future that was linked with hers. Not the most upbeat thought after their romantic dance. Nevertheless, she conjured up a stiff smile and sent a subtle message. "Raising kids is an experience everyone should have. I'll never regret my years with the girls." His eyes narrowed a hair. Message received. She wasn't in the market to start over with a new family. Before he could respond, the twins appeared at the door carrying a cake topped with too many candles and launched into a spirited rendition of Happy Birthday. Abby set the cake in front of her with a flourish. "Make a wish, Aunt Maggie." "But don't tell," Abby warned, "or it won't come true." Unfortunately, based on the exchange she'd just had with Jake, the wish that had started to form in her mind wasn't likely to come true whether she told or not. She made it anyway, then took a deep breath and blew out the candles. As the girls began to serve and cut the cake, Jake retrieved 2 small packages hidden beside the credenza and held them out to her.
"Happy birthday, Maggie."
He'd brought her presents? Her heart melted. "You didn't have to do that."
"Of course I did. What's a birthday party without presents? Besides, they're not both for me. The small one is mine, and the larger one is from Dad, who sends his best wishes."
Maggie took them as the girls served the cake. Then, despite her entreaties to stay and join the celebration, they whisked the cake away and returned to the kitchen to enjoy their dessert, leaving her once more alone with her unexpected dinner companion. Their single-minded determination is amazing, especially when I think about all the years I struggled to get them to concentrate on their homework. She shook her head. Jake's lips quirked.
I have to admit, I'm impressed by their thoroughness.
He took a sip of coffee and nodded toward the packages on the table.
Aren't you going to open your presents?
She chose Howard's first, an intricate pair of wooden candlesticks. These are beautiful. Did your dad make them?
Yes.
I thought he didn't do woodworking anymore.
He doesn't. He's had these for years. He made them right before Mom died.
I saw all his woodworking equipment in the garage the day I was planning to fix your plumbing. It might be helpful for him to get back into a hobby like this. It's not too taxing physically, and it would give him something productive to do.
I agree, but he hasn't shown any interest in picking it up again.
She pursed her lips. The annual fair is coming up at church. A lot of area crafters exhibit and sell their work, and the church sponsors a booth where we sell donated items. Maybe Pop would make a few things for us, since it's for charity. It might be a way to get him back into it.
It's worth a try, but I doubt he'll be receptive to the idea if it comes from me.
Then I'll talk to him tomorrow. Maggie set aside the candlesticks and turned her attention to Jake's present. When she tore the wrapping off, a leather-bound travel diary emerged with a note scrawled on the first page.
To Maggie, may all your travels be exciting, and may they all lead you home. Jake.
She smiled at him. The perfect gift. Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope your upcoming trip is the first of many.
They focused on the cake then, and once they finished, the twins made another appearance. Why don't you two stroll down to the dock at the fishing shack while we clean up? Abby picked up their empty plates. You could sit on the bench by the water. It would be beautiful tonight with the full moon. We brought your flat shoes down for you, Aunt Maggie. Allison set them beside her chair. Oh, for pity's sake. But before she could respond, Jake stood.
Sounds good to me.
Really? She sent him a don't egg them on stare, which he ignored. Since fighting 3-to-1 odds could be a challenge, she gave in. But later tonight, she was going to have a long talk with those young women about their misguided romantic fantasy. She slipped off her pumps, put on the flats, and led the way to the front door, Jake on her heels. Once outside, she turned to him. Those two? She shook her head. What would they have done if my birthday hadn't been on a Sunday? Any other day, the inn would have been full of guests. Humor glinted in his irises.
Somehow I think they would have found a way.
She sighed. You're probably right.
So where is this dock?
About a city block down the street, then a short walk on a path through the woods. No one's used the shack or dock for years for their original purpose, but neighborhood kids like to swim in the cove. I go there sometimes when I need a quiet interlude to refresh my soul.
Sounds like an idyllic spot for that.
It is. They strolled in silence for a few minutes, the moon lighting their way, until Maggie motioned to the path. It's up ahead on the left. Once they reached it, he peered down the narrow trail through the trees where the moonlight couldn't penetrate.
It's pretty dark down there.
The dock's not far, but we can turn back if you want to.
No.
His response was immediate.
Let's take it slow, though. A faceplant would ruin all your niece's plans.
Why don't you let me lead the way? I could walk this path with my eyes closed.
You're on.
She started down the short trail, slowing her pace, but when flickering lights caught her eye through the trees a couple of minutes later, she came to an abrupt halt. Jake ran into her.
Sorry.
He grabbed her as she lost her balance.
I was trying to focus on the ground. Why did you stop?
Look, she pointed through the trees. He followed the direction of her finger.
Is that the dock?
Yes, and it should be dark.
You think someone else is there?
She huffed out a breath. My guess is someone was there, like one of the girls. His soft laugh hummed in the quiet air.
Those two really are something.
I can think of another word for them.
Let's check out their handiwork.
She continued forward, pausing again once they reached the small clearing that contained the shed and dock. Strands of what had to be battery-operated twinkle lights had been hung on the dock, and several lanterns added to the romantic glow.
They went all out for tonight, didn't they?
Jake stopped beside her. It was too dark to make out his features, but the amusement in his voice was clear. They've been busy little beavers.
Let's take a closer look.
He fell in beside her as they moved forward, and together they walked down to the water's edge, then on to the rough wooden planks of the dock. And as they continued side by side to the bench that overlooked the moonlit sea, the gentle cadence of the waves lapping against the shore was suddenly far steadier than her pulse. Because it was hard to be immune to the romantic vibe the girls had created in this pristine and private setting. A shiver rippled through her, and of course Jake noticed.
Are you chilly?
She swallowed and shook her head. No, I'm fine. She could hardly tell him the quiver had been caused more by the warm, tingly feeling his presence evoked than by the cool night air.
You're welcome to my jacket if you need it.
Wrap herself in his scent and warmth? That was the last thing she needed. Thanks, but I should be— A drop of water flicked against her cheek, and she glanced up at the sky. The moon was gone, covered now by dark clouds.
I don't think the twins planned for rain. Why don't we take shelter there and hope this passes?
Jake motioned toward the small abandoned shed at the end of the dock.
I'd hate to see that spectacular dress ruined.
The rain could last a while.
If it does, I expect the girls will come rescue us with umbrellas. But in the meantime, let me grab one of these lanterns so we have some light inside.
He plucked one from the dock, took her arm, and guided her toward the shed. When they reached it, he pushed open the rickety door. The hinges objected with a loud squeak, but at last they gave way and he ushered her inside. I used to bring the girls to the dock to fish when they were younger, but I never ventured in here, only peek through the door. It always looked too dilapidated to be safe, and it hasn't improved with age. The weathered gray clapboards had widened considerably through the years, and the floorboards had long since rotted away, leaving hard-packed dirt and rock in their place. But the ground was dry and even. She walked over to a framed opening in the wall that had once been a window. The rain was steady now, but the roof still seemed watertight. This would do as a shelter from the storm, like a similar structure had on her 16th birthday, the day her life had changed forever. And though 18 years had passed, it suddenly seemed like yesterday as a flood of memories came rushing back with an intensity that took her breath away. Chapter 9. Maggie glanced up at the sky and wrinkled her nose as the first raindrops splattered against the asphalt, leaving dark splotches in their wake. Great! Now it's going to rain on my birthday. She tossed the comment to Jake as they pedaled their bikes side by side down the country lane. He grinned.
Sorry about that, Squirt, but I have no control over the weather.
She made a face at him. She was so done with that nickname. Stop calling me that.
Why?
Because I'm not. At least not anymore.
My, aren't we getting uppity now that we're 16?
Maggie stuck her tongue out at him, then pointed to a small shed off to the side of the road. That looks abandoned. Let's stop here until the rain stops. Without waiting for him to reply, she veered off the pavement and onto the bumpy ground. A moment later, she heard Jake follow her. By the time they reached the ramshackle structure, the rain had morphed into a downpour. She dropped her bike and ran for cover, Jake on her heels. Wow, where did that come from? Maggie gave the huge pelting drops a disgusted scan through an opening in the wall of the shed that must have once sported a window. When they'd loaded their bikes into the rack on Jake's dad's car earlier, there hadn't been a cloud in the sky, nor had there been any when they'd started their ride an hour ago.
The clouds must have crept up behind us while we were biking.
Jake surveyed the sky from behind her.
I think it'll pass soon. May as well make ourselves comfortable in the meantime.
Maggie gave the shed a once-over. The rain was beating a noisy refrain on the rusted tin roof, but the floor was dry. She moved farther into the structure and started to sit by a wall.
"Watch that mouse!"
At Jake's warning, she squealed and scampered to the other side of the structure. He snickered.
"Just kidding."
She propped her hands on her hips and glared at him. "Very funny."
"Come on, where's your sense of humor?"
"I don't think mice are funny." He looked around the space.
"I think we're alone here, but I promise to defend you if any cheese eaters show up."
He lowered his tall frame to the floor and leaned back against the wall, drawing his knees up and clasping his hands around his legs. Maggie looked around again, then sat gingerly in the middle of the floor where she could keep a 360-degree lookout for small, unwanted visitors. Dusting her hands on her khaki shorts, she crossed her legs and planned her revenge. A moment later, she widened her eyes, gasped, and pointed behind him. "Is that a poisonous spider?" When Jake jerked away from the wall and vaulted to his feet, Maggie erupted into giggles. "Gotcha!" Eyes narrowing, he gave her a disgruntled look.
"How old are you again? 16 or 6?
"You did it to me."
"Once is okay. Getting even isn't."
He sat back against the wall. Quiet settled between them, the easy kind of silence that had been part of their relationship since they'd met as children. The kind that made Jake so easy and fun to be with. Was it any wonder they'd become such good friends? She eyed him as he sat against the wall, his head tipped back against the rough boards, eyes closed. Maybe she should be glad the rain had created this private interlude, because she had sort of an awkward favor to request, and there would never be a better time. "Jake?"
"Mm-hmm."
"Can I ask you something?"
"Sure."
His eyes remained closed. Her resolution wavered. Who knew how he'd react to her request? It was far afield from anything they'd ever talked about or done. But Jake was more than a year older than she was. He was popular with the girls, dated a lot. And in another week, he'd be going off to college. This could be her last chance to mine the expertise she needed. "I was, wondering, I know this is kind of a weird question, but, how do people learn how to kiss?" His eyelids flew open.
"What?"
Warmth flooded her cheeks, but it was too late to back out now. "I need to find out how people learn to kiss." His lips inched north.
"The squirt must be growing up."
This was so not worth the embarrassment. She scooted back against the far wall, suddenly wishing some poisonous creature would bite her and put her out of her misery. "Just forget I asked, okay?" She bowed her head and hunched her shoulders. Boys could be such dorks. After a few moments, Jake scooted over and sat in front of her, reaching out to touch her stiff shoulder.
"Maggie, I'm sorry."
His voice was gentle, all traces of teasing gone. She refused to look at him. "It's a dumb question anyway."
"It's not a dumb question."
"Yes, it is."
"No, it's not. And I'm sorry I made a joke of it. I guess I just never thought about you growing up and thinking about those kinds of things."
She sniffed and risked a peek at him. "Well, I am, and I do. Most of my friends date now. They talk about stuff, and I feel so ignorant. I don't even know how to kiss, and they're way past that stage. I even turned down a date with Joe Carroll last week because I was afraid he'd think that I don't know what I'm doing. And I don't." Jake frowned.
"Joe Carroll asked you out?"
"Yes. What's wrong with that?"
"He's a player, Maggie. You're too sweet and innocent to go out with someone like him. Guys like Joe expect a whole lot more out of a date than a kiss."
That sounded a little scary. She picked up a pebble from the dirt, rubbed the smooth surface with her fingers. "It doesn't matter anyway. I don't even know how to do that, let alone anything else."
"You just need to practice. That's how I learned."
"Who would I practice with?" He looked at her for a moment, shrugged.
"You could practice with me, I guess."
Her mouth dropped open. "You want to teach me how to kiss?"
"Why not?"
"I don't know. It just seems kind of weird. I mean, it's not exactly romantic or anything."
"That's a plus. This way, there's no pressure."
He had a point. "You're right." She scooted closer. "Okay, what do I do?" He shifted, all at once looking a bit uncomfortable.
Not that I'd admit this to most people, but I'm not exactly an expert on kissing, so don't expect a master class."
"You know more than I do. I just need the basics. So how do I start?"
"You don't. The guy usually takes the lead."
"Okay." She looked at him. His brow puckered.
"You're right. This is kind of weird."
"Pretend like I'm one of the girls you like at school."
"Yeah."
He took a deep breath and leaned forward. She met him halfway. Their noses collided. A giggle bubbled up inside her as they drew apart. "That's not how it happens in movies." Jake scowled at her.
"This isn't going to work if you keep laughing."
"Sorry." She tried to smother her chortles. "Can we try that again?" This time, their lips briefly connected before he backed off. That was about as exciting as one of the snoozer movies they'd had to watch in history class last year. She wrinkled her nose. "Is that it?" His shoulders stiffened.
"That's the basic."
"I know how to do the basic vanilla kiss you give a great aunt. I need to know how to kiss someone like Joe Carroll." Jake's eyebrows dipped into a V above his nose.
"That would be an advanced class."
"Could we maybe at least move to intermediate?" He blew out a breath.
"Are you really sure you want me to teach you all this?"
"I don't have anyone else to ask, Jake." She dipped her head and played with the hem of her shorts. "But if you don't want to, I understand. I mean, I'm not the prettiest girl out there with this crazy flyaway red hair and freckles." And it was probably hard for a guy to muster much enthusiasm about kissing a girl who wasn't pretty, even if it was only an impersonal lesson.
"Hey."
Jake tipped her chin up with a gentle finger.
"You are pretty, and I like your hair and your freckles. Let's try it again."
"You sure?"
"Yes."
No hesitation. "Okay, then, I guess." He shifted closer until their knees were touching as they sat cross-legged facing each other, their faces only inches apart. Then he reached over and lifted her hair, letting it drift through his fingers. Nice. He moved onto her face, stroking its contours with his fingertips. Nicer. When he leaned even closer and brushed his mouth whisper-soft over hers, her pulse picked up and she closed her eyes. And when he claimed her lips, softly tasting them before he captured her mouth in a kiss that spun her world off its axis, she grabbed his shoulders and held on for dear life. Before she knew it, the embrace had escalated and they were side by side on the ground, wrapped in each other's arms as sparks and adrenaline and yearning took her to places she'd never even dreamed about. In the end, it was Jake who ended their impromptu lesson, pulling back with a sharp intake of breath when she began to caress his face.
"Enough."
He captured her hand, stilling its sensual movement. She heard him through a haze as her heart pounded with as much force as a blacksmith's hammer. Somehow she managed to utter one word. "Wow." After a moment, He exhaled, rolled onto his back, and stared at the ceiling of the shed, looking as thunderstruck as she felt.
Yeah.
She sucked in air.
I never expected to feel anything like that. All fluttery inside, and shaky, and scared, but good, too. Is it because I've never done this before?
I don't think so. I feel the same way, and I've kissed a fair number of girls.
He drew a ragged breath.
Let's sit for a minute, over by the wall.
Once they relocated, he put his arm around her and pulled her against him until her head rested on his shoulder, rubbed his cheek against her hair. It felt better than good. Is this part of the lesson?
No. The whole student-teacher thing went out the window about halfway through.
Which must mean he'd ended up wanting to kiss her as much as she'd wanted to kiss him. She snuggled closer. I never thought of you, of us, romantically before.
Me neither. But I do now.
He stroked her arm, sending sizzles of warmth radiating through her.
And you know what? I like it.
So do I.
You know something else? I have a feeling this may be the start of something wonderful.
I have the same feeling.
He backed off just enough to look down into her eyes, and the warmth of his smile filled her heart with joy.
Happy birthday, Maggie.
And then he leaned down and claimed her lips in a tender kiss that was filled with the sweet promise of a new love. What an amazing birthday that had been. Maggie drew a deep, shaky breath as she stared at the silvered bay through the rough window opening in the wall of the fishing shack. Wrapped her arms around her body, holding close for just a moment longer, the memories of the day their friendship had ripened into romance. The images had seemed so vivid, so real, so fresh, and so lovely. Had taking shelter in the old fishing shack prompted a similar walk down memory lane for Jake? She looked over to find him watching her.
Seems like old times, doesn't it, Squirt?
His quiet comment gave her the answer. Pressure built in her throat, and she turned back to the window. Yes. She felt him move behind her, and her pulse accelerated as he placed his hands on her shoulders, turned her with firm but gentle hands, reached up to trace the curve of her mouth with a whispered touch. A tremor rippled through her, and she closed her eyes.
It's still there, isn't it, Maggie?
At his husky comment, she drew a shaky breath and sidestepped his question. We're not the same people anymore, Jake. Things have changed.
Not everything.
Hard to dispute that with the hunger and yearning in his eyes making every nerve ending in her body tingle. But she wasn't ready to address this. She motioned to the door. We should go back.
I wish we could.
He wasn't talking about the inn, and there was no point pretending she'd misunderstood. I do too, but it's too late.
It's not too late to start over. Build on the connection between us that feels as strong as ever.
A surge of longing swept through her, but her heart had misled her about this man years ago. A man she'd grown up with, known as well as someone could know another person, given her heart to. Yet in the end, he'd broken it, and she couldn't go there again. I'm not ready, Jake.
To let me kiss you, which I'd like to do, or to trust me?
Both. Not quite true. She wanted his kiss, not just the expectations that came with it. He let out a slow breath, creating a whisper of warmth against her cheek.
I can wait on the kiss if I call up every ounce of the discipline I learned in the service. And I understand your trust issues. So I'm not asking you to trust me yet, only to give this some time and be open to the possibilities. Because the magic is still there. We both know that."
She eased out of his grasp and moved a few feet away. It was too hard to engage the left side of her brain when she was close to him. "I have a good life, Jake. I've been content. I wrote off love long ago because, yes, we had magic and no one ever compared to you. But if I let myself care again, and then you change your mind," she shook her head. "I can't go through that a second time."
"I'm not going to change my mind, Maggie. I'm here to stay this go-round. All I'm asking for is a chance to prove that. Spend some time with me, just the two of us. Renew our friendship and see where it goes from there."
More or less what Millicent had counseled. And it wasn't an unreasonable request. As long as Jake wasn't in a rush for any kind of commitment, and if they kept things simple between them, some exploration might be okay. Opening a door wasn't like inviting him to move in, after all. "All right, we can give that a try." She was rewarded with a smile that warmed her straight to her core.
"Thank you."
"We should go back. The rain's let up and the twins will be wondering what happened to us." He hiked up one side of his mouth.
"I think their imaginations will fill in the blanks."
"Their overactive imaginations."
"Let them have their fantasies. Who knows? Maybe they'll come true."
He opened the door and motioned for her to precede him, then took her hand as they started back down the path.
"This okay?"
He lifted their joined fingers. "Yes, but don't push it."
"Understood."
"And watch yourself around the twins. They don't need any more encouragement."
"Also understood. But look on the bright side. If they start seeing us together, they'll realize their matchmaking efforts are no longer needed and back off."
There was that. Yet as she and Jake walked hand in hand back to the inn through the rain-refreshed landscape, her heart felt refreshed too, and hope-filled. Which wasn't a bad way to end her 34th birthday. Unless that hope crashed and burned down the road. Chapter 10. Jake tossed his jacket onto the couch, set his briefcase on the floor, and reached around to massage his neck. The full day of faculty meetings for the new school year had been tiring. Plus, with classes starting in less than a week, he was inundated with lesson plans and paperwork. The latter was no problem. His years in the Navy had prepared him for paperwork. Lesson plans were another story. Teaching a course here and there during his career in the service was one thing. Planning a full load of classes for an entire semester was another. But none of the daunting tasks ahead could dampen his spirits after yesterday's birthday dinner with Maggie. She hadn't given him a green light to go full speed ahead with their relationship, but a cautious yellow light was a lot better than... At a thud from the direction of the attached garage, he frowned. What was Dad up to? Loosening his tie, he crossed to the garage door, opened it. On the far side, his father was struggling to lift one of the boxes containing his woodworking tools.
"That's too heavy for you, Dad."
He strode over and picked it up.
"I could have managed it."
Jake didn't argue the point. They both knew he wasn't supposed to do heavy lifting or strenuous work of any kind. Making an issue out of it would only lead to an argument or cause his father to retreat into miffed silence. Instead, Jake nodded toward the once neatly stacked boxes, which were now in disarray.
"What are you doing anyway?"
His dad stuck his hands in his pockets.
"Maggie called. They need some craft items for a booth at the church fair, and she asked me if I'd make a few things. I couldn't say no, not after she's been so nice since I got here. But I need to set up my equipment."
Jake surveyed the garage, pointed to a workbench in one corner.
"How about over there?" "That'll do. That should be big enough to accommodate the saw and lathe. I'll take care of it for you. I can do it myself."
Jake moved the box to the workbench and planted his fists on his hips. They were going to have to address the issue anyway, it seemed.
"Dad, this equipment is too heavy for you to lift. You know that. Why didn't you wait until I got home?" He shrugged. "Didn't want to be a bother."
At that unexpected response, Jake softened his tone and his stance. He reached over and laid a hand on his father's stiff shoulder.
"You're not a bother, Dad."
He glanced down, his shoulders hunched.
"I just feel in the way these days, like I'm only taking up space. Maybe I can at least do something productive for the church."
Jake frowned. Did his father really feel that useless? Maggie had intimated as much, but he'd been so busy getting ready for school and worrying about his relationship with her that he hadn't given much thought to how his father was feeling. Maybe he needed to.
"Why don't we set it up tonight? Tomorrow we can run into Bangor and buy whatever wooden supplies you need. And a couple of space heaters so you can work out here when the weather gets cooler." "I don't want to put you out. I'm glad to do it, Dad." "Well, if you can spare the time, that would be appreciated." "No problem. We'll have you in business before the night's over."
And they did. With his dad providing direction and him doing the physical work, they set up the whole workshop before they retired for the night, their interaction amiable and polite. Kind of like it used to be in younger, happier times when he and his dad had done father-son projects together. They weren't out of the woods yet with their relationship, but bit by bit they were taking the first tentative steps toward a true reconciliation. So maybe, just maybe, the miracle he hadn't dared hope would happen could be in the offing, barring any more major glitches. She shouldn't have caved. As Jake pulled up in front of the inn, Maggie took a steadying breath. "He's here, Allison," Abby called the news from the foot of the stairs. "I'll be right down." "It was really nice of him to offer to drive us to the airport and see us off for college, wasn't it, Aunt Maggie?" Abby slung her backpack over her shoulder. "You made it kind of hard for him to say no when the two of you ganged up on him a few days ago, without warning me. I should have put my foot down. This is too much of an imposition." "He seemed happy to do it. Besides, it'll give you two a chance to spend some time together on the way back." She curbed an eye roll. Much as she'd miss the girls, she wouldn't miss their matchmaking efforts. Fortunately, with the bustle of stowing luggage and double-checking lists, she didn't have too much of a chance to dwell on Jake's warm smile of welcome and the smoky look in his eyes whenever he glanced her way. Or on the cotton fisherman's sweater that emphasized his broad chest and enhanced his rugged good looks. The twins chattered all the way to Bangor, plying Jake with questions about his overseas travels, and Maggie was content to sit back and listen to the banter. But despite the enthusiastic exchange taking place in the car, the vague sense of melancholy that had plagued her for the past couple of weeks intensified. Of course she was happy for the girls. It was the start of a new life for them. And they were launching it well, with scholarships that recognized their excellent academic performance, supplemented by their parents' insurance money, most of which had been put into a trust fund, paying the balance. They should both graduate debt-free. Their futures looked bright. For her, though, their beginning was the end of the life she'd known for most of her adult years. Their laughter and teasing had filled her days and her heart. Now they'd build their own lives, create their own families, apart from her. As they should. But she would miss them terribly. They'd been her purpose, her anchor, and all at once she felt adrift and empty. It wasn't until Abby was getting ready to board her plane that the girls themselves got teary-eyed. They'd never been apart for any great length of time, and now they were heading into two different directions, away from each other, and only home they could remember. Abby clung first to Allison, then to her, as Jake eased discreetly into the background. "I'll miss you both so much. Call me every day, okay?" Allison clutched her hand. "I promise. Goodbye, Aunt Maggie, and thank you for everything." Maggie fought back the tears poised for release. This should be a happy moment for the girls, not a sad one. Believe it or not, I loved every minute of it. Even the old days when you and Allison used to delight in confusing me about who was who. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Abby gave her a sheepish grin. Well, I survived. I even managed to guide 2 girls through adolescence at once without losing my sanity. Don't I get a medal or something? Would a kiss and a hug do instead? Abby held out her arms. That would be even better. When Abby embraced her, Maggie pressed her close, gritting her teeth as she blinked back tears. Now get on that plane before it leaves without you. I can't run after a plane like I used to run after the school bus. I do remember that. Allison, you'll call and text, right? Abby's voice was anxious as she hugged her twin again. Count on it. You too, Aunt Maggie? Absolutely. You'll probably get tired of hearing from me. Now scoot. The bus is leaving. Maggie tried without much success to keep her shaky smile in place. Okay. She hefted her backpack and headed into the security line. Maggie and Allison waved until she was out of sight, and then, half an hour later, it was Allison's turn for a teary goodbye. As Maggie watched her disappear into the concourse, Jake laced his fingers with hers. You did a good job with them. He brushed his thumb over the back of her hand, his empathetic tone suggesting he'd clued into her turbulent emotions. They're lovely, intelligent, confident young women with their heads on straight and hearts that reflect an upbringing filled with kindness and love. Oh, mercy! Her eyes flooded with tears again. How had he known exactly the right thing to say? For in the moments before he'd walked over from the sidelines, where he'd retreated to give her and Allison a private moment to say goodbye, she'd been asking herself those very kinds of questions. Had she done everything she could to prepare the girls for what was ahead? Would the values she'd instilled in them survive their college years? Had their single-parent upbringing provided enough love and support and stability? Had she given them an adequate sense of self-worth, a solid enough grounding to sustain them through whatever lay ahead? Jake seemed to think so. She didn't know if he was right, but hearing him say it was reassuring. Thank you. I tried my best. I suppose that's all any of us can do. And I hope you're right. I hope it was good enough. Her voice hitched. He squeezed her fingers. I don't think you have to worry about those 2. You raised them to be survivors. But then, they had a good role model to follow. Her heart warmed. Funny how she hadn't been initially keen on the idea of Jake accompanying them today and had only relented after the girls pleaded and cajoled. Yet now she was grateful they'd insisted he come along today. His presence helped ease the loneliness of their departure, and driving home from the airport in an empty car would no doubt have been one long pity party. Thank you for that, and for coming today. Saying goodbye was tougher than I expected. She looked at the gate Allison had disappeared through. I'm going to miss those 2 so much. It'll be strange to be alone after all these years. You don't have to be alone unless that's your choice. At his quiet words, she searched his eyes, saw nothing but sincerity in their depths. But she had to be cautious. She still had too many doubts, too many questions. She would move forward with their relationship, yes, but slowly, because only time would provide the answers and the assurance she needed. By the way, the date's set. What date? Maggie scooped up another forkful of chicken salad, giving the view from the outdoor sidewalk cafe overlooking the bay more attention than Philip's comment. The balmy mid-September weather was bliss, and the warmth of the sun seeping into her skin was the date for your show. She snapped her focus back to him, fork frozen halfway between her plate and her mouth. What show? The show we've been talking about for a year. You mean the show I never agreed to? That's the one. He lifted his iced tea in salute. Maggie set her fork down. "I'm not ready for a show."
"Yes, you are. You've been ready for a couple of years."
"But I never agreed to a show."
"True. And why is that?"
Maggie bit her lip. "This is too close to my heart, Philip. You know that. I can't take the chance. What if I fail?" He leaned forward and took her hand.
"Maggie, there's no growth without risk. You've lived a predictable, quiet life here for as long as I've known you. You think things through and try as hard as you can to make everything perfect. And that's worked well for you with the inn. You have a successful business and a comfortable life. But some things can't be worked out on a spreadsheet. Sometimes you have to just trust your heart."
"But my art comes from my heart and my soul. That's why a show is so risky. A failure would be devastating personally, not just professionally."
"I get that. But the reason your art is so good is because it's personal. And I'm telling you as your friend and a professional art dealer that the risk of a show is minimal. I've shown some of your work to my friend in Bangor, and he agrees with my assessment. It'll be a great opportunity for you to launch a more serious career. I'll cancel the show if you insist, but I think you'd be making a huge mistake."
She took a deep breath, tried to slow her frantic pulse. "When is this show supposed to take place?"
"The opening is scheduled for the first Friday in December. It'll run for a month."
She caught her lower lip between her teeth. Philip wouldn't push her if she dug in her heels, but he'd never given her bad advice on the personal or professional front. And he was right. Scary as such a commitment would be, if she ever wanted to pursue serious art, she had to make her work available for critique and review. Passing up this opportunity would be a mistake. Bunching her napkin into a fist in her lips, she gave a slow nod. "All right, I'll do it. I guess it's time to test the waters." The corners of his mouth rose.
"You won't be sorry."
"I hope you're right."
"Now tell me how the other risky situation in your life is going."
He went back to eating. He meant Jake, of course. "I'm not sure about that one." She glanced down and played with her chicken salad. "It's even scarier."
"You know, it would be a shame to walk away from something good just because you're afraid. And that's true for everything, from a show to a relationship." He took a sip of iced tea. "Now I'll get off my soapbox and move to a lighter topic. How are the girls adjusting to campus life?"
The rest of the lunch passed in companionable conversation. But after they parted, Philip's words replayed in her mind. She was afraid, and that was okay. Healthy caution was an asset. In this case, though, was her fear protecting her, or keeping her from something good, as he'd suggested? Unfortunately, she didn't have a clue. "Pop, over here." Jake turned at the sound of the familiar voice and smiled as Maggie made eye contact and motioned them over.
"I think we're being summoned, Dad."
He laid one hand on his father's shoulder and pointed to the church booth with the other.
"Then let's go say hello."
Fine by him. He hadn't seen enough of Maggie in the 2 weeks since the girls left. September was a popular month at the inn, and she was busier than ever, as was he. Who knew that college-level teaching could be so all-consuming? While their lack of contact wasn't ideal, until he adjusted to school and her business slowed down for the winter, there didn't seem to be much he could do about seeing her more often. Except what he'd done today. Played hooky from correcting papers and convinced his dad to go to the church fair, where she told him she'd be working at the church's booth. She offered him a smile when they reached her and leaned over to give his father a hug. Lucky guy.
"How's business, Maggie?"
Dad inspected the array of merchandise. "That's what I wanted to tell you. All of the things you made sold already." Dad blinked.
"Are you serious?"
Yes, and not only that, Andrew Martin, who owns the local craft alliance, wants to talk to you. They'd like to take some of your pieces on consignment, and he was even interested in having you teach a class. Dad's eyes lit up.
He liked my work that much?
Absolutely. He said, oh, wait, there he is. Andrew! She waved at a tall, spare young man with longish hair about 50 feet away. When he joined them, she made the introductions. I told Howard you were interested in talking with him.
Yes, I am. Could you spare a few minutes now? We could grab a cup of coffee at the concession stand. That would be fine, as long as my son doesn't mind waiting.
Dad turned to him. Jake propped his shoulder against the corner of Maggie's booth and folded his arms.
Not at all. Take your time.
As the two men wandered off toward the refreshment area, he hiked up the corners of his mouth.
Now that, Ms. Fitzgerald, is a miracle. Did you see the way my dad's face lit up?
Yes. Oh, it makes a huge difference when a person believes they have something to contribute. Pop just needs to feel like he can still do something worthwhile.
Thanks to you, he does.
Not just me. You were the one who thought to bring the woodworking tools.
But you were the one who convinced him to use them.
She shrugged. It doesn't matter who gets the credit. The important thing is that he seems interested in something again. And he's looking better, too. How are things between the two of you?
We're more comfortable with each other, but there's still a distance. I don't feel like we ever connect at a deeper level. And I'm not sure what else I can do. School is demanding, and I don't have the time to focus on Dad the way I'd like to. I'm not used to dealing with boys that age, and it's a real challenge. In fact, to be honest, I sometimes feel like I'm in over my head.
She tipped her head, her expression thoughtful. Your father raised 2 boys. Maybe he could offer you a few tips. A fair-goer stopped at the booth, and she dropped her voice. Give me a couple of minutes. While she helped the customer, Jake checked on his dad. He and Andrew were deep in conversation across the lawn, his father's face animated as he spoke. Sorry about that. Maggie rejoined him. To pick up where we left off, have you talked to your dad about your job or any of the kids?
No, I don't think he's interested. He's never asked about my work.
Maybe he is interested but doesn't want to pry. That could be true. He hadn't shared much about his life with his father over the past 12 years. Why should his dad expect him to start now?
I guess it couldn't hurt to try.
Most people are flattered when asked for advice, and your father does have a lot of experience with boys. You might actually...
Next Wednesday, then?
Andrew's voice interrupted their conversation, and they turned as the two men approached, disposable coffee cups in hand.
Let me check with my son.
Dad shifted his attention to him.
Andrew would like me to come by the shop next Wednesday and look things over. Maybe work out a schedule for a class. Would it put you out to run me over after school? I'd be happy to.
He turned back to Andrew and stuck out his hand.
It's nice to meet you, young man. My pleasure. I'll see you Wednesday.
Sounds like your conversation went well. Maggie smiled at Pop. He nodded, eyes bright.
Yes, it did. Nice young fellow. He's a potter. It's good to talk to people who appreciate handcrafted work.
This could be a whole new career for you.
You never know. Thanks for the ride on Wednesday, Jake. No problem. You ready to go? Yes. If I'm going to be making things for the shop, I need to take inventory and put together a list of supplies.
Jake angled toward Maggie and turned up the heat in his smile.
Thanks for everything.
Without waiting for a reply, he leaned over and brushed his lips across her forehead. An impulsive move, perhaps, but it had been 3 long weeks since her birthday, and he needed to reassure himself that she hadn't had second thoughts about pursuing their relationship. The warmth in her eyes and her voice reassured him. My pleasure.
I'll be by later this week.
He made the promise in a voice only she could hear.
We need to talk.
She hesitated, then gave a silent nod. He glanced at his father.
"Ready, Dad? Whenever you are."
His father sent Maggie a quizzical look, then turned and fell in beside him as they walked away. Once they were a distance from the booth, he spoke again.
"I'm surprised she let you do that. I think she's beginning to realize I've changed. At least, I hope she is."
He braced for some sort of derogatory comment, but instead Howard changed the subject.
"Let's go straight home. I've got some projects to start."
Jake kept pace with him, processing what had just happened. Not only had his father refrained from making a disparaging remark about his character, he'd used the word home for the first time in reference to their cottage. It was a small thing, true, but hopefully it was one more positive sign that they were turning a corner. Chapter 11. Jake picked up his briefcase, slid from his car, and sniffed at the savory aroma permeating the garage from the adjacent kitchen. Dad had made dinner again, as he'd been doing since the beginning of the school year. What a godsend, especially tonight. After his confrontation with a smart-mouthed freshman, he was in no mood to cook. He sighed, forked his fingers through his hair. The last thing he needed in this learning the ropes phase of his new career was conflict on the job. Jiggling his keys, he walked toward the door to the house. He could, and perhaps should, report the boy's insubordination to the dean. But that could be the death knell for a budding maritime career. Besides, there was something troubling about the boy. A look in his eyes of bleakness was the word that came to mind. And desperation. They were almost indiscernible under his veneer of insolence, but they were there. The question was, what should he do about them? He pushed through the door and stepped into the kitchen, calling up a smile.
"Hi, Dad. What's for dinner?"
"Meatloaf," he spoke over his shoulder from the stove.
"I used to make it for myself at home sometimes after your mother died. She made it better than I do, though. Yours smells good to me."
His father turned to set the table, pausing for a moment to study him.
"You look tired." "It was a long day. Teaching must be quite a change from the Navy. I imagine it'll take a while to get used to such a different way of life."
Howard placed the cutlery beside the plates.
"Go ahead and change if you want. Dinner'll be ready in 15 minutes.
Jake took 10 minutes to freshen up and switch out of his work clothes for worn jeans and a sweatshirt, then returned to the kitchen.
"Have a seat. It's almost ready."
Dad motioned to the table.
"Can I help with anything? 2 cooks in the kitchen is one too many. That's what your mother always used to say, and she was right."
Jake sat as his father bustled about. Thanks to Maggie, he was moving with much more purpose and energy these days. Getting his father back into woodworking had been an inspired idea, and she'd known just how to go about it. And since she was batting 1,000 so far, maybe he should consider her suggestion to ask his father for advice. After all, he was at a loss about how to deal with his problem student. Perhaps his father could offer a few insights. Halfway through the meal, Dad gave him the perfect opening.
"I saw some of the students from the academy walking down the road today. They look like fine young men."
Jake cut a bite of meatloaf.
"They are, in general. But I've got an issue with one freshman."
Howard scooped up a forkful of mashed potatoes.
"What's his problem?" "I wish I knew. I checked his transcripts, and he's gotten good grades in the past, but he's only doing the bare minimum to survive in my class, and in his other classes, from what I gather. He's sullen and withdrawn and itching for a fight. We had a confrontation today, as a matter of fact. I told him I expected more, and essentially he said that as long as he turned in the assignments, it wasn't any of my business how well he did, that I should just grade his papers and buzz off."
His dad's forehead scrunched.
"Sounds like somebody needs to give that boy a good talking to." "That's part of the problem. I don't think he talks to anybody. Whenever I see him, he's alone. I'm not surprised with that kind of attitude. Me neither. But the thing is, he has a sort of hopeless look in his eyes.
Jake furrowed his brow, poked at a green bean with the tines of his fork.
He seems worried and scared and, I don't know, I just sense there's something wrong. I'd like to reach out to him, try to help, but I don't know how.
His father stopped eating, peered across the table as if taken aback by his admission of inadequacy. When he spoke, his voice was cautious.
Sounds like something's on his mind, all right. The boy could probably use a sympathetic ear. But you're a stranger, and trusting a stranger who's also an authority figure would be hard. I suppose so. I expect going away to school could be unsettling. New world, new people, new expectations. That may be part of it. But there could be something going on at home, too, that's tearing him up inside. Lots of times people get belligerent when they're faced with a situation that scares them. More so if it's something they can't control. That's a good insight.
One that could also apply to his father and the changed world he found himself in. Did Dad see the parallel? But as his father buttered a piece of bread and spoke again, it was clear his focus was on the past, not the present.
I remember one time when Rob was in 6th grade, the teacher called us up and said he was picking fights.
Rob? Jake stared at him.
The gentle-hearted kid who nursed baby birds back to health if they fell out of nests? I know. It didn't make sense to me either. So I took him out to the woods the next weekend to help me chop logs. And while we were eating the lunch and drinking the hot chocolate your mom packed, I started to ask about school real casual-like. Open the lines of communication, I think they call it these days. Did it work? Yup. Before we left, I found out he was scared to death your mother was sick. He'd overheard us talking about the Nelsons, but misunderstood and thought it was your mom who had to have surgery. Dad shook his head. Amazing how things improved once he got that worry off his mind. I never knew any of that. No reason you should have. Anyhow, if you want to find out what's going on with this boy, you might want to invite him out for coffee. Let him know you're willing to listen away from the classroom. More as a friend than a teacher. Because it sounds like he could use a friend.
Score another hit for Maggie. Not only had his father offered excellent insights, he'd been more than willing to share them.
I appreciate the advice, Dad. Thanks. I'll give it a try.
He responded with an indifferent shrug, but his expression suggested he was flattered.
Might not work, but what do you have to lose by giving it a shot?
He rose and began clearing the table.
I have apple pie for dessert. Can't say I baked it myself, but you'll probably be happy I didn't.
Jake did a double take. Dad was making a joke? That hadn't happened in his presence in 12 years. Could a gesture as simple as a mere request for advice make such a difference? Apparently so. Because as Howard deposited the dishes in the sink and prepared to cut the pie, something else astonishing happened. For the first time in years, Jake heard his father whistle. Maggie stepped onto the front porch, checked her watch for the 10th time in 5 minutes, rolled her eyes. She needed to calm down. Just because Jake was coming over for some one-on-one time was no reason for her nerves to go haywire. Unfortunately, her nerves weren't listening to reason. She crossed to the porch swing, sat, and set it moving after tucking one leg under her. Maybe the gentle, rhythmic motion would calm her jitters. It helped, until the crunch of tires on gravel a few minutes later quickened her heartbeat yet again. She glanced toward the guest lot as Jake parked the small, sensible compact he'd purchased. A far cry from the impractical sporty number he used to crave. When he emerged, he paused for several long moments to look out over the lovely sea view, as she often did when the day was winding down. But a beautiful panorama wasn't something Jake would have appreciated or even noticed a dozen years ago. Evidence of yet more changes in him. But one thing had stayed the same. He was every bit as handsome as he'd always been. Tall, confident in bearing, and with an easy, heart-melting smile that could still turn her legs to rubber. However, she wasn't a starry-eyed 16-year-old anymore. She was an adult who knew better than to let her emotions rule her life. So she had to approach this with logic and objectivity. While everything she'd seen since he'd arrived indicated he'd matured and that he'd become a man who understood the concept of honor and responsibility and could be counted on in good times and bad, only time would tell if the changes were real and lasting. He didn't notice her in the deepening shadows of dusk as he ascended the steps, so as he reached to press the bell by the door, she spoke. "Hello, Jake." He swung toward the porch swing, then strolled over as he gave her a slow, steamy smile.
"Hi.
"Would you like some coffee?"
"No, thanks. All I want is a chance to sit next to you."
"That can be arranged." She scooted over to make room for him. The swing creaked as he lowered his weight, and he arched an eyebrow at her.
"Are you sure this is safe?"
He draped an arm across the back of the swing and brushed his fingers over her shoulder. "No." She sent a pointed look toward his arm. His lips bowed, but he didn't remove his arm.
"I've missed you."
"You saw me at the fair."
"That was 4 days ago. Besides, there were too many people around."
"For what?"
"This."
He leaned close and brushed his lips over hers. He lingered only a few seconds, but it was long enough to disrupt the rhythm of her lungs and send a riptide of yearning surging through her. "What happened to taking things slow? To just being friends?" Her words came out choppy.
"I'm still on board with that plan, but I don't want you to forget my ultimate goal."
"Trust me, it's front and center in my mind." She eased slightly away. Maybe some physical distance would help. But there are other things to consider. Issues we need to deal with. I don't want to lose sight of those, and I can't keep a clear head when you kiss me. Hormones get in the way. We need to be judicious.
My judicious gene shuts down when I'm in your presence, like it did the day of your 16th birthday.
We're not 16 anymore.
I feel like we are when we're together.
That's why I want to be cautious. He let out a slow breath.
So, no more getting up close and personal?
She wasn't going to go that far. I didn't say that, but nothing heavy.
How about an arm around the shoulders?
He lifted his from the back of the swing and wiggled his fingers.
Is that restricted territory too?
It probably should be, but she didn't have that much willpower. No.
Music to my ears.
He scooted closer and looped his arm around her, then set the swing moving with a push of his toe.
Any news from the girls?
She tried to ignore the warmth of his fingers seeping through her shirt and into her skin. They're both super busy. The daily texts have dwindled a bit, which I expected. I'm just glad they're happy. How's your dad?
Energized. He spent the afternoon of the church fair making a supply list. I drove him over to Bangor to pick up everything yesterday. He's happy as a clam. Or should I say lobster, here in Maine. Now that he's got a project. You were right about him needing to have something to do that would make him feel worthwhile. And you were right about something else, too.
What?
Your idea to talk to Dad about school. I tried it Monday night. I think he was a little shocked, but he not only opened up, he offered me decent advice. Thanks to him, I think I'm finally starting to connect with one of my problem students.
What did he suggest? She listened as he recapped his father's idea. And it's working?
So far. I invited Paul, that's the student's name, to meet me in the mess hall for coffee yesterday. I wasn't sure he'd come, but he did. He hasn't said much yet, but I picked up enough to suspect there was a major trauma of some sort in his life shortly before he left for school. Something to do with his parents, I think. I invited him to meet me again tomorrow between classes, and I'm hoping he'll come. I'd like to help him through this, whatever it is, if I can.
Did you tell your father?
His lips twitched. Yes, he played it cool, but I think he was pleased.
I'm glad you two are getting along better.
We still have a long way to go.
But you're moving in the right direction.
Like you and I are, I hope.
TBD. She wasn't making any promises at this point. They swung in silence for a few minutes, the muffled night sounds peaceful and soothing, a feeling of contentment in the air, and simplicity. Except life wasn't simple. So while they'd veered into other subject matter, they did have issues to discuss before they let themselves get carried away. One in particular that might be hard to overcome, and pushing it to the back burner would do no one any favor in the long run. She took a steadying breath. There's an issue we should talk about, Jake.
Related to us?
Yes.
This sounds serious.
It is.
Okay.
His tone was cautious. You mentioned once that you wanted a family. She angled toward him in the dwindling light, fingers kneading the sweater in her lap. The thing is, I've already had a family. I don't regret a minute of the time I spent raising the girls, but it's been a demanding job for the past 12 years. So much of my adult life has been spent doing what I had to do. Now I want to focus on the things I want to do for a while. Like go to Europe, pursue my art. She exhaled. Maybe that sounds selfish, but it's how I feel.
Selfish is hardly a word I would use to describe you.
It was difficult to read his eyes in the dim light. Do you understand how I feel?
Yes. Even if it's not what I wanted to hear.
He kept the swing moving with his toe.
You have to do what's right for you. But a family experience with us would be different. 2 people sharing the responsibility for 1 child is a whole lot easier than 1 person trying to raise 2 children.
I can accept that in theory, but life has a way of tearing theories to shreds. Plans can fall apart in the blink of an eye, and unexpected events can change everything. Like our broken engagement, or you showing up out of the blue here.
I can't argue with that. Plans do change. So do priorities. 3 years ago, I didn't have all that much interest in starting a family. Now I do.
Maggie sighed. Why did the choices always have to be so difficult? 12 years ago, her choice had been a family or Jake. Now it seemed that it might come down to Jake and a family, or no Jake. As far as she could see, there was no way around that unless she gave up her own dreams. And she'd done that once. She couldn't do it again, not even for Jake. She leaned forward, away from his arm, and draped her sweater over her shoulders as a chill swept through her. Raising children, watching them develop and grow and become caring, responsible adults is a beautiful thing. You should have that experience.
But not with you.
His voice was quiet now, serious, and the swing had stilled. I can only speak for how I feel right now. Maybe in a year or 2 after I've gotten my taste of freedom and realized some of my dreams, I'll have a different take. But I can't make any promises. Jake's fingers brushed her shoulders.
I can't begrudge you any of your plans, Maggie. You've earned them. I want you to make that trip to Europe, to see all the places you've always dreamed of.
He sighed.
I'm not sure what the answer to this dilemma is, but maybe we should take a wait-and-see attitude while we continue to reconnect. I can't help but believe we've been brought together for some reason.
So he wasn't writing them off. Yet. That was good news. I can agree to that.
Okay, Then let's go hiking on Isla Ho on Sunday. I hear it's spectacular.
A real date with Jake? A shiver of pleasure rippled through her. It is. The twins and I have spent some lovely days over there. It's wild and rugged and isolated, a wonderful spot to get away from it all. The conversation moved on to other topics, and for the next hour they chatted companionably, just like in the old days, as if there'd never been a 12-year gap in their relationship. When Jake at last looked at his watch, she wasn't ready for the evening to end.
I hate to make it an early night, but I've got a crazy day tomorrow.
So do I. He stood and she walked with him to the top of the porch steps.
Does judicious contact include a goodnight kiss?
A modest one.
In that case,
he feigned a yawn.
I think it's time to say goodnight.
Without waiting for a response, he leaned down. It was more than a lip brush, but gentle, tender, and hands-free. Enough contact to whet her appetite for more, but not enough to reduce her to a hormone-induced fog. And it ended too soon. When he pulled back, he searched her eyes.
You good with that?
Uh-huh. Though her brain was 100% coherent, she didn't quite trust her voice.
We'll try it again on Sunday, okay?
Uh-huh. The corners of his lips rose, and a touch of humor glinted in his irises, suggesting he knew exactly the effect even that simple kiss had had on her.
I'll see you then.
She waited while he descended the steps, responded to his wave as he reached his car, and watched as he drove away. Then she filled her lungs with the tangy salt air and flexed her tingling fingers. It was best not to get carried away or hope for too much. That could be the path to heartache. Yet hard as she tried to keep them in check, her spirits soared like a gull riding a thermal air current. And she had a feeling they weren't going to return to Earth anytime soon. Unless some unforeseen development made them crash and burn. Chapter 12. Jake turned the corner an inch through the pelting icy rain, slammed the heel of his hand against the steering wheel, stifled a word he tried never to say. Everything had been going so well on the personal front. The Sunday routine he'd fallen into with Maggie in the week since that night on her porch, late church service followed by an afternoon exploring the quaint byways and back roads of their adopted state, had given him hope they could find a path to a future together despite the challenges they faced. A happy Thanksgiving celebration at the inn with Maggie and the girls and Dad. Continued physical improvement for his dad and positive, if slow, progress with their relationship. But he'd failed with Paul. Mashing his lips together, he swung onto his street. Even though the young man had eventually taken the opportunity to vent at their coffee sessions and had begun to settle in at school, in the end it hadn't made much difference. He was withdrawing at the end of the semester. And in all honesty, it was hard to blame him. The poor kid had been dealing with a boatload of troubles, starting with his parents' decision to divorce a few weeks before he'd left for school, because the father he'd always looked up to was having an affair. But the recent news that his mother had cancer, too far advanced for medical intervention, had been the final blow. So, because she had no one else to love and support her through the ordeal to come, Paul was going home. It was a selfless and courageous choice, and you had to admire him for making it. But it was so unfair. Fingers tightening on the wheel, Jake swung into the driveway of the cottage. Paul's future would change forever because he slammed on the brakes when he spotted a ladder propped in front of the garage door. Why was that there? As he set the brake and turned up his collar against the biting wind, his father appeared from around the side of the house and started to climb the rungs. What on earth? Paul stuttering, Jake vaulted from the car and strode up the drive, head bent against the pellets of stinging sleet as the rain he'd battled all the way home from school turned to ice. His father was halfway up the ladder when he reached the top of the drive. "Dad!" he had to shout to be heard above the gale. As sleet pummeled him, his father angled toward him a hair and peered down. Jake glared up at him. "What are you doing up there?" "Gutter's blocked. There was a waterfall above the garage door." This wasn't the first time lately that he'd found his father engaged in an activity much too strenuous for him. Now that he was feeling better, Dad was beginning to act as if he'd never had a heart attack. But this transgression was by far the worst. He shouldn't be on a ladder in any weather, let alone during what seemed to be the beginning of a southwester. "I'll fix it later. Come down from there. Now." Even through the gray curtain of mist and sleet, the sudden defiant lift of his father's chin was clear to see. "I was only trying to help. And you're not in the Navy anymore, you know. Stop giving orders." Jake took a deep breath, struggling for control. "Will you please come down and go inside where it's warm? It's frigid out here, and I, for one, don't want to get pneumonia." With that, he headed for the front door. By the time his father followed a couple of minutes later, he'd stripped off his wet coat and hung it to drip in the bathroom. Dad glared at him as he entered, then stomped into the bathroom and threw his own drenched coat into the tub. Jake retreated to the kitchen, and when his father joined him, he planted his fists on his hips. "We need to talk about this. I can't be here to watch you all day. You know what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do. What you were doing out there is not on the approved list, and you know it. I'm not one of your students, Jake, or some new recruit you can order around. I feel fine. I'm tired of being treated like an invalid. I can do what I want. You're not my keeper." "Yes, I am. I promised Mom years ago, and Rob more recently, that I'd take care of you, and I intend to do just that. That's the only reason you let me come up here, isn't it? Because you promised your mother and Rob. Well, I don't need charity. I can do fine on my own." "Right, like that little escapade I witnessed outside." Sarcasm scored his words. "Suppose you'd fallen, or put too much strain on your heart. You could be dead right now, or at the very least in the hospital. Maybe I'd be more welcome there." Jake gritted his teeth. "That's a fine thing to say. It's true. You haven't wanted me around in years. I invited you to live with me, didn't I?" His father snorted. "Sure, but only because you promised your mother and Rob." He slammed his arms across his chest. "Maybe if you'd bothered to come around once in a while, Clara wouldn't have died. 5 years ago today. Not that you'd remember. You broke her heart, Jake, just like you broke Maggie's." He sucked in a breath as his father's harsh words cut as deeply as a Navy SEAL's K-bar knife. Did Dad really think he was responsible for his mom's death? Pain radiated through him, twisting his stomach, and he lashed back. "You didn't exactly act like you wanted me around. It wouldn't have killed you to try to understand how I felt. Maybe if you hadn't been so stubborn, we could have worked this out years ago. Maybe it's as much your fault as mine that Mom's gone." His father flinched, and the color drained from his face as he gripped the back of a kitchen chair. "That's a terrible thing to say." Yes, it was. Jake clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and filled his lungs. He never lost control, ever. Yet more venomous words were poised on his tongue, clamoring for release. Words that, once spoken, could never be retracted. He had to hold them back. They'd said too much already, possibly irreparably damaging the fragile relationship they'd built these past few weeks. It was time to stop this tirade before it got even more emotional and hateful. Clamping his lips together, he brushed past his father and retrieved his damp coat from the bathroom, shrugging into it as he strode toward the front door. "Where are you going?" Dad's voice quivered with anger. "Out. I need to cool down before I say anything else I'll end up regretting." And then he stepped into the storm, slamming the door behind him. The sleet continued unabated, but he hardly noticed as he drove to a nearby spot that overlooked the turbulent, storm-tossed coast. For a long time he sat there as the elements battered his car, much as his father's words had battered his soul. So many old hurts had surfaced, so many suppressed emotions had been released, but not in a healthy way. Yet the words they'd exchanged had revealed a stark truth. All this time, while he'd thought their relationship was stabilizing, his father had been harboring a deep-seated anger against him, fueled by blame and resentment. And truth be told, in many ways, he'd been doing the same. No wonder their progress had been so slow. Now it had not only come to a grinding halt, but regressed dramatically. He flexed his fingers as the sleet continued to ping against the windshield, creating an opaque film that was difficult to see through. Tried to formulate a plan. At this stage, it might be best for him and Dad to have some space from each other. But his father couldn't go back to Atlanta. While Rob did have a hot job prospect, if he got it, there was a strong possibility he and his family would have to move, creating more uproar in their lives. So where did that leave Dad? With him, for now. What other option was there? Meaning he might as well go home, as unappealing as that prospect was. He turned on the engine again, directed the defroster toward the front window, and waited for the ice to melt. As lousy days went, this one would win a prize. And it didn't get any better when he stepped inside the door 15 minutes later and found his father's suitcase in the hall. Now what? He drew in a breath, let it out slowly, tried to psych himself up for round 2. His father was rattling pans in the kitchen, so he made his way in that direction, pausing at the doorway just as his father emptied what appeared to be a pot of beef stew into the garbage disposal. An act that seemed somehow symbolic of far more than dinner going down the drain. Gut twisting, he tried for an even tone.
"What's with the suitcase, Dad?" "I'm going to visit Rob for a week. I called and he said it was okay. There's a flight out of Bangor in the morning. I'll take a cab. I'll drive you. That's not necessary. I'll drive you, Dad. Let's not argue about that, too."
Silence. And silence was also the operative word during the drive to Bangor the next morning. His father ignored the few comments he made, so in the end he gave up. Only when Dad was preparing to go through security did he get more than a grunt in response.
"When are you coming back, Dad?" "I'll take a cab to the house. I'll pick you up. Just tell me the day and time, or I'll call Rob and get the information from him."
After a moment, his father provided the information, with obvious reluctance.
"Have a safe trip. Tell Rob hi from me."
Dad didn't reply. And as Jake watched him pass through security and disappear down the concourse, his shoulders slumped. How would the two of them ever work out their differences? Could they ever work out their differences? As he returned to Castine on autopilot, those two questions kept looping through his mind. Maybe that's why the senior living facility he'd driven by on numerous occasions without sparing it a second look caught his eye. He eased back on the accelerator as he passed, giving it a critical scan. It appeared to be a nice place, well-kept, with spacious grounds in an attractive setting. Was that a possible solution? A wave of guilt washed over him. He and Rob had promised Mom they'd never send Dad to a place like that. Yet they'd also promised to take care of him. Given the recent turn of events, it was beginning to seem as if keeping both promises would be impossible. Rob couldn't take him back full-time at the moment, and Dad had made it clear he didn't want to live with his younger son. Besides, he couldn't keep an eye on him 24/7, and now that Dad was beginning to take chances with his health like the crazy ladder stunt, maybe he needed more regular supervision. Truth be told, a senior living community might be the best solution in the short term. His father would have companionship and better care than either son could provide. And it would only be temporary, until Rob was settled again. Dad liked living with Rob, and Rob liked having him. In the interim, Dad might be a lot happier and healthier in that environment. Nevertheless, the whole notion didn't sit well. It felt like giving up, and like a betrayal. Yes, their relationship was rocky, but surely there was a way to smooth it out. If there was, however, it eluded him. And who knew? Maybe Dad would welcome the opportunity to get out from under his younger son's roof. At the very least, it might make sense to check the place out. What could it hurt to consider all the options? Wow. Maggie reread the review Philip had texted her from the Boston weekend paper. What a way to top off an amazing weekend that had begun with a well-attended opening reception for her show on Friday night. Compliments galore from all those in attendance, and the sale of 2 paintings for substantial sums. Best of all, Jake had been there to share every moment with her, as he'd shared so many special moments with her over these past few months. True to his word, he'd kept their relationship low-key. But one of these days, they were going to have to deal with the family issue if they wanted to break out of their current holding pattern. He didn't seem any more anxious to broach that subject than she did, however. Probably because there was no easy answer. But today wasn't the day to worry about that. Today was a day to celebrate with Jake. She rose, wrapped up 3 of the large cinnamon rolls she'd baked for breakfast this morning, and headed to the door. Thankfully, all of her guests were already out and about for the day, so she ought to be free until they began wandering back later in the afternoon. Perhaps her impromptu visit would cheer Jake up, even without the news she was going to share. He hadn't told her many details over the past week about the latest falling out with his father, no doubt wanting to spare her the worry as she'd prepared for her opening. But if Howard had gone to Rob's, it had to be serious. Even if it had been a short visit and he was coming back today. Now that the opening had passed, Jake might tell her more about everything that had transpired to send Howard running. When he answered her ring half an hour later, a smile of delight smoothed some of the tension from his features. "You're a sight for sore eyes. I was just thinking about you. Come in." She entered, and he leaned down to give her a kiss that went on a bit longer than usual, as if he needed the comfort of caring contact. Fine by her. The simple kisses they'd been sharing weren't quite cutting it anymore. After several delicious seconds, he drew back with obvious reluctance, but he stayed close. "So what's the occasion? You've never shown up at my doorstep uninvited before. Not that you need to wait for an invitation, just to be clear." Her lips curved up. "I had some good news, and I wanted to share it with you." "I could use some of that about now. Lay it on me." She reached into her tote bag, withdrew her phone, and called up Philip's text, clicked on the attached article, and handed him her cell. "There was a review in the Boston paper about my show." "It must have been positive, the way you're glowing." "See for yourself." He focused on the article, his lips tipping up as he scanned the write-up. When he finished, the warmth in his eyes was toasty enough to chase the chill from the coldest Maine day. "That's what I'd call an auspicious beginning. I'm very proud of you. You are one amazing woman, Maggie Fitzgerald." Joy filled her, heady and hopeful and heartening. All the pieces of her life were falling into place. She'd raised the girls well and sent them into the world. She'd taken a bold step and successfully launched a serious art career. And the man who'd stolen her heart long ago had re-entered her orbit, perhaps to stay. Life was good. Thank you. And being able to share this moment with you is the icing on the cake. That's why I brought cinnamon rolls to celebrate. She lifted the bag. I'm in. He draped an arm around her shoulders and guided her toward the back of the house. I'll pour the coffee if you want to nuke those for a minute. You got it. Once in the kitchen, she removed 2 of the rolls from the aluminum foil, put them on a plate, and slid them into the microwave. Can I steal some of your foil? I tore mine unwrapping these, and I brought a roll for your dad, too. Sure, it's in the drawer on the right. Man, those smell great already. She smiled as the tantalizing scent of cinnamon swirled through the air. I have to admit, they're hard to resist. My guests always... Her voice faltered as she opened the drawer and a brochure for a local senior community stared up at her. Jake's name on the mailing label. Stomach knotting, she gripped the edge of the counter as her brain did the math. The man she'd come to believe was honorable and could be counted on to remain steadfast in bad times was reneging on his promise to his mother. Throwing in the towel on his relationship with his father because they'd hit a rough patch, or at the very least, he was considering throwing in the towel. As far as she was concerned, that was bad enough. Her vision blurred, because all at once the future that had moments before looked so full of hope and promise now seemed bleak and empty.
Your guests always what?
Jake tossed the prompt over his shoulder when Maggie fell silent as he poured their coffee. No response. A quiver of unease slithered through him. Bracing, he turned. She was staring into the drawer, body rigid, knuckles white as she gripped the edge of the countertop. His alarm ratcheted up. After setting their mugs on the counter, he strode over to her.
Maggie, what's wrong?
When she looked up at him, the pain and confusion and disillusionment in the depths of her green irises was like a kick in the gut.
What's going on?
He reached down to close the drawer that separated them. Froze as the senior community brochure came into focus in his peripheral vision. Blast, 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 blast! It didn't take a genius to figure out what had happened. After finally beginning to trust him, to believe he was a man who kept his promises and could be counted on to stand fast no matter the circumstance, she'd been confronted with stark evidence to the contrary. Except the evidence was misleading. Yes, he'd caved and requested the brochure, but he'd done no more than skim it after it arrived, knowing in his heart it wasn't the answer to his dilemma. Given the look of betrayal in her eyes, however, convincing her of that was going to take a miracle. Nevertheless, he had to try.
Will you listen if I try to explain?
His words came out hoarse, ragged. Is there an explanation? Her voice was flat, lifeless.
Yes. I don't know if it'll make any difference, but I'd like to tell you anyway. Will you listen?
The microwave pinged, but he ignored it. So did she. She wrapped her arms around her body and eased back a step. You can tell me if you want to. But she didn't sound receptive. All he could do was pray she'd listen with an open heart.
You know Dad and I have had a rough time of it. But I was starting to think we'd turned a corner until everything fell apart last Monday.
He gave her a quick recap of his bad day, the situation with Paul, and finding Dad on the ladder when he got home.
I was too heavy-handed in my reaction, and Dad took offense. The next thing I knew, we were accusing each other of terrible things, including the death of my mother.
Maggie gasped, and her complexion paled.
Yeah, I know.
He winced and pinched the bridge of his nose.
On top of everything, it was 5 years ago to the day Mom died. Emotions were running high on both sides. I walked out to cool off, and when I got back, Dad's bags were packed. He left the next morning for Rob's.
And that led to this? She motioned toward the drawer.
Yes. I felt like I was between a rock and a hard place. It didn't seem like I could keep my promise to Mom and make sure Dad was taken care of. And I think living with me is the last thing he wants. He's unhappy here and stressed, which isn't good for his health. I passed that place on the way back from the airport.
He nodded to the brochure.
I figured it couldn't hurt to check it out. The material came yesterday. It's not something I ever wanted to consider, but at this point it's hard to know what's best for Dad.
Several silent beats ticked by before Maggie responded, her voice subdued and sad. A promise is a promise, Jake. No one ever said life was easy. But we can't just walk away from our commitments. If you give your word, you keep it, period. It's a matter of honor. And if people don't honor their promises, how can there ever be any trust? Her voice broke and she moved to the table, picked up her purse. I have to go. Of course she needed space after being blindsided. He got that, even if letting her walk out was the last thing he wanted to do.
Will you call me later?
She pulled at her keys, avoiding eye contact. I don't know. A wave of nausea swept over him as he followed her to the door.
I don't want us to end here, Maggie. I need you.
There was a hint of desperation in his voice, but he didn't care. And your dad needs you. She paused at the door, glanced at him. Goodbye, Jake. Then she turned and walked away. Perhaps forever. Unless he could somehow find a way to undo his colossal mistake and make this right. Chapter 13. Jake turned into the church parking lot and pulled into a vacant spot by the front door.
What are we doing here?
His father sent him a suspicious look from the passenger seat. Jake shut off the engine and angled toward him. Ever since the fiasco with Maggie this morning, his brain had been on overload trying to figure out how to mend the rift with his father. The plan that had formed in his mind on the drive to the airport in Bangor probably had 50-50 odds at best of working, but he knew in his gut this was the only way he and his father might have a chance at a true reconciliation. He took a deep breath.
I'd like to talk with you, Dad. On neutral ground. In a place where we can't shout at each other.
His father's eyes narrowed.
What do you want to talk about? Us.
Dad turned his head and stared straight ahead, jaw clenched.
Seems like we've done enough talking already. Maybe too much. Too much of the kind you're referring to, that's for sure. But I have something different in mind. Will you give me a few minutes?
While his father considered the request, Jake tried to corral his inner turmoil.
Please, God, let him be willing to at least hear me out,
he thought to himself. When his father finally grunted his assent, Jake released the breath he hadn't even realized he'd been holding. Once they were seated in a back row of the quiet, dim church, Jake dug deep for the words that had to be said.
It's no secret to anyone that things have been rough between us ever since I left Maggie to join the Navy. You made it clear you thought I was being selfish and irresponsible, and I didn't want to hear that. It hurt too much. The truth often does.
At his quiet admission, his father shot him a quick, surprised look.
You never expected me to admit you were right, did you?
He hitched up one side of his mouth.
I'm not surprised. There's stubborn blood in this family, and a lot of pride. Too much, sometimes. I think that's what got the two of us into trouble. I was too stubborn and proud to admit I was wrong, even though in my heart I knew it was true. Then, to make things worse, the man I'd always loved and admired and never wanted to disappoint rejected me. So I rejected him.
He paused, glanced toward the cross in the sanctuary, the symbol of forgiveness and redemption and new beginnings.
It wasn't a rational decision, Dad. It was reactive, a way to protect my heart from the pain of knowing I'd disappointed you and hurt Maggie. And after that, we grew further and further apart. It's not something I ever wanted. The truth is, I missed you all these years. I missed your humor and your kindness and your guidance. And I missed your love.
Throat constricting, he reached over and gripped the gnarled hand that more than 35 years before had been extended to him in encouragement as he took his first few struggling steps. Just like he was taking new, faltering steps today. And he was as much afraid of falling now as he no doubt had been then.
I'm sorry for all the pain I've caused you through the years, Dad. I'm sorry I wasn't there for Mom and you when you needed me most. I want to try to make things right, but I need your help. That's what I'm asking for today. I've been on my own for 12 years, and one of the things I discovered is that I need you now as much as I ever did. Maybe more. Please give me another chance."
His father regarded their joined hands as several long moments of silence passed. When he at last spoke, his voice was shaky.
"I know your mother would have wanted this. It was one of the last things she asked for before she died. And the fact is, I always wanted it too."
He sniffed, eased his hand free, dug out his handkerchief. The silence in the church seemed magnified as Jake waited for him to continue.
"It was like you said, son. We both staked out our positions and dug in our heels. Neither of us was willing to budge. Can't say it did either of us any good, and it sure did make your mother sad. She called me a stubborn fool more than once, told me you'd come back in a flash if I gave you half a chance. I should have listened to her. But the West pride got in the way, I expect. On both sides. Maybe. Fact is, I couldn't bring myself to admit that maybe I was a little too hard on you. Not that I agreed with what you did to Maggie. Still don't. But her situation was a lot to take on at such a young age. Looking back, I can understand how it must have been overwhelming for you. I guess Maggie can too, seeing as how you two are getting along so well these days."
If only. But Jake didn't correct him. The latest crisis with her was too fresh, too raw to discuss.
"Does that mean you're willing to make a new start?" "Yes, but I expect we'll still have our differences. I'm sure we will. The key is to agree up front that we'll work them out instead of building walls. We just need to keep the lines of communication open like you did with Rob all those years ago."
The hint of a smile touched his father's lips.
"Even if it takes hot chocolate and sandwiches in the woods?"
Jake gave a soft laugh.
"Especially if it takes that. Maggie's converted me to hot chocolate. That girl always was a good influence on you. I'm glad she's back in your life. So am I, Dad. Although, we've run into a bit of a roadblock."
And that was all he was going to say right now.
"Nothing serious, I hope. We'll work it out."
Jake stood, hoping that was true.
"Ready to go home?" "Let me say a few words to the man upstairs, as long as we're here. Then I'll put in a good word for you and Maggie, too."
Jake didn't argue, because he was going to need all the help he could get to win back the heart of the only woman he'd ever loved. As the doorbell rang, Maggie's pulse picked up. He was here. Whatever Jake had to say tonight must be important because he'd refused to let her put him off as she'd been doing whenever he'd phoned since the day in his kitchen 3 weeks ago. He'd simply asked if she would be home and announced he was coming over. She wiped her palms down her slacks and slowly crossed toward the door. If he was looking for answers from her, she didn't have any. Her emotions were still on a roller coaster. Hard as she tried to empathize with his frustration over the situation with his father, it was hard to condone his willingness to consider breaking the sacred promise he'd made to his mother as she was dying. A promise he'd gone to admirable lengths to keep until a few weeks ago. Of course, she understood his frustration. But when problems arose, you did what she and the girls had done through the years after their occasional clashes. You talked about it. You worked things through. You made amends and went on. You didn't walk out or turn your back. Yet that's what Jake had contemplated doing. She paused at the front door. The very fact that he'd even considered breaking his promise scared her to death. Because if he'd done that with Howard when things got dicey, how did she know he wouldn't do it with her? The doorbell chimed again, and she sucked in a breath. May as well get this over with. Psyching herself up for what could be a difficult conversation, she grasped the knob, twisted it, and pulled the door open. Jake stood on the other side, hands shoved deep into the pockets of his sheepskin-lined jacket, his breath making frosty clouds in the cold air, the haggard planes of his face thrown into stark relief by the muted light on the porch. Apparently, he'd suffered as many sleepless nights as she had. It seemed the Christmas holiday spirit had passed both of them by this year.
"Hello, Maggie."
"Jake?" She moved aside to let him enter and took his jacket when he shrugged out of it, motioning toward the living room. "Let's talk in there. I have a fire going." He waited until she joined him before taking a seat.
"Thank you for seeing me."
"You didn't give me much of a choice, but I suppose we had to talk sooner or later."
"I invited myself over, because if we don't talk tonight, it'll be several months before we see each other in person again. Dad and I are going to Rob's tomorrow for Christmas. We won't be back until after you leave for Europe."
That was news, and not super welcome, despite her jumbled feelings. "When did you decide to do that?"
"Last week. Rob invited us, and Dad wanted to go. It'll be a good chance for all of us to have family time together. That's not the way I'd hoped to spend Christmas, but given the circumstances, I didn't see any reason to refuse."
"I'm sure your dad will enjoy having you all together."
"I am too, but I couldn't leave with everything so unsettled between us, especially since it'll be months before I see you again."
"I don't think one conversation is going to change anything."
"Maybe not, but I have to try."
He stood and moved beside the fire, angled toward her as he shoved his fingers into his pockets.
"Here's the bottom line. I was wrong to ask for that information from the senior community. My only excuse is that I'm human, and humans make mistakes. That was a big one. But the truth is, I realized, even before you saw the brochure, that I had to try harder to make things work with Dad. So I decided to tackle the issue head-on when he got back."
That was positive news. "Did you?"
"Yes, and the past 3 weeks have been the best we've had in 12 years. We both admitted we'd fallen short and agreed to try our best going forward. I know we'll still have some rough times, but we'll get through them, because we both want it to work. I'd like to think the same could be true for us."
He sat on the ottoman by her feet, giving her an up-close look at his eyes. She saw nothing but sincerity in their depths. And when he reached for her hand, the embers of all the longing she'd ruthlessly crushed after she'd walked out of his house stirred back to life.
"I never realized how lonely I was until I found you again, Maggie."
He locked onto her gaze.
"What I did back then was wrong, and I make no excuses. At the same time, I can't promise I won't make mistakes in the future. But I can promise you that in the end, I'll always do the right thing. Because I love you with all my heart. I always have, and I always will."
Pressure built behind her eyes. Oh, how she wanted to believe him. But experience had been a merciless teacher, and one of the biggest lessons she'd learned was to guard her heart and proceed with caution. Before she could respond, he reached into the pocket of his slacks and withdrew a small square box. When he flipped it open to reveal a sparkling solitaire, she blinked, leaned closer. "Isn't that the ring you gave me?"
"Yes. I kept it all these years. I never knew why until I came to Maine and found you again. Then it became clear to me. This ring was meant for you, and you were meant for me. No one else has ever come close."
She swallowed and tried to find her voice. I don't know what to—"
"Wait."
He reached over and placed a gentle fingertip against her lips.
"I'm not proposing again tonight. All I'm asking is that you take the ring with you to Europe as a reminder of my love. Think about us. And when you get back, we'll talk about it again."
That sounded reasonable, except there was still a major unresolved issue between them that had nothing to do with their recent falling out. "I haven't changed my mind about having a family."
"But I have. I've given it a lot of thought. And bottom line, while I'd like to have children, if it comes down to a choice between you and a family, there's no contest. I love you, and that's enough for me. Anything else would be a bonus. Whatever you decide is fine with me."
Her spirits took a sudden uptick. That had been a huge hurdle to clear.
Are you sure?
Yes.
No hesitation.
It's not hard to make compromises when you love someone as much as I love you. Besides, you'll also have to make compromises if you marry me.
She frowned. What do you mean?
I'll bring an aging parent to this union, one with health issues. A lot of women wouldn't want to take that on. You faced marriage once before when you were saddled with an overwhelming responsibility. In a way, you will again.
She shook her head. I love Pop, Jake. I don't consider him a burden in any way. In fact, until that day in your kitchen, I'd been thinking that if we got serious, we might want to live here. We could turn the little guest cottage into a place for your dad so he'd be close by but still have a sense of independence. He shook his head, and his eyes took on a suspicious sheen.
You are one special woman, Maggie Fitzgerald.
Then he held out the ring box.
Will you take it with you to Europe? Not as a commitment, but as a reminder of my love.
There was no way she could refuse that request. Yes. She closed her fingers over the small box when he handed it to her. To tell you the truth, I almost wish I wasn't going now. Jake shook his head.
Don't feel that way. Savor every minute of this experience. You owe that to yourself after all these years. And I'll be here when you get back.
I'll miss you.
Likewise.
He stood, then reached for her hand and pulled her up beside him.
And I'd like to show you how much with a real kiss, if you're ready for that.
I am. More than. He didn't hesitate to claim her lips. Like their previous kisses, this one started out sweet and tender. But in the past, whenever it had been on the verge of becoming something more, Jake had backed off. This time he didn't. Today's kiss reflected a pent-up longing and passion that must have required every ounce of the discipline he'd honed during his Navy career to rein in for all these months. Epic was the only way to describe it. While the embrace was familiar on many levels, it was also new. The muscular contours of his chest were more developed, harder than they'd been in his younger years. His arms were stronger, too, and more sure, holding her with a practiced skill that had been absent 12 years ago. His mouth moved over hers with a new adeptness, demanding a response she was only too happy to give. As his fingers tangled in her hair and his mouth worked magic, she simply went with the flow, savoring the hard, uneven thudding of his heart against her chest that told her this moment was as significant to him as it was to her. She had no regrets, no second thoughts, no doubt. This was where she was meant to be, where she'd always been meant to be. How long the kiss went on, she had no idea. But she was in no hurry for it to end. She wanted, needed this memory to take with her, to hold in her heart during the long, solitary months ahead. All too soon, though, and with obvious reluctance, he drew back, his smile looking as shaky as she felt.
That was worth waiting for.
I agree. He fingered a few strands of her hair.
I should go. Dad and I have an early flight tomorrow.
I'm not liking the idea that we'll be apart for months.
We can stay in touch. Email and texts make it easy. No waiting around for letters like in the old days.
Letters are more personal and have a certain charm, though. They're becoming a lost art. Still, no written communication can take the place of this. She reached up and traced the line of his jaw with her finger. Eyes darkening, he captured her hand and pressed a kiss to her palm.
If all goes well, we'll make up for lost time when you get back.
Hold that thought. She followed him to the hall, waited while he shrugged into his coat, then walked with him to the door.
Bon voyage, Maggie. Think of me whenever you look at the ring.
Then, with one final sweet kiss, he was gone. For a moment, as the door closed behind him, she was tempted to fling it open and tell him she'd changed her mind, that she'd marry him tomorrow. but it would be more prudent to take the time he'd offered her to think things through. Give the left side of her brain a chance to weigh in, far from the distractions of life here in Maine, in a new place that could give her new perspective. But it wasn't going to be easy. Chapter 14. Jake smiled as he read Maggie's text account of her adventures at the Trevi Fountain in Rome. No surprise that several local Romeos had tried to pick her up. She might be closing in on 35, but she was still one gorgeous woman. "Good news for Maggie?" His father set a mug in front of him. Sharing a cup of hot chocolate before going to bed had become an enjoyable nightly ritual for them. "It seems the Italian men are an excellent judge of beauty." Howard raised his eyebrows. "Are they asking her for dates?" Likely more than that, but he toned down his answer. "Let's just say they're expressing their interest." "It sounds like she's having a wonderful time." "Glad to hear it, but I'll sure be glad when she comes back. Seems kinda quiet around here without her." "No kidding." "There's definitely an empty spot in my life." His father took a sip of his hot chocolate, eyeing him over the rim of the mug. "You never said much the night you drove over to say goodbye to her, but I assume it went well, or she wouldn't be sending you notes all the time." "It seemed to, but time will tell if this ends up where I want it to." He hesitated, but there was no reason to keep his dad in the dark about what had transpired that night. "Which would be a walk down the aisle. I asked her to marry me before she left." His father's eyebrows peaked. "You're just telling me this now?" He shrugged. "I didn't want to create false expectations." "What did she say?" "I didn't ask for an answer. All I asked her to do was think about it while she was gone and let me know when she got back." Howard finished his drink in silence, then rose, crossed to him, and gave his shoulder an encouraging squeeze. "Maggie'll come around, son. You'll see. You're a good man, and she'll realize that in time." As his father continued toward the kitchen, Jake's throat pinched. For the first time in years, Dad had touched him with affection, called him a good man. That was huge. While his future with Maggie might still be uncertain, at least he and his father had reconnected. And if fate was kind, Maggie would come to the same conclusion about his character as his dad had before she returned from her European adventure. Maggie tipped her face to the sun and let out a contented sigh as Parisian street life swirled around her at the Sidewalk Cafe. Her fabulous sojourn was drawing to a close, but it had been everything she'd hoped, and she'd learned so much. The classes had been instructive and inspiring, and she'd produced some of her best work on this trip, shipping it home to Philip as she completed it. His enthusiastic response had reaffirmed her conclusion that she'd made great strides. And now, with only 2 weeks remaining, her thoughts were beginning to turn to home. She reached up to finger the ring that hung on a slender gold chain around her neck. Soon she'd have to make her decision about Jake. It wasn't a question of love. She loved him with every ounce of her being, just as she had 12 years ago. But love came with risks, as she well knew. And though he seemed a different man, there were no guarantees of a happy ending on a second go-round. Could she live with that reality if she accepted his proposal? As for the family issue, while he'd assured her he'd made his peace with a childless union, had he really? What if he came to resent her for that sacrifice down the road? And could she, in good conscience, deprive him of the joy she'd known with the twins as she'd watched them grow and mature into beautiful young women? Those were the questions she had to answer before she returned home, and the clock was ticking. Quashing a tiny surge of panic, she set aside her croissant and opened the envelope Philip had sent her containing the items he deemed important enough to send on from the mail he collected for her at the inn. Tipped the contents onto the table. A letter from Jake spilled out,
which was unusual since they'd relied exclusively on electronic communication. And one from Pop, also a surprise. All his previous communication had been passed through Jake. But a small package with an unfamiliar New York return address drew her immediate attention. She tore off the brown wrapping to find a little box cocooned inside a single sheet of stationery. The handwritten note was short and in an unfamiliar hand, and she gave it a quick skim.
Dear Ms. Fitzgerald, Millicent Trent gave this to me and asked that I send it to you. I'm sorry to inform you that she passed away last week after a brief illness, but she did so in peace and with joy. She said she wanted you to have this because you would understand and that she hoped your story turns out happier than hers. She also asked me to remind you that very few people get a second chance and to consider carefully before you let yours slip away. I confess I don't understand the message, but Millicent said you would.
The letter was signed by a Reverend Thomas Wilson. Pressure built in Maggie's throat as she removed the lid from the small box to find Millicent's 2-part heart pendant nestled inside. The woman's most cherished possession. Closing her eyes, Maggie sent a silent thank you heavenward for the kindness and deep affection of the kindred soul who'd encouraged her to pursue the reconciliation she herself had found elusive. After a few moments, Maggie set the pendant aside, swiped a tissue under her lashes, and picked up Pop's letter.
Hi, Maggie. I got your address from Jake. I hope you're having fun. We're not. Don't get me wrong, things are good between Jake and me. Real good. Jake turned out fine after all, and I'm proud to have him for a son. But he's been moping around the house like a lovesick puppy, and it's driving me crazy. So please come home soon and put him out of his misery. He misses you a lot. So do I.
Maggie smiled through her tears. Jake had told her he'd make it work with his father, and it was clear he had. The undertone of affection in Pop's letter confirmed that the two of them were back on track. Settling back in her chair, she opened Jake's envelope. A real letter was a treat to be savored.
Dearest Maggie, you said once that letters are more personal than texts and emails, and while my penmanship isn't the best, I thought I'd finish off your stay with a traditional letter. During the weeks you've been gone, I've tried to keep my notes lighthearted and chatty, but as your time in Europe draws to a close, my thoughts are more serious. The days are long, Maggie, and without the sound of your voice and your sparkling eyes, they seem empty. The nights are even worse. I find sleep more and more elusive as I anticipate your return. I hope you're faring better than I am on that score. Or maybe I don't. To be honest, I hope you miss me as much as I miss you. I don't know what hell holds for those who sin, but I think the agony of uncertainty I've endured during these past few weeks has, in a small way, made reparation for some of my transgressions. I love you, Maggie, more with each day that passes. I look forward to the moment I can tell you that again face to face. Until then, know that thoughts of you fill my days and nights.
Pressing the letter to her heart, Maggie rested her other hand on the box containing Millicent's pendant. For months, Jake had been proving his steadfastness and his ability to honor a promise. He diligently cared for his father and painstakingly rebuilt that relationship despite the hiccups along the way. He'd come to her aid when she was ill, stayed by her side at the hospital after Allison's accident, provided a shoulder to lean on and a hand to hold during the twins' emotional send-off to college. Never once since coming back into her life had he failed to be there when she needed him. How much more proof did she need that he was a man to be trusted? None. Whatever small risk might remain was too minuscule to worry about. Which meant only the family issue was a stumbling block. Or was it? All at once, the image of the painting she was just now completing came to mind. The one she'd begun in the hills above Florence. A painting that had held the answer all along. but it had taken today's letters to clarify her thinking and banish her fear. Spirits lifting, Maggie finished her croissant, tucked all her mail back in the envelope, and prepared to make a decision that would change her life forever. Jake drew a long, unsteady breath. The 3 months since he'd said goodbye to Maggie had been eternal, but giving her space had been the right thing to do. Asking her to commit to him before she felt the same absolute certainty, trust, and deep, abiding love for him that he felt for her would have been a mistake. And now their separation was over. Forever. A door opened behind him, and he turned as Maggie entered the room, smiled.
No bride ever looked more beautiful. Even more dazzling than that.
He motioned to the Eiffel Tower, visible through the French doors to the balcony, which was going through its nightly light show. Soft color flooded her cheeks as she joined him and took his hand. "You're prejudiced."
Guilty, but I do know beauty when I see it, and I see it right now.
He gave her a slow once-over, from the cluster of sweetheart roses and baby's breath that held her hair back on one side, to her elegant tea-length white silk gown that was subtly patterned to shimmer in the light.
And the necklace was the perfect final touch.
She fingered the heart pendant from her longtime guest, the two halves seamlessly joined by the hands of a master jeweler. "I think Millicent would be pleased I wore it."
"I'm glad our story had a happier ending than hers."
"So am I."
"Then you found the perfect place to say our vows."
The tiny medieval chapel, illuminated only by the mosaic of late afternoon light filtering through the intricate stained glass windows and filled with the fragrance of roses, had been magic. That was pure luck on such short notice.
It has been a bit of a whirlwind, hasn't it?
Since her phone call a week ago, life had moved into high gear. Thankfully, the end of her trip had coincided with spring break. But even if it hadn't, nothing could have kept him from her side. To put it mildly,
no second thoughts about not having the ceremony at home?
Absolutely not. We waited long enough. And the girls and your dad were able to attend through the video feed on your phone, so I felt like they were there. Besides, I was determined to have that Paris honeymoon we planned long ago.
Which is about to begin.
He gave her a slow smile and tugged her close. She resisted, palms against his chest. "I have something to give you first. Wait here." After extricating herself from his arms, she disappeared into the bedroom of their suite. While she was gone, he pulled his own presents from the drawer where he'd stashed them earlier. When she returned with a large package wrapped in silver paper, he motioned to the two small packages with white bows that he'd set on the coffee table.
"Looks like we both had the same idea."
"I didn't expect a present, not on such short notice."
"I've had these for a long time, Maggie. They were just waiting for this moment."
He sat on the couch and drew her down beside him, then tore off the shiny paper on his package to reveal an impressionistic painting of a man, woman, and small child on a hillside picnic, visible only from the back, surrounded by a golden light. The man and woman were seated, and he had his arm around the child. He was pointing into the distance, and the woman's hand rested on his shoulder as she leaned close to him. A feeling of intrinsic love and serenity and unity pervaded the painting, making the viewer yearn to be part of the idyllic family scene. Jake drew a deep breath as he examined it.
"This is wonderful, Maggie. All of your work is excellent, but this stands apart. You always paint from the heart, but this piece captures an essence I've never seen before."
"It comes even more from the heart than you realize." At some indefinable nuance in her tone, he transferred his attention from the painting to her.
"What do you mean?"
"I thought a lot about us while I've been here, and the family issue. Even though you said you could live without children, I felt like that wasn't fair to you."
"I made my peace with that, Maggie. You don't have to worry about it."
"But I did. And then last week, while I was stewing about it at a sidewalk cafe, I thought about this painting and realized it was us. When I started it in Florence, I had no idea who the subjects were. But my heart's known for weeks. It just took a little longer for the message to reach my mind. His pulse accelerated. Carefully, he set the painting down, reached for her hand, and searched her eyes.
Are you certain you're not just saying this because you know it's what I want?
Partly. But the decision is also for me. I want this too. What you said months ago is true. Raising a child in a two-parent household will be a whole different experience than raising twins alone. And I think it would be a beautiful thing to share our love with a child. He drew a deep, shuddering breath. Could this day hold any more joy?
I love you, Maggie.
His voice rasped as he twined his fingers with hers and gave them a gentle squeeze. And I love you back. Her voice didn't sound very steady either. After a moment, he released her hand and picked up the two small packages, handing her the smaller one first. She tore off the wrapping and lifted the lid of the box to reveal an antique gold filigreed locket.
Look inside.
After following his instruction, her lips curved up at the two photos. One of her and Jake taken when they were about 9 and 10, and one of them taken by the twins on her last birthday.
I thought those photos said it all, that our lives had always been destined to join. And I thought it was appropriate to put them in Mom's locket. I found it when I was cleaning out the house for Dad. Her mother gave it to her when she turned 20, and it was always one of her most treasured possessions. I know she'd want you to have it.
Maggie's eyes began to shimmer. What a perfect present.
One more.
He handed her the other package and waited silently as she tore off the wrapping, raised the lid, and folded back the tissue paper. When she withdrew the small frame document, he leaned close to read the crude lettering with her. Official proclamation. I, Jake West, and I, Maggie Fitzgerald, promise to always be friends forever and ever, no matter what happens. It was dated 28 years before, and they'd each signed it in their childish scrawls. Their mothers had signed too, as witnesses. Her lips tipped up, and when she spoke, her voice was a mere whisper. I'd forgotten all about this.
I found it the same day I found the locket, in the fireproof box where Mom kept her important documents. I meant those words then, Maggie, and I mean them now.
A tear spilled out of her eye, and he reached over to brush it away.
No more tears, Maggie. There have been enough of those in this relationship.
He took her hand, drew her to her feet, and guided her to the balcony outside the French doors that overlooked the City of Lights, the illuminated Eiffel Tower rising majestically into the night sky.
Our Paris honeymoon may have been a little delayed, but I promise you this. I'll spend the rest of my life making up for lost time. Starting right now.
Then he drew her back inside, closing the door on the lights of Paris before he pulled her into his arms. And as he claimed her lips in a kiss filled with promise and passion, he said a silent prayer of thanks for the fog-shrouded Maine byway that had led to a chance encounter with the woman who'd stolen his heart long ago. A woman whose sweet love had at long last led a world-weary traveler home. For always. Epilogue. 2.5 years later. Allison, will you run down to the cottage and tell Pop dinner's almost ready? Sure. Allison pulled off a piece of the turkey that stood waiting to be carried to the table and popped it into her mouth. Fantastic. Sure beats the food in the dorms. You'll only have to put up with dorm food for 1 more semester. Maggie shook her head. I still can't believe you two are graduating in less than 6 months. We can't either. Abby stuck a spoon in the overflowing bowl of mashed potatoes. Watch out, world. Here we come. Maggie gave her a teasing shoulder bump. More like, world, brace yourself. Jake ambled into the kitchen, sniffed appreciatively, and made a beeline for the turkey.
That smells great.
As he reached for a piece, Maggie ran interference by stepping in front of him. If everyone eats their turkey in the kitchen, I'll end up having mine alone in the dining room, and that's no way to spend Thanksgiving.
Well, I have to nibble on something.
Without giving her a chance to react, he pulled her into a dip.
I guess your ear will have to do.
Abby giggled. You two act like you're still on your honeymoon. Jake's eyes, only inches from Maggie's, softened from teasing to tender in a heartbeat.
That's because we still feel like we are.
Abby expelled a dramatic sigh. That's so romantic. I hope I meet somebody like you when I'm ready to get married, Jake. I hope you do too, honey. Maggie's last word came out muffled as Jake stole a kiss.
He backed off a hair. I like this idea. Start with dessert.
That's all you're going to get if you don't let me up before everything burns.
That's all I need.
He waggled his eyebrows. Her lips twitched. I don't think the others would agree to defer dinner until after you have a dessert. With an exaggerated sigh, he slowly released her.
Oh, all right. I suppose I have to be a good sport about this.
Pop's on his way. Allison breezed back into the kitchen. Okay, let's get this show on the road. Everyone grab a dish and head for the dining room. It took a few minutes for the group to settle in, and as Maggie looked around, a sense of absolute peace and deep contentment filled her. All of the people she cared about most were with her today. Pop, who loved living in his own little cottage and now had a thriving woodworking business. Allison and Abby, still incurable romantics, ready to launch their own careers. And Jake. She gave him her full attention as he carved the turkey. Every moment with him had been a joy, their relationship growing and deepening and taking on new dimensions with each passing day. As one of those dimensions began to loudly demand attention, Maggie shifted her attention to the high chair next to her husband, her mouth curving up as she gazed at the newest member of their family. For the past 9 months, Michael had disrupted their household in every way imaginable, and they'd loved every minute of it. True to his word, Jake had gone out of his way to make sure that this time around, raising a child was a shared experience. He'd attended every childbirth class, coached her through labor, took most of the night feedings, and changed more than his share of diapers. And Maggie loved him more every day. As Michael communicated his hunger in a very vocal way, Jake turned to him with a smile and reached over to ruffle the toddler's auburn locks.
Hang on, big fella. Chow's on the way.
Then he glanced at Maggie, and the smile he sent her was filled with tenderness, joy, love, and gratitude. For like her, he realized how very blessed they were to have been given a second chance to find their destiny, and how close they'd come to losing it. Though no words were spoken, Maggie could read Jake's thoughts in his eyes, and they mirrored hers exactly. It didn't get any better than this. The end. This is Therese Plummer. We hope you've enjoyed this production of It Had to Be You by Irene Hannon. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.